Hello, Peter. It's Councillor Fortini checking in.
Good evening, Councillor Fortini. You're coming through loud and clear.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Planning and Development Services meeting. I would like to start by doing roll call. Deputy Mayor Singh. Here. Councillor Santos.
Here.
Councillor Vincente.
Here.
Councillor Brar.
Here.
Councillor Keenan.
Here.
Councillor Medeiros.
Here.
Councillor Fortini.
Here.
Councillor Torr. Here. Councillor Power.
Here.
Mayor Brown. All members of the committee are present. As we begin today's meeting, we'd like to acknowledge that we are gathered here today on the treaty territories of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, and before them, the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Huron, and Wendat. We also acknowledge the many First Nation, Métis, Inuit, and other global Indigenous people that now call Brampton their home. We are honored to live, work, and enjoy this land. Good evening, everybody. We will begin tonight's meeting with the approval of the agenda. And I would like to vary the order with committee's indulgence to have item 5.1, the staff report application to amend the official plan zoning bylaw, Brampton and Regional Islamic Center, G-Force Urban Planners and Consultants, Ward 10, and the correspondence and delegations that are accompanying them, 6.2 and 11.2, as the last item on tonight's agenda. Any other members have any questions, deletions of the approval of the agenda? Seeing none, been moved by Councillor Torr. All in favor? That carries. Declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Are there any members that would like to declare a conflict of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, I will skip over the consent agenda as these are public meetings. Our next section of tonight's agenda is the statutory public meeting items. This is a public meeting of the Planning and Development Committee, held in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act of Ontario. The proposals to be heard at this public meeting are the result of applications made under the Planning Act. These are not proposals of the City of Brampton, unless they are specifically identified as city-initiated proposals. Tonight, we do not have any city-initiated proposals for the statutory public meeting. The intent of this public meeting is to receive submissions from the public regarding these proposals. Given we may have persons watching this meeting through the city's live stream, we will have staff present each proposal subject to a statutory public meeting, unless committee decides otherwise. After receiving any pre-registered delegations, members of the committee may ask questions for clarification. Members of committee may ask questions for clarification only. You will not put forward any of your comments to any of the applications that are here for statutory public meeting. The city has also posted this to its website at www.brampton.ca, supporting information and documentation for these development applications for public review and reference. After consideration of these public meeting items, committee will deal with the balance of the agenda, and as the balance of the agenda only has public meetings because everything else was dealt with at 5 o'clock, we will only have the public meetings. I will now turn it over to the clerk, as we do not have any of the delegations on the other items in chambers currently. The clerk will ask for any members that are in the overflow to identify themselves for each report so we can have you come up to delegate on the item. Mr. Fay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to members of the public who are observing tonight's statutory public meeting downstairs in the atrium or the conservatory. As the committee has agreed, as set out by the chair, the first items to be dealt with will be items 5.2 to 5.5, as shown on the screen. Items 5.1, which is commonly referred to as the Baruch item, will be the last item on the agenda. So if there is anybody in the atrium or the conservatory downstairs or in line to register with the clerk's office that is here to participate on items 5.2, 5.3, 5.4, and 5.5, as set out on the screen that is visible downstairs, please make yourself known to the clerk's table by the elevator so we can ensure that you can come up to the chambers so committee can deal with those items first before they go back to item 5.1. We do have a few members of the public who have registered to speak on items 5.2 and 5.3 present, but if you are here for those items 5.2 to 5.5, please make yourself known to the clerk's office so we can bring you up to the chambers so you can be heard on those items before we deal with 5.1. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Fay. Our first item on today's agenda is 5.2, Staff Report Application to Amend the Official Plan Zoning Bylaw, KLM Planning, Inc., Cal Markel Developments 1724 and 1730, Queen Street West, Ward 5. The development of 130 stacked townhouse units and 520 apartment units. Our staff presenter is Kelly Henderson, Planner, Development Services. Kelly?
Good evening, committee members, members of the public, and city staff. My name is Kelly Henderson, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review the subject application known as OZS 2022-0038. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by KLM Planning Partners on behalf of Cal Markel Developments, Inc. Next slide, please. The subject property is located within Ward 5, municipally known as 724 and 1730 Queen Street West. The nearest major intersection is Queen Street West and Mississauga Road. The property is located on the north side of Queen Street West and east of Mississauga Road. Next slide, please. Area context. To the north, we have executive housing. To the east, we have a woodlot and single detached dwellings. To the south, we have executive residential dwellings. And to the west, we have a stormwater management pond, valley lands, and more executive residential housing. Next slide, please. The proposed application is to facilitate the development of 650 residential units. The northern portion of this site is proposing 133-story residential stacked townhouse dwelling units in 3.5 stories. The phase 2 is the southern portion of the site, which is 520 apartment dwelling units with 2 residential towers ranging between 18 and 14 stories on a 5-story shared podium. Next slide, please. This is the proposed rendering of the development. Next slide, please. The subject lands are designated residential within the official plan. The residential designation permits residential uses varying from single detached dwellings to high-rise apartments. Amendment is required to permit the proposed development as the development does not meet the density requirement in the new housing, which is 200 units per net hectare. Next slide, please. The subject lands are within the Credit Valley Secondary Plan, SPA 45, and designated as executive housing. This designation permits single detached dwellings as well as some townhouses and semi-detached units. An amendment to the secondary plan is required. Next slide, please. In October 2020, Council adopted a modified Springbrook tertiary plan which excluded lands within frontage along Queen Street West so that the city can further assess opportunities for intensification on these lands in anticipation of the potential bus rapid transit along Queen Street. City staff have initiated an amendment to the secondary plan to bring these lands with frontages along Queen Street into the Springbrook tertiary plan in June 2022. The northern portion of the proposed development site is currently within the modified Springbrook tertiary plan area. According to the proposed city-initiated secondary plan amendment, the southern portion of the proposed development site is proposed to be redesignated as commercial mixed-use medium high-density residential, commercial mixed-use medium density residential, and commercial mixed-use low medium density residential. The boundary of the proposed development site as it relates to the tertiary plan can be seen here in purple. Work on this revised plan is still ongoing and has not yet been approved. Next slide, please. The property is zoned residential Hamlet 1. This zone permits residential uses such as single detached dwellings. A zoning bylaw amendment is required to facilitate the proposed development. Next slide, please. The applicant proposes to amend the zoning bylaw from the current low-density residential zone to site-specific residential apartment zone, which reflects the proposed development. Some of the highlights include a maximum number of units being 650, maximum building height for an apartment unit being 18, maximum building height for townhouses being 4 stories, maximum floor space index of 3.0, and a minimum landscape open space of 10%. Next slide, please. Prior to finalizing recommendations to Council, this application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act, Provincial Policy Statement, conformity with the Growth Plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Region Appeal Official Plan, City of Brampton Official Plan, and the Credit Valley Secondary Plan. Next slide, please. At this time, preliminary issues that will need to be addressed include the appropriateness of the density and the compatibility with the surrounding land uses, how to best integrate the proposed development with the existing neighborhood, how the proposed development relates to the tertiary plan, and the appropriate buffer to be provided from the natural heritage features. Next slide, please. The subject application was deemed complete on September 9th, 2022. Staff will continue to review the application, including reviewing comments from the public and technical comments, and advance a final recommendation report to Council for a decision. Issues raised will be addressed in the future recommendation report. Staff will contact and follow up with those residents who have spoken, written in, or advised of an interest in monitoring the proposal. Next slide, please. The report associated with tonight's presentation is available online, and the presentation will be available online shortly. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact myself or my manager or the applicant, Marshall Smith, whose information is on the board right now. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Kelly. Next, we have delegations. I'll read the list of delegations we have so far. Seema Passy, Samir Shan, Lourdes Diaz Cabellos, Rohan Dewan, Dipi Purda, Idris Uguru, Jackie Chesia. Those are the ones listed on the agenda as of right now. If we can have Seema Passy. Come on down, Seema. Seema, you have 5 minutes.
Yes.
And so you've got a green light in front of you when the time's on, yellow when it's at 30 seconds left, red when your time's up.
Sure.
Thanks, Seema.
No problem. Thank you. So, good evening, everyone. We are here on behalf of Credit Field, and as per the delegation here, I'm the first one to project. The reviews we have here and the information I would like to forward is, I will read now. The Queen Street Highway 7 BRT project is currently in stage 2 of the project life cycle. Stage 2 involves preliminary design, environmental assessment, and preliminary design business case. The preliminary design business case that will be created in stage 2 is estimated to be completed by 2024-25. As a part of this preliminary design business case, an updated cost estimate will be provided. So I am talking here about the Brampton Rapid Transit. and the effects. A few years ago, when stage 1 was completed, cost scenarios were presented to the city. Cost scenarios range from 3 million to 5.1 million per km if existing traffic lanes are converted into separate BRT lanes. Alternatively, 15.7 million to 26 million per km if Queen Street was widened for the most of its length. Although Metrolinx is leading the project, financial support from the City of Brampton, Peel Region, and York Region will be required. Brampton does not have a funding plan for the BRT at this time. Many of the proposed high-density developments along Queen Street West reflect Phase 1 completion by 2026. If approved, these high-density projects will be completed long before Queen Street West ever sees BRT. The Queen Street Highway 7 BRT project is meant to connect Brampton to York Region. Local councillors refer to the future BRT along Queen Street as a way of justify high-density projects like Queen Street West. But there is distinction between Queen Street West and Queen Street East. In Brampton, Queen Street West is not a job center, commercial center, or major transit station, unlike Queen Street East. Beside that, I have a case law I would like to present. I know we are talking about the laws here, but still we rely on Rock versus Hamilton, City of Hamilton 2022, Carswell, and I'm looking this case law where the appeal is approved for the objections. And that's all from my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So you have something to submit to the clerk's office, you said?
Sorry?
You have something that you would like to submit?
I already submitted. It's a
Oh, you
case
did
law
already?
I was referring to.
Okay.
That we will rely on this case law.
Thank you, Seema.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Samir Shah. Samir?
So just waiting for the presentation to come up. By that time, good evening, everyone. My name is Samir Shah, and I am here to represent hundreds of residents from Credit Valley Residents area. We are part of Credit Valley Residents Association. For a change, I put a video here because, as they say, video tells millions of words, and that is even beyond the pictures. So just sit back, look at this beautiful neighborhood. Please pay attention to the backyards, swimming pools, right across or all the sides of this proposed development. It's not very long, but it makes the point. And here, as it zooms in, you can see how this would be overlooking to existing executive neighborhood and backyard of people. One of the delegates coming up would talk more about that, so I don't want to repeat any information here. I would like to thank Kelly for covering most of the points which I wanted to make very clearly. And as you can see on this video, as well as the material we have presented, this is existing low density zone, estates of Credit Reach, which has got all upscale executive housing in all direction from this current or rather proposed development here. When the residents move in, they were promised to have this area maintained with heritage status, as well as they were charged extra premium from the builders at that point of time. The slide here is just taken from Peel Region dashboard, where you can see how this area compared to entire Brampton city, how different it is. And in real terms, technical terms, when you see the development happened here in last few days, or rather last few years, the data here is 406% increase between 2011 and 2016 census taken. So people moved in here with specific goal in the mind, or their preference for what kind of neighborhood within city of Brampton they want to live in. This slide shows you where we stand in terms of neighborhood wellness index. This is another published information available on Peel Region website. And you can see the area which we are talking about is highest across Brampton city, not only in the neighborhood, which is at 83. Simaji did talk about the so-called reason for all these development proposals about the Brampton Rapid Transit. Her presentation was not up, but she has the similar slide where Brampton West is still primary study area. It is totally different than Brampton East or Queen Street East, to be specific. And even with the primary studies, as you all can see, the very first point is one fundamental constraint, even when it is with the approach 1, 2, or 5, which are being proposed by Metrolink. Quickly coming to other than this transit itself, I got this statistics from city website where we can see how city services are able to meet the targets or not. And couple of points there are related to the 311 call response time. I think it is going on very fast, but I'll try to catch up there. Maybe you can pause the presentation, please. Thank you. So yeah, so if you can see that the wait time, or rather response time on 311 call is way below the target. If you look at the other red cross there, that's the freedom of information and the target around that. So my point here is, on behalf of the residents, even with the current low density residences in this area, this reflects in overall city statistics, where city is not able to fulfill various services at the desired standards. And we'll talk about that later on when it is time, about what would be the impact of this. If you can please move to the next slide. One of the points as a Credit Valley Residents Association, we have been presenting since June for city initiated plan, that anything between Mississauga Road and Chingusi, all these green patches you see, they are various proposed development files. If you click to the next slide, I've put together the list of those files. I don't think it is exhaustive, but I wanted to highlight these 2 yellow entries here, which is specific to this site. And as we know from Kelly's presentation, the proposal here is not at all compatible with the entire neighborhood surrounding it. Just to wrap it up, if you can just browse to the last slide. I would like to thank the council, the chair, for giving this opportunity. This presentation is submitted. I couldn't cover everything, but I would definitely request everyone to go through this. And please remember that as Credit Valley Residents Association, we strongly oppose this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just want to let everybody know that anything that you submit, and you can always submit to the clerk's office and to Kelly, and everything that all of your questions and concerns will be captured within the report once the report comes to council. With that, our next is Lourdes. And after that is Rohan. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. I believe the presentation is there. Okay, I'm here to talk about the school resource and concerns that we have as a Credit Valley Association. If you can go to the following slide, please. I consider Brampton my town. I've been living here for more than a decade. We chose this community because of the spaces and the balance between the amount of dwellings and the greenery. And as a family, we have concerns regarding the increase of traffic, environmental and pollution issues, watershed and flooding issues, lack of compatibility with existing and established neighborhood. I have to share a little personal thing here. My background is Mexican. You know Mexico, how crowded it is. And believe me, I'm looking, yes, I know housing is needed, but also I know that having a crowded space is not the best solution for the area. If we can go to the following slide, please. Now I'm going to go into the theme. Brampton is home to the youngest population in the GTA. The average yield of school-age children per household is 73 according to the PDSB. PDSB tries to deal with the overcrowding in Brampton schools by reestablishing school boundaries, adding portables, as well as sending students to hold in schools for years until a new school for the area can be constructed. The lack of physical space at schools near the development creates an inferior learning environment for the existing students and new students due to overcrowding and hardships for new residents whose children might be bused to schools far from their homes. If we can go to the following slide, please. School capacity planning was based on the previously established plan, where the area was designated as low-density housing. There are 2 Peel school boards in the boundaries of this area, which are Lower Ingleboro Public School and Laurenville Public School. Both, they have exceeded their capacities. They do have 8 portables in the case of Ingleboro and 10 portables in the case of Laurenville. At Ingleboro, there's not enough space. They need to stagger the time for the recesses because of this, okay? If we can go to the following slide, please. Additionally, there are 2 different Peel Catholic District school boards in the area. San Jacinto Marto, exactly behind where this proposed development is. It's a young school. It opened in 2018, has a really small population, and since the other school is the secondary school, St. Roch, who has a cap of 375 grade 9 students per year because of they cannot accommodate any more portables and any more students in their space. Those are the numbers of each of the schools, how many students they do have. Ingleboro has 743, Laurenville 928, San Jacinto Marto has 315, and St. Roch has 1450. And we are estimating, or I'm estimating 9,000 increase on population for this area, which I don't see where to accommodate. If we can go to the following slide, please. Laurenville has been struggling with funding, so they don't have opportunity to develop other extracurricular activities. St. Roch is considered a regional center for the arts, but they have a very strict process, a rigorous process on application and audition. A large increase in the students' population will. 30 seconds. Yeah, I'm seeing the numbers. I'm seeing the numbers. That's why I'm rushing and jumping lines. So this is going to result on less opportunities for the students. The following slide, I believe that's the last one. Yes. Thank you very much. That's why I was rushing.
Thank you very much. Next delegation is Rohan Dewan. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. If you could please correct my name there, it's Rohit Dewan. R-O-H-I-T. R-O-H-I-T, yes.
I got it.
Thank you. So I'm going to talk about incompatibility with the existing neighborhood. And is there a presentation or?
Do you have a presentation? Did you submit
I did email this afternoon. I don't know if it's there, but.
Did you email it this afternoon?
Yes, I did. That's okay.
We have it here.
There you go. Keep it short and simple. So incompatibility with the existing and established neighborhood. Next slide, please. So in January 2019, the city spent a significant amount of taxpayer money to retain consultants from WSP Canada Group to guide future land use and development proposals within the Springbrook settlement area. The Brampton staff report that was shared at a council meeting on March 4, 2019, indicated the consultants and city planners supported low-density development, hamlet residential development, hamlet mixed use, which consists of at-grade commercial development that frames the streetscape. The report suggested that when it came to the segment of Queen Street West, redevelopment within the Springbrook settlement area should be compatible with the existing rural uses within the hamlet. The proposed development would significantly deviate from the original approved plan for the area and deviate from the development recommendations from this report from 2019. So I am the first house on Elburn Markel Drive, and I will be most affected by this development. And I bought this house directly from the builder and paid thousands of dollars in premium for a large estate lots being on the ravine and next to the pond with nobody next to me. The Estates of Credit Ridge is an upscale community with detached houses of exclusive designs and the proposed plan of developing high-rise building is conflicting with the original plan of this community and what was promised to us. I'm not against development, but against high-rises in an exclusive neighborhood. With this development, there will be absolutely no privacy left specifically for my house. My living room, bedrooms, backyard, the deck will all be facing multi-level residential buildings. Furthermore, the entrance and exit that has been proposed from Elburn Markel is a disaster, and the traffic on Elburn Markel as is, it's a busy street with speeding drivers, and we have brought it up with the city several times. The city also talks about meeting housing targets, all those conditions, but why are housing targets being met at the cost of ignoring what was promised to existing residents who have called Brampton home for 20 years and Estates of Credit Ridge for 12 years? So if this proposal goes through, and I'm representing the Credit Valley Residents Association, and the association will be prepared to take this to the Land Tribunal. And we have faith in our elected officials to represent us at the City of Brampton, and we oppose this development. So we all oppose this multi-level residential developments in this exclusive neighborhood. And I think to summarize, the best slide was what was presented by Kelly Anderson, which showed exclusive neighborhood, exclusive neighborhood, exclusive neighborhood. So we have the Estates of Credit Ridge, we have the Lionhead Estates and all estate homes, and you put two towers right in the middle of estate homes. This is like the worst planning ever. I think we strongly oppose this, and all the residents of the Estates of Credit Ridge oppose this development.
Thank you very much, Rohit.
Thank you for your time.
DP Purba, we have next. And I don't see Idris. Oh, yes, I do see Idris. Thank you, DP.
Your presentation. So I'm a resident of the Estates of Credit Ridge. I'm a member of the Credit Valley Residents Association, and I'm here today to express concerns in regards to this development project. Next slide, please. So for new council members, I really want you to take a careful analysis of what this development entails, because this area you really need to understand, and I'm sure other people have really shown you what the area looks like, but I'm going to go through it in my presentation as well. So this development project is proposing an 18-story tower, a 14-story tower, as well as 132 stacked townhouses. So that's 650 residential units. The builder's supplying 718 spaces, so over 700 vehicles would be in that corner of Elburn Markel and Queen Street. Next slide, please. This is a bird's eye view of where the development site is located. And as it's been brought up over and over again, it's situated between existing communities that are comprised of estate homes. It's located beside homes along Elburn Markel, and it backs on to upscale homes on Haywood Drive. And again, this area is designated as an upscale executive special housing policy area. Next slide. So this is just a few homes along Albert Markle, you can get a real general sense of what these homes look like when I'm referring to estate homes. Next slide. And these are the homes on Haywood Drive that back onto this property. Next slide. So why would we have 18-story towers proposed in a low-density residential one area? Meaning there's no semis, there's no townhouses. These are estate homes. This is what most residents want to know. When we look at other municipalities and we look at similar types of structures, they have something in common, which is how close they are to a provincial highway. They're usually walking distance to a GO station or a major transit terminal. They're close to either a shopping center, a hospital, or post-secondary institution. None of that is within the estates of Credit Rich, not even close. So I would just encourage council planners, please pay attention to when you're selecting sites and encouraging builders to build up. High density works only in some areas. This is going to be a negative impact on the people that live here, as well as the people who are going to move into these residents. Next slide, please. So we went through the traffic impact study, and it confirmed basically what we already know. Most people are car dependent in this area, and that's because it's the location of where we are. We're not near any major transit hubs, we're not near any places of work, so the people coming in are also going to be car dependent. Next slide, please. So we have some concerns with how long ago the data was collected for the traffic impact study that was used, that was submitted by this applicant. Data was collected in 2017, 2018, 2019. Since then, more development has come up in this area, so traffic has actually worsened. But even then, there was something in that report that indicated that Mississauga Road and Queen Street West, that intersection, was operating at overcapacity. Next slide, please. In regards to the traffic forecasts, so they've applied a percentage to determine what traffic will look like by 2026. Mississauga Road and Queen Street West was an area of concern. It would exceed capacity. Credit View Road and Queen Street West also would be approaching capacity. Albert Markle and Queen Street West, where the two entrances are proposed, it's going to see a 12 to 14% increase in traffic for AM and PM hours. Next slide, please. So Mississauga Road, in that study, they indicated that it should be widened sooner than originally planned to offset the significant increase in traffic congestion. So I'm asking council and planners, who's going to ensure that the region of Peel will widen Mississauga Road before these developments come up? Because they're going to start coming up by 2026 if they're approved. If Mississauga Road is supposed to be planned to be widened by 2031, what are we supposed to do in the meantime? Queen Street West, there's no plans to widen it. It was just widened in 2020. We paid millions of dollars. Albert Markle, single lane road, there's houses there. You can't widen it. Next slide. And finally, next slide again, that was a repeat. This traffic impact study was incomplete. It was missing two major projects that have come up now. From 240 meters from this development site, there's a 10-story building proposed, with 12 detached houses and 61 townhomes. So 487 residential units were not accounted for in this traffic impact study. And within that, detached houses and townhouses, there's not gonna be one car there. There's gonna be many cars there. So imagine how much more traffic we are not accounting for. 94 residential units are gonna be coming up at an 8-story mixed-use building. Doesn't seem as bad probably as what we're dealing with right now for this file, but again, very close. So these traffic impact studies that are being submitted, they're not comprehensive because they're not taking into account all of the development that's sitting at the table right now. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, DP. Idris?
Good evening, Council. It's a Monday evening, and everyone is here to talk about this apartments that are coming up on Queen Street West. It is important, and I know our council has the power to help residents. Neighbors here have spoken a lot about the problems that these homes are going to create. Currently, if you live in this area, you can see the traffic congestion right now on Mississauga Road. It is difficult. I have 4 children. I have to take them to the various sporting events. On Queen Street West, the same thing. So every corner you go, you're trapped. And I want to make this, have this be on the record. I think this current council is going to do a great job in helping alleviate housing issues in this city. We want these homes to be built. It would help the city a lot. There are a lot of people who are struggling with finding places to live. And I know this council would address that, and you're starting to do that. But here's what the problem is, that I'm appealing to your conscience to help us. Let's put the appropriate homes where they should be. I can say for myself and everybody here, we want these homes. It would help our city tremendously. But what we're arguing, what we're trying to sort out is, where should these homes be? Currently, this location is not the right place. And we hope the builders can reevaluate, and council will be able to put pressure and say, you know what, as much as we want to do this, there's certain areas in our city that has to be kept the way they are. There needs to be, and I hate to say this, prestige in certain areas that people live. There are areas that can accommodate all of these heavy, these apartments, but not this particular area. And I must say, in this same corridor, or in this same area axis, you have faith houses that are there. All of this, there are 4, perhaps 3. There's a massive construction right now that is on Queen Street West, right by Chinguzi. There's one on Chinguzi by David Suzuki. If you factor all of this and the cars that are going to be on this road, we're all going to be trapped in. And I know part of city's job is to improve the quality of lives of its residents. And you guys can help us in making sure that these homes are not built in these areas. You can reevaluate this and assess it on your own and see the impact that this will have on the lives of these people, the quality of lives. For most of us who have children, have to take them to schools, to basketball, we'll spend most of the time in traffic here. We want to live in a beautiful city. This is a lovely city. And I know you guys want to do the right things. I hate to be in your position where you have to balance between housing needs for the growing population and where to put them. But I'm appealing to you guys, to your conscience. That previous council, not when you guys, I don't think any of you were here, made mistakes in preparing for the population growth. And now you guys have to balance all of this. In balancing this, understands what planning entails. Building a vibrant city that factors the health, the needs, traffic congestion of the population you represent. And I'm hopeful that you guys can reevaluate this and help alleviate the potential or the crisis, the gridlock that most of us are going to be to encounter. We want developments. We want these buildings. But please, let's build them in the right places so that the health, the needs, of residents that you serve can be met while you balance these very difficult needs. There isn't much I can add other than to appeal to you guys as you go through these very tough decisions. Look at this area. Drive through. My counselors are here. They are quite familiar with these places. Help us so that we all can grow and be functioning members of this society and build our city. Please do this. This is all I have to say.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next delegation is Jackie. Hi, Jackie.
Hi there. Good evening. I do have a slide presentation. If you could just go to the first slide, that'd be great. Just to put this in context, I'm a member of the Credit Valleys Association. We moved into our forever home in 2013. It was a decision we made with considerable thought and investigation. After all, we were investing our life savings after decades of hard work to gradually trade up to a beautiful home in a safe, low-density area. In our late 40s, we made the decision we were ready to purchase our family home located in the estates of Credit Ridge, a large single detached dwelling which could accommodate our extended family, an executive area where we paid top dollar. We investigated the Springbrook Tertiary Plan and were satisfied that future development would be in keeping with the historic area and the hamlet of Springbrook. All future planned development was low-density residential 1 zoning, and which allows for only single detached dwelling, which upheld the plan. And part of that plan included executive housing policies for the Credit Valley Secondary Plan and for the official plan to protect the lands adjacent to these properties. So we recognize that this corner would get developed, no doubt. And potentially there could be medium density, perhaps townhouses on Queen Street. But what is being proposed is truly, truly unreasonable and totally negates the impacts to residents and the surrounding environment. We were shocked that something including 18 stories and another 14 stories could be proposed for this corner. This is literally in our backyard, and I've circled up there for you just so you could see in context exactly where my home is positioned, along with my neighbors and the rest of the community. How would you feel, councillors, if somebody put this in your backyard? This completely destroys the quality of life we have worked so hard to achieve in a wonderful community that we live in. Our backyard is literally 25 feet from that property line, where there would be a towering 18-story apartment building and a 14-story apartment building and 130 townhouses, which would block our sunlight, obliterate our privacy, and add significant noise pollution and decimate the value of our home. This would be devastating to our family, our investment, and our quality of life. If you could go to the next slide. I read through that 75-page proposal done by WSP, and I have seen so many drawings like what's up on the screen right now, and this is always being proposed for low density. So the conclusion, every single report, and this has been going on right since 2007, right until 2020, when the same report said ensuring proposed development within the Springbrook area is of a scale and built form compatible with low density and commercial in this hamlet. Maximum density of 14.8 units per hectare is suggested. If you could go to the next slide. Throughout that whole 75 pages, it said multiple times about hamlet residential land use to be a maximum of 3 stories, to reinforce the hamlet character buildings to be oriented to face and address Queen Street West. Also, a variety of setbacks and lot widths are encouraged within the designation to reinforce the hamlet character. The scale and size of any commercial uses proposed in the hamlet residential area should be small scale, where hamlet residential areas interface with adjacent existing residential areas. And the building will incorporate buffering elements, including setbacks, height transition, landscaping, and separation to ensure that no significant negative impacts on adjacent properties, including shadowing, privacy, lighting, noise, and other impacts, and that consideration must be made to address the executive housing policy of the Credit Valley Secondary Plan, which all seems to have gone out the window. Next slide, and we'll skip over it for time. But really, I don't know what happened, but on October 28, 2020, City Council adopted a modified tertiary plan for the Springbrook area at the request of the Planning Committee. Properties located on Queen Street West have been removed from the tertiary boundary and subject to higher density. I don't know how this could happen. How can you just carve out part of the tertiary plan and say that we're now going to put 18-story apartment buildings on there before you consult with the residents of the community? And the last slide. I just wanted to say that the privacy, which I touched on, the natural sunlight, our right to the quiet enjoyment of our homes would be suffocated by high density, crime, safety, pollution, noise. This would decimate the value of our homes. I've been told that the value of my home will decrease by hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are some additional delegations that have registered. The first is Desi Yang, followed by Ramaljit Sandhu, and then Marshall Smith.
Welcome, Dizzy.
Hi. I have sent this presentation to you. Yeah. If you don't have it, yes, okay. I think I can. Yeah, I think, okay. Yeah, I'm a residential of the Hillwood. Just behind is a new proposal, high-density project. We have been here for several times talking about the previous several projects, high-rise density project along the Queen Street West. We're talking about the traffic, we're talking about school, we're talking about the environmental, we're talking about the crime, etc., etc. However, I think I agree for all our residential colleagues' point. Today, I want to ask one question about the policy consistency. Here is Brampton, right? 20 years ago, also Brampton. So yes, maybe most of our council sit here now wasn't sitting there before 20 years ago when they made all the plan for this secondary plan, settlement territory plan, etc., etc. So in all this historical city planning documentation and the development plan, the position for this area is quite clearly. Before we bought this house, we asked the developer. We called the city. We studied the city policy, studied the city plan, all said very clearly this area in the future will be low density and executive house. So that's encouraged us, put all our hard work, earned money to buy that house. We paid a high premium because the back is a farmer. We know in the future they will have to develop. We do not against any develop, but we really want to see, okay, the policy consistency for the city. Since the start of this community, 2010 to today, until 2020, we didn't see city change the position. So most of our credit-rich residential spend tons of money, hard work, make this community is one of the most prestigious, best community for one of the best community in Brampton City. Now, today, city suddenly want to change this position, do not consist of what he committed before. Then reason quite simple. One, affordable house. Secondly, traffic corridor. You will have the BRT along this place. Just before people already said, BRT, I don't think it will happen within the 2026. About the affordable house, we have tons of the green area can available in Brampton to build this high-rise building. For example, in the southwest of Bovaird and Mississauga Road, there are tons of green field. City can make a decision, go to a high-rise building, as you indicated in your Brampton 2040 vision. That will become the main high-density area for our community. However, why this developer do not go to pick this green field? I personally believe it's not, see, they want to build affordable house in our area. You should go to the green area to build a high-rise building that's more affordable. Why developers select this area to go propose a high-rise building? Because they know they take advantage of our community, prestigious community, established community, matured community, the best community in the city of Brampton. That's the reason they select here. I don't think the developer want to solve this affordability. If they want to really solve the affordability, may I suggest city put a cap on this high-rise building sale price? This is one. Secondly, because even the council changed, mayor changed, but I think the city policy shouldn't change without responsibility to the local residential. Before you make this significant change, you need to consider this change, what impact on the existing residential, what's the damage it made to this existing residential, what's the value deducted for their house. You know, we need to see very straightforward. In Canada, our wealth all in the house. We can accumulate our house for our future, for our kids, for our retirement life. Now, city never consider about the existing residential benefit. You sacrifice existing residential benefit, then let the developer make much more money. I don't know that is the right position for the city. Yeah, I know. As a government, no matter who sits in this seat, you are elected by the people, not by the developer. You need to consist with the policy set up for the last 20 years. You cannot tell me, yeah, that's the previous council made a decision. I don't want to follow. I want to change because I need an affordable house. However, you can pick so many places to the real affordable house to solve this issue. You are not supposed to use this so good community, sacrifice all this residential benefit to benefit the developer. So I want to ask, if this project be approved, we know our house valuation will reduce about 30%. Who will give us compensate? City council or developer? I hope you, the planning department, can answer this question when you put the final report proposal to the council. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Maybe the words a little hard, but it's from my heart.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The next registered delegate is Ramaljit Sandhu.
I sent in my presentation as well.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you? So I'm a teacher with a Peel board, and I teach about science, environment every day besides other subjects. And this is the letter that one of my students has written, one of many students. It goes like, Dear Mr. Mayor and City Councilors, I am 9 years old. I am learning about environment and also city and how city is making tall buildings and cutting down trees. Do you know why? Do you know you are spoiling the balance of nature? Where are the birds going to live? On the top of the buildings? I already see geese laying eggs that get crushed in the parking lot of my school. So please, please don't make tall buildings to spoil the nature. And I understand they're talking about the tall buildings because that's what I mentioned to them. I teach in the Credit Valley watershed area, and the school is also in the watershed area. Next slide, please. The Estates of Credit Ridge area is identified to be environmentally sensitive area. It is not suitable for the height or the density increase that is being proposed. It's noted in the tertiary report that the valley lands have been identified as having inherent environmental hazards that include flooding, erosion, and according to the MNR, the forestry, Springbrook Creek and Huttonvale Creek, they're regulated habitats of many species, whether they're plant species or animal species. One of the ones that are mentioned in the slide are the red-side days, the fish, the special fish that jump up. They catch hold of the insects like mosquitoes. So if we don't have the red-side days, chances are we'll have swarms and swarms of mosquitoes in our neighborhood. Besides other species, which I'm not going to elaborate on, namely brook trout, wood thrush, ovenbird, they're all on a decline. And this is as per the report of the Credit Valley Watershed 2021. And we do understand development, But taller the building, more the density per square meter, more problem with environment. Besides the species at risk, next slide please. There are also the flooding risks. As we've seen last year, there has been a big flood in the area. The existing stormwater management system in the area was designed for low-density residential development. It does not have additional capacity. Asset deterioration and water flow backage have been observed in the drainage. And based on the staff report, Planning, Building, and Economic Development 2022, dated April 4th, 2022, the region of Peel has expressed concerns related to servicing capacity within the Springbrook area, as increased densities were not contemplated at the time of Credit Valley's secondary plan was adopted. So what I'm saying is residents will hold the city responsible in case there is flooding. Next slide, please. And this is just one of the slides from the Credit Valley Watershed Report. It just says that climate is already changing our environment. Next slide, please. And so what are we doing as residents and as government agencies to make sure that this stops? I, as a resident, I'm doing things. I'm not using the weed killer. I'm using native plants. I'm using the rain barrels. Now I'm asking the municipal government here, what are you doing to your, and as a role, as a government agency, to stop this invasion of our environment? Are you maintaining or managing the natural heritage systems? Are you adopting the low impact development? That is my submission, and I do oppose these tall buildings in our area. And I just, because I have a few seconds, I want to go back to schools because I do teach in schools. I know my friend here mentioned about schools and how it's overpopulated, a lot of portables. I've taught in a portable, and I know it's very suffocating. Those kids, the parents of those kids, do not pay any less taxes. So why should they be in a portable? They do not get running water. They're aloof. They're far away from the school itself. They do not have a bathroom in the close vicinity. They do not have fresh air because they cannot open up windows like a regular classroom. So I'm saying there are already so many portables which should not be there. There already should be another school there for them. And yet, again, we're proposing taller buildings with more students, and yet I don't see any proposal for schools. And where is the space for schools anyway? Thank you for listening.
Portables are also hot in the summertime,
Pardon
and they're
me?
so cold in the wintertime.
It is.
They're horrible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the next delegation is Marshall Smith, representing the applicant from KLM Planning Partners. Marshall is online, and we do have a presentation from Marshall that we're going to bring up on the screen momentarily. So you can proceed whenever you're ready, Marshall.
Great, thank you, Peter. Good evening. My name is Marshall Smith. I'm a registered professional planner with KLM Planning Partners, and I'm here on behalf of Cal Markel Developments, Inc. I guess before we change the slide, I should just mention that these submissions don't go in without a tremendous amount of collaboration among industry experts. In this case, KLM Planning Partners, as the land use planning consultant, has also collaborated and worked with for architecture as the architect, Strivus Baring King landscape architects, as well as Schaefer's engineering consultants, and a host of other consultants that are at the top of their industry, I guess, and expertise to ensure that this is an appropriately designed development in this location. Next slide, please. So this is an overall summary of the project and the land use designations that are applicable. I think you've heard plenty about the applicable land use designations that are enforced today that affect these applications for an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment that are being considered now. I guess I'll mention at this point that there will be future applications where the design is refined, and those would be site plan and draft plan of of condominium applications in the future. So just to reiterate, the site's just over 2 hectares in size, or 5 acres. It's very large. 100 meters of frontage along Queen Street, 202 meters of frontage or depth from Queen Street and along Elburn Markel. So something really, interesting about this site is that it's, I guess it's situated going down a hill. So if I think that this image does a good job of demonstrating that the houses to the north, furthest away from Queen Street, are actually more or less at the top of the hill, and the 18 and 14 story buildings there at the bottom of the hill. It's in excess of 5 meters difference actually as you move from Queen Street up to the north end of the site. So I think just to point out, the context a little bit further, and again, there's a woodland to the east that's being protected, and there's a 10-meter buffer that's being applied on the subject lands that will be planted with enhanced plantings. There's Queen Street west to the south. It's currently approximately 45-meter wide major arterial public road. There's Elburn Markel, which is to the west, and beyond that there's an existing stormwater management pond and trail network. And then there are the existing low-density single detached dwellings to the north of the site. So something else I wanted to point out while we were just on this slide is that the 3.5-story townhouses, stacked townhouse units, those are situated closest to the existing low-density residential community to the north, and the tall buildings are situated as far away as possible at Queen Street West, which is envisaged by the city to have intensification accommodated along that corridor, which is very well served by transit. And in this instance, a very, very detailed transition strategy has also been put together, which I'll talk to you about a little bit further as we go through the presentation. Next slide, please. So this map helps to show us what's within walking distance of the subject land. So you see the little symbols indicating where there are bus stops. There are about 18 bus stops within a 5-minute walk or 400 meters of the site. It's also within 400 meters of 2 public schools, elementary schools, public parks, an off-road or off-street trail network that's just across Elburn Markel, with a trailhead at the location of that westerly stormwater management pond. And in addition to that, I think there's been some discussion about the forthcoming Zoom bus rapid transit that will service the area. Next slide, please.
Marshall, you have 30 seconds.
Oh, thank you very much. This is the city's initiated tertiary plan concept. I think very quickly I'll go through this, that the organization of the site is roughly the same as what's being proposed. However, the building heights are a little bit taller, and that accounts for some of the additional information that we do have available to us now that we've studied the site in more detail. Next slide. This is the site plan. I think you've seen this through other presentations, but something to highlight here is that in between the existing dwellings to the north, or that's on the left side of the slide, there's a roughly 9-meter landscape strip with some very mature coniferous plantings that make up a dense hedge, and that will be enhanced as well. Next slide.
You summarize, Marshall?
Yes, absolutely. If we could go to the, skip this slide and the next. This gives you a good idea of what the transition would look like in between the north lands and the subject lands, I guess, on the right side specifically. Next slide. This gives us some other views of the site as it would relate to the various interfaces in public realm. Next slide. And next slide. And just to summarize, I think this is a really important slide, just considering some of the feedback that we've received here. You can see that we're about 135 meters from the north property line to the actual 18-story tower. That's roughly 450 feet. We're also about 33 meters on the left side of the page in between the existing nearest dwelling and the first building. That's also approximately 100 feet or close to 100 feet in between the two buildings.
Marshall.
And, oh, my apologies. Can I just wrap up very quickly?
You got 10 seconds.
Thank you so much. And I also just wanted to address the sight lines from the top floor of the building. When you're looking down 450 feet away from the 18th floor of the building to the north, it's a very long distance. You wouldn't be able to see into anybody's windows or backyard. And I think that, you know, as you can see, there are some trees that are planted there in between the sight line and the rear yard or back wall of the building. So this final line that I'll point out in this drawing in hopes that it will be helpful is that there's a 45-degree angular plane that's standardly applied across many municipalities where a high-density development is adjacent to a low-density area. And that's the line that you would keep most buildings under in order to ensure that an appropriate transition is provided.
Thank you, Marshall.
Yes,
now I'd like to ask if there are anybody else that would like to delegate on this item. Now is your opportunity to delegate on this application. If you haven't spoken yet, now is your opportunity. That being said, you can also submit at any time questions, clarification to our planners or to the clerk's office. And all of those will be captured in the staff report when it comes back for council approval. And just a reminder, this is not a city-initiated proposal. This is anybody's opportunity to put forward an application and bring it to the city of Brampton. We have not made a decision, and we will not make one until there's a staff report with a recommendation. Are there any members of council that would like to ask any questions of clarification only? Seeing none, it's been moved by Councillor Santos, the staff report application to amend the official zoning bylaw, KLM Planning, Kyle Markle Developments, 1724 and 1730 Queen Street West, Ward 5. All in favor? That carries. Our next item is 5.3, staff report, application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw, Fate Developments, Glenn Schnarr and Associates, 1453 Queen Street West, Ward 4, to facilitate the development of an 8-story mixed-use building. Our staff presentation is Edwin Lee, Planning and Development Services. Edwin, welcome.
Good evening, His Worship the Mayor, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, members of the public, and fellow city colleagues. My name is Edwin Lee, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review the subject application. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by Glenn Schnarr and Associates, Inc., or GSAI, on behalf of Fate Developments, Inc. The subject land is located in Ward 4, municipally known as 1453 Queen Street West. It is located on the south side of Queen Street West, just east of Bramley Road. Next slide, please. As shown in this satellite image here, the surrounding land uses are as follows. To the north, Queen Street West, beyond which are a two-story nursery and childcare center, one-story residential houses, and vacant lands north of the street. To the south, Springbrook Shrubbery and associated natural valley and features, beyond which are two-story single detached houses further afield. To the east, Queen Post Drive, a new private street, beyond which is a three-story back-to-back townhouse complex that are all under construction, and to the west, vacant lands, beyond which is Credit Road. Next slide, please. A proposal to amend the official plan and the zoning bylaw has been received by the city to facilitate the redevelopment of subject lands for mid-rise mixed-use residential building. According to the information on record as of end of day Friday, December 9th, the application seeks 10 stories in zoning permissions, while the application package and associated drawings for the current proposal show 8. The proposed lot frontage along Queen Street West is approximately 140 meters. The size of the subject lands is approximately 0.69 hectares. With the floor space index, the ratio of the gross floor area to the gross site area at approximately 1.66. The proposed development contains 94 dwelling units and comprised of 42 one-bedroom units and 52 two-bedroom units, or at roughly 45-55 split. In addition, the proposed development includes approximately 400 square meters of retail space on the ground floor fronting Queen Street West, and approximately 1,350 square meters of office spaces split between the ground floor and the second floor. The proposal also contains approximately 296 square meters of indoor amenity spaces and no outdoor amenity spaces. The proposed development includes a total of 148 vehicular parking spaces. No bicycle parking spaces are currently proposed. Next slide, please. Elevation drawings of the proposed development can be seen here. Next, please. The northeastern portion of the subject lands is designated residential, and the southwestern portion as open space in the official plan. The southwestern portion of the lands are also designated Valley Land Watercourse Corridor. An amendment to the official plan is required to permit the proposed density. Next slide, please. Furthermore, the lands are within the Credit Valley Secondary Plan. The northeastern portion of the subject lands is designated as Springbrook Settlement Area and Low Density 2 Residential, and the southwestern portion of the lands is designated as Primary Valley Land in the Credit Valley Secondary Plan. The Springbrook Settlement Area designation permits limited service commercial, village crafts, and home workshops in the form of low-density development that's in keeping with the scale and character of the historic hamlet. Development on lands designated Primary Valley Land is not permitted. An amendment to the secondary plan is required to facilitate the proposed development. Next slide, please. The subject lands are within the Springbrook Churchill planning area. In October 2020, Council adopted a modified Springbrook Churchill plan, which excluded lands with frontages along Queen Street West so that the city can further assess opportunities for high intensive use on these lands in anticipation of potential bus rapid transit along Queen. The boundary of the modified Churchill plan can be seen here in gray. City staff has initiated an amendment to the secondary plan to bring these lands with frontages along Queen Street West back into the Churchill plan in June 2020. According to the proposed city-initiated second plan amendment, the northeast portion of the proposed development site is proposed to be redesignated as commercial mixed-use, medium-density residential. The boundary of the proposed development site as it relates to the Churchill plan can be seen here in purple. Work on this revised plan is still ongoing and has not been approved. Next slide, please. In terms of zoning, the subject lands are currently zoned Service Commercial Section 206 and Commercial 1, Special Section 2072, which permits commercial uses with one accessory dwelling unit with other prescribed zoning standards. An amendment to the zoning bylaw is required in order to permit the proposed uses. Next slide, please. To facilitate the proposed development, the applicant proposes to amend the zoning bylaw from the current Service Commercial and Commercial 1 zones to Service Commercial with a new special section that include apartment dwellings and accessory uses as permitted uses and other zoning standards. The proposed zoning also allows for commercial uses. Next slide, please. Prior to finalizing recommendation to Council, this development application will be further evaluated for compliance with the Planning Act and consistency with the Provincial Policy Statement 2020 and conformity with the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Region of Peel 1996 Official Plan, the City of Brampton 2006 OP Official Plan, and its Credit Valley Secondary Plan as amended. Next slide, please. Based on assessment by staff in the city and commenting agencies so far, some of the preliminary issues that will need to be addressed include confirming whether the proposed building and zoning permissions are both to be for 8 stories. The applicant has submitted a revised proposed zoning bylaw amendment this afternoon, which will be further reviewed by city staff. Other issues include the appropriate building height, massing, and setbacks, the impact and the appropriate relationship from the proposed development to adjacent streets and existing uses, such as single detached houses to the south and the townhouse complexes to the east. Impact of the proposed development to the natural heritage features, sensitive natural and ecological habitats such as red-sided fish, and natural and environment hazards within the subject lands and the general area, as well as the appropriate buffer, easement, and other remediation efforts, and the appropriate provision, including configuration location of pedestrian, bicycle, and vehicular site access, circulation, and parking, as well as loading and garbage collection. These issues and others that I've raised will be addressed in the future recommendation report. Next slide, please. The city's development application review and approval process is shown in the diagram here. The application was deemed complete on July 27th, 2022. After the public meeting this evening, staff will continue the review of the development application, including comments received from the public and technical commenting partners, and will advance a final recommendation report to council for decision. Issues raised will be addressed in the recommendation report. Staff will contact and follow up with the residents who have spoken, written in, or advised of an interest in monitoring this proposal. Next slide, please. The staff report associated with tonight's meeting is available online, and this presentation will also be online shortly. The final recommendation report will be posted on the city's website in advance of the future meeting. If you have any questions about this development application, please contact myself, my manager, or the applicant, Sebastian Alsamore from GSAI. The corresponding contact information is shown on the screen. Thank you, and have a great evening.
Thank you, Edwin. Now we'll go to our delegations for this application. Our first delegation is Deval Balrichna. No Deval in the chambers. If there's a Deval downstairs, then they can go to the clerk's office to be identified. Next delegate is Mukesh Patel. Mukesh? Nothing here. Same thing. If everybody's if Mukesh is in the overflow, Mukesh can go to the clerks to provide their names and their information. They'll be brought up. Our next delegate is Devinder Singh. Devinder? No Devinder. And I'm not going to go to Colin Chung because he's a consultant and there hasn't been any questions. Maybe can we get word to the clerks to find out if any of them are making their way to the office, up to the chambers?
So through you, Mr. Chair, number 2, Mukesh Patel, is, we understand, online. Do we have Mukesh online, Tammy?
I do have 2 though. Do we have to go bias? I made Mukesh a few words.
You can unmute the person that's single name is Mukesh. Mukesh, it's Peter Fay from the City Clerk's Office. You are in the virtual meeting. This is item 5.3 on tonight's agenda. Are you here to delegate on that item? Is this Mukesh Patel? Mukesh?
Mike Natalto.
I'm sorry, Mukesh? Is this Mukesh Patel? So, Mr. Chair, we don't have confirmation. So, Tammy, please go ahead and mute the person and put them back on the attendee list.
But we have 2 Mukesh online?
There's just one.
And did we have a Deval online?
We do have a Deval.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. You have up to 5 minutes to address committee on this item.
Yes, thank you, Council, for having me on here. I sent my presentation very late, so I'm not sure if you have received it. If not, do I have an opportunity to share my presentation?
We don't unfortunately have it, but if you just want to carry on.
Okay, so I represent the community that is significantly affected by this proposed development. I represent the Denfield Court community. We are a home of nearly 24 homes. All are executive, fully detached homes situated in this private court. And this proposed development would be backing right on our backyard as well as on the natural heritage system in the valley land. As the gentleman presented earlier in the slides on this development, we strongly object on the basis of that it is not only affecting obviously the low density home, but it is the basis on, or it is proposed on the basis of the BRT development, which is still in its infancy stage, and it's not even is yet to be approved and yet to be funded in another maybe 10 to 15 years time period. So we are looking at 2030 to 2035 before anything significantly happens to the Queen Street West, before we see any of the incremental intensification of this Queen Street West happen. I also want to refer to a planning committee report, the report number 2020-270, that qualifies that this particular segment of Queen Street West is not identified as an intensification corridor in this official plan. Moreover, this is rightly planned to be built on the natural heritage with waterlands and would affect the natural habitat that are being protected by the nature. And we are extremely worried. Our kids are devastated by thinking of building something on this natural site. Moreover, it will negatively impact both the physical and mental health, not only to our young kids, but to our seniors and parents. They'll be deprived from fresh air, they'll be deprived from sunlight, and the whole natural habitat will be affected by this development. Moreover, we have a report coming from the environmental impact phase 2 done by Landtech Limited, file number 20375 of September 2021, which clearly identifies that based on the soil and groundwater assessment, it does not qualify or it did not meet the applicable regulation to build a commercial or a large high density building that is proposed here. Moreover, I would like to bring to the council attention about our natural heritage and environmental management strategy. The number one goal of this committee is to review and strengthen the protection, restoration, and enhancement of our natural heritage system. And we believe that this proposed development will be counterproductive and working completely opposite of our City of Brampton natural heritage and environmental system management strategy. Lastly, to the council, we make a humble request to our council that yes, we want Brampton to grow, the city to grow, but we want you to be sympathetic and compatible with the existing low density executive homes where we have paid millions and thousands of dollars to build the family and make it as our home. Please protect our natural habitat by please not permitting such development. Rather, we need a big school with large recreational areas where we have 2 boys and 2 of our boys, they have always attended outdoor in those tents and never attended the full-time school in the building because the school size was not sufficient. We need more community areas. We need buildings where our kids can go and enjoy or engage with the community. And we need to build more libraries that would be more compatible with the growth of the Brampton that we are looking for. That's it, Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deval. Now I'd like to ask if there are anybody else that would like to delegate on this matter, 1453 Queen Street West. Please come down, sign in the book behind you. Provide your name and address. Banking information, no, I'm only kidding. And state your name for the record.
Yeah. Hello everyone again. My name is Samir Shah and I'm representing Credit Valley Residents Association. In one sentence I can say, please rewind my presentation. All the points except the bird's eye view for specific site applies to this development as well. One of the slides which I could not talk earlier, there are probably 6 or 8 in my knowledge and quick study over the weekend, 6 or 8 such development applications in progress between Mississauga Road and Chinguzi Road, right on the Queen Street. I like the title of the standard slides where it says issues/opportunities. I would suggest take all the issues raised by residents here, offline, through email communication in whatever way. I consider this as a huge opportunity for planning team as well as the city staff to look at consolidated study, data, statistics, have public consultation with one single view, a spreadsheet where it lists total of proposed population increase, automobile increase or projections, traffic, and all other aspects would be applicable on each and every application between Mississauga Road and Chinguzi. So that's the point I want to make. And I would probably, Mr. Vincenti is not here, but Rowena, I would suggest council should put forward a motion that until SPA 45 is decided, there should not be further wastage of taxpayers' monies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think I'm just going to ask you to resubmit that to the clerk's office or to Edwin, if you would like us to take your other submission on the other application for this one. Thank you. Members of council, you have before you now the application to amend the official plan zoning bylaw. Are there any questions of clarification only? Seeing none. None online. It's been moved by Councillor Keenan in the staff report, application to amend the official plan zoning bylaw, Fete Developments, Glenn Schnarr Associates, 1453 Queen Street West, Ward 4, be approved. All in favor? Carries. Our next item, 5.4, staff report, application to amend official plan and zoning bylaw, Blackthorn Development Corp., 2794465, Ontario, Inc., 11556 Bramley Road, Ward 9, to permit a 15-story apartment building containing 168 units, 168 parking spaces, indoor and outdoor amenity space. Our staff presentation is Alex Sepe, planner, planning, building, and growth management. Alex.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alex Sepe. So I'm the planner assigned to review and process the subject application. The purpose of the public meeting is for the public to provide, or for the city to seek feedback from the public, and for the public to provide their opinion on the application filed by Blackthorn Development on behalf of 2494465 Ontario Incorporated. Next slide, please. Great. So the subject application is located in Ward 9 in the city of Brampton. Oh, wrong presentation.
Just going to move forward to the next.
There you are. Yep. Great. So the subject application is located in Ward 9 in the city of Brampton, municipally known as 11556 Bramley Road. The nearest intersection would be Mayfield Road and Bramley Road. So the subject application is south of Mayfield, located on the west side of Bramley Road. Next slide, please. So this is the context of the area. If you're looking north of the subject property, so the subject property is delineated in blue on screen right now. To the north, there's a TRCA regulated area, which is designated as open space in our official plan. Further to the north, there's a mix of commercial and institutional uses, slightly northeast of the subject property. which include but not limited to, there's a Walmart Supercenter, Scotiabank, RBC, LCBO, and Bramley Christian Fellowship. To the east of the subject property, there's open space located on the east side of Bramley Road, coupled with the Bramley Radio Control Flyers in Sesquicentual Park. To the south of the existing, or to the subject property, is an existing single detached home. Further south of that is a draft plan of subdivision, which is city file C04E16003, which was approved to permit residential, institutional, and open space uses. Directly west of the property, there's also another draft plan of subdivision, which is file C04E17003, which permits the same uses as recently notified and recently mentioned, which is currently undergoing registration. Next slide, please. So these are the on-site conditions which I took during my site visit. So the first image on screen is the existing single detached home, which would be demolished to facilitate this development. You can see its current frontage on Bramley Road as well as its access. The second image in the top right corner, this is the westward view. So this would be the rear of where the proposed development would be. And this would be looking onto those two mentioned draft plan of subdivisions. The third image is looking southerly. It shows the existing single detached home. And if you look further on, you can actually see a portion of the subdivision to the south actually being constructed. Fourth image in the bottom right corner is the northwardly view. So you'll see a portion of that open space area, and also to the northeast, you'll see some of that commercial institutional development that I previously mentioned. Next slide, please. So at hand, we have an official plan and a zoning bylaw amendment, which has been submitted by Blackthorn Development. It's to facilitate a 15-story apartment building with 168 residential units, which consists of 113 one-bedroom units, 49 two-bedroom units, and 5 three-bedroom units. There's a total of 168 parking spaces, 8 of which would be surface. The remainder are going to be an underground structure. 101 bicycle parking spaces. Currently, as you can see on screen, if you're looking towards Bramley Road, there's a vehicle access proposed. There's also another potential future access located on the, well, let's call it the rear of the site, but it's actually the western portion of the site, which is proposed to connect to an existing road connected to those previous subdivisions that I mentioned. The gross floor area is 13,761 square meters, or at least that's what's proposed, which will have a floor space index of 5.02. And there's also proposed 540 square meters of indoor and outdoor amenity space. Next slide, please. So on screen is an excerpt from Schedule A of the City of Brampton official plan. The property, you can see it's designated open space with that light, it's called a light yellow, as well, or sorry, open space through the green portion, residential through the light yellow area, as per Schedule A of our official plan. The as-of-right permissions through the residential designation permit this type of use, so an amendment to the official plan would not be required to permit the proposed development. Next slide, please. So the subject property is also located in the Countryside Village's secondary plan area, which is 48B. It's sub-designated medium-density residential valley land and special policy area number 3 on the Countryside Village's secondary plan. So an amendment to the secondary plan would be required to permit the proposed development. Next slide, please. So similar to the secondary plan sub-designations, on screen is an excerpt from the Countryside Village's block plan area. It shares a similar sub-designation as to the secondary plan, where it's sub-designated medium-density residential valley land and special policy area number 3. Next slide. Great. So on screen right now is the current zoning designation. So it's zoned agricultural A as per bylaw 240/2004. Agricultural purposes as defined in section 5 is what's currently permitted on site, which includes a single detached dwelling, supportive housing residence, type 1 or 2 supportive housing residences, a cemetery, animal hospital, kennel, and a home occupation. An amendment to the zoning bylaw would be required to permit the proposed development. So with the application, a draft zoning bylaw has been submitted. So obviously subject to change as the application progresses, but a few of the performance standards are listed on screen right now. So it's proposing a new residential zone, or a new zoning bylaw rather, or new zoning bylaw designation, sorry, residential apartment B and open space. This permitted an apartment dwelling and purpose as accessory to that use. a minimum lot width of 26 meters, a minimum lot depth of 6 meters, a minimum interior side yard of 6 meters, minimum rear yard depth of 4.5 meters, maximum lot coverage of 45%, minimum landscape open space area of 38%, a max floor space index of 5.02. As well, per parking, it would be 0.85 spaces per dwelling unit and 0.15 visitor spaces per dwelling unit. Great. So prior to finalizing any recommendation to council, the application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act, the Provincial Policy Statement, Growth Plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Region Appeal Official Plan, City of Brampton Official Plan, Countryside Villages Secondary Plan, Tall Building Guideline. We'll also be looking at the following principles from the Brampton 2040 Vision. Next slide, please. So there are a few specific site-specific considerations to be looking at this point. You can see the subject property delineated in red on screen right now. So first would be ensuring that the development maintains an adequate buffer to the value land portion located on the northern part of the site. Secondly, the city would be looking to review the massing and height of the proposed structure to provide an appropriate transition with the abutting residential home to the south, as well as the subdivision developments to the west. So on screen, you'll see the first subdivision development. This is located directly west of the subject property, so you can see that shown on the bottom right with the red arrow. So this is City File C04E17003. It's a draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment to permit residential, institutional, and open space uses, which you can see on screen. The status of this is that it's currently undergoing registration through the city. Next slide, please. And this is directly located to the south of the subject site. So this is the other subdivision, which has been approved. Similar uses to permit residential, institutional, and open space uses. So the application was deemed complete on November 4th. From there, it was circulated to city departments and agencies. Notice of public meeting was provided on November 7th, and we are currently at the public meeting right now. Great. So the report and presentation materials associated with tonight's meeting can be found online on the Brampton website. If you have any questions or comments, please feel free to contact me. The applicant's information from Blackthorn Developments, Maurizio Regato, is also on stage should you wish to contact him. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. Do we have anybody that would like to delegate on this item? Peter Fay, clerk, is there anybody online that would like to delegate to this item?
There is not. There was somebody that requested delegate at the last item, but we didn't get notice in time. So my advice is, Mr. Chair, this is a late night. We will move on, and we'll ask the person on the last item, they can submit their comments by email. We have nobody who's requested to speak on this item registered, but whether or not there's people in the chambers, you may want to ask for that, Mr. Chair.
You can always submit any of your questions or concerns to the clerk's office and to the planners, and it will be captured in the report. So not seeing anyone else, we do have somebody else. Welcome. I'll get you to come up, state your name, and then after you need to write it in the book, okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Frank Orphis, and actually on behalf of my father, Paul and Lucia Orphis, who was actually on the letter for designation for submitting objection to this land, this proposal. I've submitted a letter that there's something new that I would like to read, and then I'll go back to some of the statements before. This is a letter from my father. It is premature to consider this application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw for these lands without providing a planning context for the surrounding lands, as they were noticing up above. The application is not clear in a number of respects in how it deals with the access to parking entrance to Bramley Road, the need and likeliness and the future entrance to the west. Implications to the natural features both on and off site have not been fully considered. What is clear in this application, if approved, they would have a 15-story building immediately adjacent to our single-family home, which would have profoundly negative impacts on our home and how we enjoy it. Typically, in circumstances where we significant change in housing type and density is being proposed, the municipality would require a tertiary plan type process to determine how adjacent properties would be accommodated and for what uses in a comprehensive planning process. This application leaves our property seriously impacted and isolated without any consideration to how it should develop with a context that would seek this kind of density in this location. If If it is determined that this is appropriate to consider the extraordinary density of 613 UPH and an FSI of 5.02 in this location, good sense and good planning would require that the application and municipality review of it examine how adjacent properties will be treated in a comprehensive policy context for this area, including our property and not just the site in isolation. We would like to be invited to participate in this comprehensive planning exercise, which it needs to occur, and of course, we wish to be notified in writing of any future meeting and delegations and dealings with the application. In part of that, my father has been there since 1975. He's never opposed any future planning of the area. He's seen Springdale come up. The current dwellings that are coming behind are to the south of him. He's never objected to it, with the understanding that medium density was the plan. So the idea of putting a 15-story building right beside his property is concerning for him. He's put an extensive consideration and significant investment in property to produce electricity on the ceiling, on the roof of his building. This could impact that based on the height of the building. His privacy will be a concern. And we don't believe that the parking will be assessed, would be considered, and the building is going to be pretty much on green space and valley land. So we are opposing this and request that there is for the future consideration and continue to use it as medium density. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. We do have your correspondence, and it is noted in here with going back to 1975, the changes that you've seen. So we thank you for that. As there are no other delegations, been moved by Councillor Tour, staff report, application to amend the official plan zoning bylaw, Blackthorn Development Corp. 2794465, Ontario Inc., 11556 Bramley Road, Ward 9, be received, along with the item 11.5 correspondence. All in favor? That carries. Our next item, staff report, application to amend the official plan, Smart Centers 2959 2989 Bovaird Drive East and 9960-9990 Airport Road, Ward 8, residential and noise sensitive land uses. Ilaha Safi, Planner Development Services. Welcome, Ilaha.
Is it on? Yeah, okay. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and members of the public. My name is Ilaha Safi, and I've been assigned to review and process the above noted application. The purpose of the statutory public meeting is to provide info to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by Smart Centers. Next slide, please. The subject property is located on the east side of Brampton within Ward 8. The property is located south of Bovaird Drive and west of Airport Road and is municipally known as 2959 to 2989 Bovaird Drive East and 9960 to 9990 Airport Road. Next slide, please. So on this slide, you'll see an aerial view of the subject property in blue and the surrounding land uses. The parcel is located within a larger commercial plaza which features a wide variety of retail and commercial uses. To the north and west, there is existing low-density residential. To the east, there are commercial uses, and further east, it's also low-density residential. And to the south, there are commercial and industrial uses. Next slide, please. So here are just a few pictures from the site visit that was conducted on the property. As mentioned, the subject property is located within a larger commercial plaza, and these photos were taken from the vacant and undeveloped portion of the subject property just east of the CIBC building. Next slide, please. The applicant's proposal for an official plan amendment is to facilitate additional land use permissions on site. The application is proposing to amend official plan policy 4.2.1.16 to allow residential uses and exempt lands from official plan policy 4.5.15 to permit residential and noise-sensitive land uses such as hospitals, nursing homes, daycare centers, and private schools. and there's an image of the conceptual site plan submitted as well. Next slide, please. So the official plan designates the property residential, and there's also a special study area overlay on Schedule A. So the special study area notes that an amendment is required to permit residential land uses on the site. So yeah, an amendment will be required to facilitate the proposed development. Next slide, please. The subject property is designated as District Retail in the Springdale Secondary Plan area and is also located within the Lester B. Pearson International Airport operating area. An amendment to the secondary plan is required to permit the proposed use. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the property is currently zoned Commercial 3, Section 916, and again, an amendment to the zoning bylaw is required to permit the proposed residential land uses. The applicant will be seeking these permissions through a future zoning bylaw amendment application. Next slide, please. So on this slide is a high-level overview of the draft amendments that are required to the official plan and secondary plan policies. Next slide, please. And prior to finalizing recommendations to Council, this application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act and the Provincial Policy Statement, and for conformity with the Growth Plan, the Region of Peel Official Plan, the City of Brampton Official Plan, the Flowertown and Her Ontario Secondary Plan, along with the visions of the along with the principles of the Brampton 2040 vision. Next slide, please. So in order to facilitate the proposed land uses on the property, a future landowner and/or developer will be required to submit a zoning bylaw amendment and a site plan application. Additionally, a satisfactory noise report and a satisfactory traffic impact study will be required as well. Next slide, please. So currently we are in the public meeting stage of this proposal. The next steps include that staff will continue to review the application, including reviewing comments from the public and technical comments, and staff will advance a final recommendation report to Council for a decision, and any issues raised throughout the review of the application will be addressed in the recommendation report. Staff will contact and follow up with those residents who have spoken, written in, or advised of an interest in monitoring this proposal. Next slide, please. The report associated with tonight's meeting will be available online, as well as the presentation. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact myself or the applicant, Michelle Owen from Smart Centers. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ilaha. We have correspondence 11.4 that we'll also receive. If there are any members of committee that have any questions of clarification only? Seeing none, is there anybody that wishes to delegate on this item? Is there anybody online that wishes to delegate on this item?
Mr. Chair, we've not been notified of anybody, no.
It's been moved by Deputy Mayor Singh, application to amend the official plan, Smart Centers 29592989, Bovaird Drive East, 99609990 Airport Road, Ward 8. Sorry, that's been moved by Councillor Powers, to permit residential and noise-sensitive land uses be received, along with correspondence 11.4. All in favor? Councillor Santos, you're in favor? You're in favor? That carries. Members of committee. Now we get to the good stuff. Mr. Fay, how many registered delegations do we have approximately right now?
Through you, Mr. Chair, our current number is 446.
We have 446 delegations. So that puts us to approximately 38 hours of listening to delegations. I'm now entertaining a motion moved by myself to limit the delegations from 5 minutes to 2 minutes. All in favor? That carries. I'm also requesting, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Before we do that, I'm going to ask that the delegations, when they're coming up to delegate to committee, if you feel like you're repeating the same thing that the previous delegates have already stated, I think it's better to at least move on, or at least provide your objection, or your support to the application. That being said, we will not stop people from delegating to committee, but we do ask that you provide any submissions written to the planners, to committee, to the clerk's office, and all of your submissions will be captured in the staff report when the staff report comes back to council. You will also, all of you will be notified of when that staff report is coming back to council for council to make the decision. That being said, I will have more remarks after a 15-minute break, and I ask for the clerk's office to bring up the first 100. We'll go to 9:15, we'll reconvene. So welcome, everybody, to our planning meeting. Our next item is the item that everybody's here for. I'm going to repeat some of my comments that I had said earlier. I know it was loud down there and not able to hear too well, but we've reduced delegation time from 5 minutes to 2 minutes. We also ask everyone that there's no need to repeat what the previous delegates have already said. Every delegation, your questions, your concerns, your support, or your objection will be captured in the staff report. This is a public application. Anybody can submit an application to the City of Brampton, and they're provided to go through the public process. This is the public process. This is our opportunity to hear from members of the community, either by way of delegation, or you can submit written delegations, any questions, concerns that you may have, to the clerk's office, to the planning department, and again, all of those will be captured in the staff report. Additionally, all of your questions and concerns and the staff report that comes back to council, you will be notified when that report comes to council, so that you can listen in to the debate amongst councillors and to the application itself. So we'll go ahead and start, and I ask everybody just be respectful of everybody's opportunity to delegate and try not to repeat anything that a previous delegation has already made. So we'll open it up to the very first delegate that can say anything that they want. Oh, sorry, we have a staff presentation first. I apologize. Our staff report, application to amend the official plan of zoning bylaw, Brampton and Regional Islamic Center, G-Force Urban Planners and Consultants, Ward 10. The development of a new place of worship known as Baruch Islamic Center, location 9445 Clarkway Drive. We have Angelo Ambrico here, Acting Manager, Development Services. Angelo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council, Mayor Brown, and members of the public. My name is Angelo Ambrico, and I am the Acting Manager in Development Services. I will be reviewing and processing the subject application. The purpose of the public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by G-Force Urban Planners and Consultants on behalf of the Brampton and Regional Islamic Center, also known by the acronym BARIC. Next slide, please. The subject property is located in Ward 10, and it is municipally addressed 9445 Clarkway Drive in the east part of Brampton. The nearest major intersection is Highway 50 and Bell Chase Trail. The subject property is located on the west side of Highway 50 and east of Clarkway Drive. Next slide, please. The subject property is shown on screen, outlined in the dark blue property limits. I would like to point out that the property limits does not include the entire woodlot. The portion of the woodlot fronting Bell Chase Trail is not included as part of the subject property. And the surrounding land uses are described as follows. To the north, there is an existing woodlot and low-density housing. To the south, there are commercial uses and a truck and trailer storage yard. To the east is Highway 50 and existing industrial uses within the city of Vaughan. And to the west, there is existing low-density housing. Next slide, please. On screen are some site visit photos. The first photo is a view of the property looking west. The second photo is a view of the property looking south from the cul-de-sac of Clarkway Drive. And the third photo is another view of the property, and you'll notice a public notice sign has been posted on the property in advance of tonight's public meeting. Next slide, please. So the applicant is proposing to develop a portion of the property with a place of worship and an Islamic center. This would also include an evening school, a gymnasium and fitness room, a library, and a community activity center. The plan on screen is the current concept plan that was submitted to the city by Baruch. The plan includes a 3,116 square meter two-story building, 2 vehicular access points on Clarkway Drive. There is no proposed access on Highway 50 or Bell Chase Trail. 94 parking spaces are proposed. The plan is also proposing to preserve parts of the existing woodlot, which is shown in the green area on the plan. An official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment is required to permit the proposal. Next slide, please. This is a rendering of the building provided by Baruch. Next slide, please. The subject property is designated open space in the official plan. The open space designation permits recreational and cultural facilities, conservation projects, cemeteries, and essential public works and utilities. An official plan amendment is required to facilitate the development. Next slide, please. The subject property is designated mixed commercial industrial on Schedule SP 41A of the Bram East Secondary Plan. This designation permits restaurants, retail warehousing, automotive sales and service, service and repair facilities, specialty food and grocery services, as well as prestige industrial uses. A secondary plan amendment is required to facilitate the proposal. Next slide, please. The subject property is currently zoned agricultural. This designation permits agricultural uses as well as non-agricultural uses such as a single detached dwelling and supportive housing residences. An amendment to the zoning bylaw is required to permit the proposal. Next slide, please. So prior to finalizing recommendations to council, the application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act. Oh, sorry, next slide, please. Anyways, sorry about that, guys. Just a technical difficulty with the slide, but the slide will change shortly. So prior to finalizing our recommendations to council, the application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act, the provincial policy statement, conformity with the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, as well as the Region of Peel official plan and the City of Brampton official plan. I think if you go back to... Yeah, keep going. So on screen, I know we're just having some technical difficulties with the slide, but I would just like to kind of, there's some preliminary issues that were identified as part of reviewing the proposal, and many of you have written in to myself and the city's clerk's department addressing some of your concerns. So these issues that staff did identify includes the appropriateness of the proposal and its relative impacts to the forested areas of the site and the natural heritage system. We've also identified preliminary issues as being the appropriateness of the proposed parking relative to the projected parking demand, as well as related impacts to the nearby residential neighborhood. So again, on screen is in red, you'll see the property limits of the site. It does not include the entire woodlot. The access is proposed at the cul-de-sac of Clarkway Drive, and you'll see that we call it the eastern portion of the property woodlot is being preserved as shown in the proposal at this time. But we are definitely aware of the concerns raised by members of the public in relation to the green space, as well as some of the potential traffic impacts. Next slide, please. In terms of next steps for this application, so this application was deemed complete on July 7th, 2022. The application materials submitted by the applicant were circulated to our internal departments as well as our external commenting agencies. On November 21st, 2022, public notices were sent out to residences within a 240-meter radius of the subject property. This included mail-out notices to 340 households, which fell within those mailing limits. Today, we're at the public meeting. Following this meeting, staff will continue to review the application. This includes reviewing comments received from the members of the public, as well as comments from our technical reviewers. Staff will advance a final recommendation report to council for decision. All issues raised by members of the public and the city's technical reviewers will be addressed in the final recommendation report. Next slide, please. I would just like to add that the report associated with tonight's meeting is available online. Tonight's presentation will also be made available online. And if there are any questions, please do not hesitate to contact myself directly. My contact information is provided on screen. I know we're just lagging on the screen there, but my name is Angelo Imbrico. I believe many of you have emailed me, so you do have my contact information. The applicant's contact information is also provided on screen, which I believe this presentation will be available online shortly. You could also contact the applicant. Anyways, that concludes my presentation. Thank you for listening, and yes, thank you.
Thank you, Angelo. Angelo is here and is going to be listening to the delegations. We also have our director, Alan Parsons. Alan is going to be taking down all of the any issues, concerns. He will be typing them out, and we will be displaying them on the screen. So therefore, if a delegate comes up and sees that some of the items that have already been mentioned that will be covered in the staff report when it comes back, if you would like to just say whether you're for or against the application, because all of your concerns are already captured, please feel free to do so. And with that, we will start the delegations. Mr. Fay.
The first 5 delegations are Shyamel Shah, Aniruddha Patel, Vishal Raval, Deepak Patel, and Jigish Patel. So number 1 is Shyamel Shah. Please come forward. You have up to 2 minutes.
Hello everyone, my name is Shamal Shah. As a resident of the neighborhood, Jitesh Tripathi represent my interest. His legal counsel, Ms. O'Brien, will be speaking on my behalf. She is appearing virtually, and I would ask that you can connect to the mic for her son.
Sure.
So through you, Mr. Chair. So with the indulgence of committee, we'll bring in number 81, Grace O'Brien, who's participating remotely. Grace, you are in the session. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, members of committee, council, and members of the public. Just as I am representing numerous landowners in the area, in an effort to just lay out the relevant concerns and try to avoid undue repetition, I'd ask that I receive 10 minutes to speak instead of the 2 minutes, and with the hopes that landowners who rely on my delegation don't have to repeat their concerns.
Oh, thank you, Grace. How many landowners do you represent?
3 landowners in the area, and then it's my understanding that one, Jitesh Tripathi, who I do represent, represents other landowners.
Thank you, Grace. I think we're going to stick to the 2 minutes, but Grace, you can always provide all of your comments to staff, to the planners, and to the clerk's office, and they will all be captured in the staff report to be provided at the end.
Thank you very much, and we did submit written correspondence, so you can find that on the agenda. So I'm here today to urge you to ensure that the place of worship proposed and its functional demands are appropriate in its context and represent good planning in and for the neighborhood. To help with the consideration of the application, I'm going to try to speak towards 4 main concerns that my clients have with the proposal. And as you heard from the city planner, 1 being the increased population and traffic, secondly, the size of the building envelope, thirdly, the proposed uses that are not integral to a place of worship use, and fourthly, the loss of the wooded area. So first, the increased population and traffic. No one disagrees with the fact that the proposal will bring more people to the area. And in a growing community, that's completely normal. However, where a new facility generates an increased population, it must be able to accommodate this increase. And at this point, it's unclear whether the subject site can accommodate the amount of people and cars that it proposes to hold. For example, you'll hear later tonight from Baruch that one reason it proposes to move its existing center is because the number of families using the existing center outgrew it. Yet, even in this new center, Baruch has already anticipated that there will be situations where more than the 94 provided parking spaces will be required, but there has been no indication how the center will accommodate these situations. And as it stands now, as I'm sure you'll hear, the landowners anticipate that the surrounding neighborhood will be left to bear the brunt of this parking problem. So secondly, the building envelope
Grace,
is
you're going to
too
have to wrap
large.
up. You've exhausted your 2 minutes.
Okay, so last I would just add that with this increased population, there's too small of a building envelope, and there's extra uses that the place of worship is proposing to have, thus requiring a larger building envelope. But if you have a larger building envelope, it requires more destruction of the wooded area, which is valuable to the residents of the area, and the tree canopies already being reduced by 16.5%. So just to finish on citing the city's official plan policy, places of worship shall be properly integrated into the surrounding neighborhood in a manner that will not adversely impact the adjacent land uses. We urge the committee to recommend that council refuse this proposal because, among other things, it has just not been demonstrated that the place of worship will be properly integrated into the neighborhood because, among other things, it cannot accommodate the increased population and traffic at that particular site.
Thank you,
Thanks
Grace.
for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Grace. We do have your correspondence 11.2 that has been distributed to all members of committee as well. Thank you very much. Our next delegate.
Next delegation is number 2, Aniruddha Patel. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. As the account manager mentioned, it is a low density units covered by this proposed area, but it is not true. If you can consider, it will be a highly densified area covering this proposed unit. And as he mentioned, it's a multi-use facility, encourage more visitors, and cars facility will visit the unit, and it's more concerned about the traffic, privacy, and safety of our children's, and the parking all around the year. And they are in their proposal, they have said they deem to be a regional supporting all neighboring cities like Bolton, Caledon, Vaughan, Malton. So more strangers who are not residents of the neighborhood will visit and may park in our in and around the new proposal Baruch Center when the parking is not available. So it makes residents and children uncomfortable, feeling insecure. Now, if we see the geographical location, that the nearest and the convenient and the only parking space available is on the Belches Trail. So the Belches Trail, if you consider from the Highway 50 to the Natronia, it's a 350-meter long length, single lane, two-side street, and there are 63 houses are there, and the maximum parking, street parking is available is 30 to 35 cars based on the car size. So if we are considering that number of parking available extra to 94 space they are providing and plus this 30, and if we are considering the supporters on the Baruch website, they are saying more than 2,000 supporters. If we are considering 1/3 of the members will visit their site in any of the occasion. So
thank you.
Thank you. The next is Vishal Raval, number 3.
So, Honorable Chairperson, Mayor and City members, councillors and staff, thank you for giving this opportunity. I have prepared my speech for 5 minutes time, but just looking into the today's situation, having like more than 400 people, the city has changed their plan from 5 minutes to 2 minutes. So imagine like how as a local resident and in my neighborhood, I'm going to face this situation on each and every day. So there is nothing to say like. No,
So you're cutting into the time.
So these all are important points. This is for my kids, for our future.
For sure.
Yeah? And you just cut down the 3 minutes just like that? How can you do like this? You have to listen us, sir, properly.
We have over 40 hours of delegates. That's how we're cutting down our time. And everything that you can provide, everything that you have prepared to committee, we will look at it, and everything will be captured within the staff report. Don't think that you're not being heard. You're being heard.
You already cut our time, sir. What example you are giving? Just imagine that you are not capable to listen all these 400 people on a same day. So how we are going to accommodate these many people? And they are not only from the Brampton resident. They are outside of Brampton too. They are not only from our zone 10. They are coming outside of Brampton. Sorry. Thank you very much. I will ask my other colleagues to elaborate other points. I don't want to waste more of your time. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Next is number 4, Deepak Patel.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me a chance, Honorable Mayor and the Councillor. Thanks. I'm just bringing and adding this few extra point that we feel that our life at risk because the site and facility proposed puts the life at risk in the last 2 weeks alone. There has been 2 accidents, and it was on a Belchase Trail and a Trade Valley Drive, and another one on Clarkway Drive Junction. So that itself is proven that it's a really trafficked area. And second point, what I'm bringing here is, in the neighborhood, around 1/3 of the population is young and the elder people. They do take their 40% of the day time during their day in a good day to go out and walk around, and they are not going to feel safe during that time. So between 10 years to 19 years of age, it's around 16%. Between 0 to 9 years of age, it's around 18%. And 65 and above, it's 7%. And here I'm not talking about the homemakers. This is just above 65 and below 19 years. So imagine those strays will come to every family, and that will take out our good days from our hands. So please consider our voice here and put the right decision on this matter. So we are strongly opposing this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming.
Next delegation is Jigesh Patel, who I believe is on line number 6. Jigesh, you have been unmuted. You have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for giving me these opportunities. I would like to inform you that I'm not in favor of this proposal by amending zoning by law. My reasons are increasing traffic, collusion, diversion, frustration, increase the insurance premium, carbon emission, air pollution, noise pollution, and significant travel time. So, and most of the points are already covered in prior delegations. So I would like to request, I'm not in favor of this proposal. So please consider me.
Thank you very much for your delegation.
Next is number 7, Kunal Kumar Brambhat.
Thank you all members, City Council, to give me opportunity to speak here. All the delegates covered the points, but I want to elaborate in detail. From the House Sigma, the source, I collected the information that in this area, 16% population living age between 10 to 19 years, 65 years and older people are 7%, and 0 to 9 year 18%. If you club together, it's more than almost 40%. So, and these people, this population is at home. So, this is the first point I want to generate. Again, they have 5 prayers in the daytime. So, if you can consider 100 car in and out, so probably 1,000 transactions, in and out per day. So, and the 3 schools, if I'm not wrong, there are 3 schools in this area. So their prayer time is 1:30 school time. You know that this our kids. I have concern about our kids. Is we are going there to them, pick it up, drop it up So these are the main concern regarding this issue, and I strongly oppose this proposed plan.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is Delegation 9, Amato De Rosa.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Amato De Rosa, and I live at 9354 Clarkway Drive. My home is directly in front of the proposed site, in which I am not in favor of. In Angelo's proposal, it doesn't show the 4 houses directly in front of the proposed site, which would be affected. My main concerns are heavy traffic and safety. On our street, we have little children who play in the court all year round, my daughter included. If a commercial unit goes up, it will take that away from them and become a hazard for them to play outside. It is extremely concerning that construction alone will cause a hazard for the children in the neighborhood. It is not a major street and is not intended to be one. The street is very narrow, only 12 feet wide. There is no way it can deal with hundreds of cars coming in and out daily. It takes me already 8 minutes every morning just to make a left onto Highway 50. There are no traffic lights or stop signs at the entrance of our street. That alone is very dangerous when trying to make a left hand onto Highway 50. Having more people coming in and out of the street means more chance of accidents occurring with heavier traffic. It also raises the issue that if someone on the street needs medical assistance, it would affect how quickly, let's say, an ambulance would come in and out of the street with heavy traffic flow. Privacy and greenery was a main reason why we bought this home in the first place, and now that is being taken away from us. As a voter and taxpayer in Ward 10, those are my main issues and concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is Delegation 11, VJ Ladd, who may be online. We'll just confirm. VJ, are you there?
Are you VJ? Yes. Okay, he's not online. After VJ is done, I'm going to ask for the first 1 through to 11 to please leave the chambers so we can bring in the next wave. Thank you. Thank you, VJ.
I'm a resident of Brampton, Ward 10, living across the proposed construction of barrack. And thank you for giving me a chance to provide my speech. I am not in favor of this proposed construction because it's already been mentioned in the presentation that this proposed construction is coming close to the trucking depot, and I am already having a sleep disturbances by the noise coming from the trucking depot. And by adding this facility, along with all the traffic, will increase more noise pollution that will disturb the sleep of the neighborhood and their families. And the other point, main point is on the occasion of mass gathering, festive season for barrack community members, traffic issues and car spillover can go to the exponential level, which is only going to add more and more problems. So those are the issues I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your delegation. If I could just ask VJ and everybody down to number 1, thank you very much for your jacket, VJ. Thank you very much for your delegations.
Next is number 12, Raj Kamal Bains.
Good evening and thank you for your time. My name is Raj Kamal Bains. I reside at 9356 Clarkway Drive, directly across from the proposed site. I did prepare something within the time limit of 5 minutes, but considering that we only have 2 minutes, I will just speak to you as a resident taxpayer from Brampton. Before buying this home in 2015, I did my due diligence to find out what the zoning was for the proposed site across, knowing that nothing of this type of structure would be built there. I have a special needs child who's autistic, and that was my main reason to allow peace, serenity, and quietness in this neighborhood. My concern is that this will be taken away from my child. This home that I saved my whole life for, to provide a home for my child, a safe place where he can live peacefully with his needs. How am I going to feel to be that being taken away from me? The street is only 12 feet wide. At times when a car is illegally parked on the curb, I can't even back my car out. I have to do a 3-point turn, go on my lawn to come out, and that's just one car. How am I going to deal with 100? I'm concerned, and I ask you to reconsider this application based on the people that live in this community. I understand it will support people from other neighborhoods and other municipalities, but I pay tax in Brampton. I moved to Brampton for this reason, to be a resident of this and my voice to be heard. So I ask you all as members of the city to please take our considerations into your hearts and souls and put yourself into my shoes, and how would you feel as a resident with this structure being proposed to be right in front of your house, as well as the privacy that will be taken away from me. The windows, you'll be able to see right into my house. My child deserves some privacy. My family deserves some privacy. I deserve to live in peace. I'm not against a structure going up elsewhere in the city, but on this street, if you take a walk down that street, you'll realize that it just can't accommodate this kind of traffic, this kind of foot. I'm just very concerned. I actually, as you can see, I would have read from my thing, but I'm speaking emotionally, and I ask you to take this all into consideration. Thank you very much.
And please submit. Please submit your written correspondence as well.
Next is number 13, Sharon Prasad.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sharon Prasad, and I, as well, am one of the 4 houses that live in the cul-de-sac that will be directly affected by this structure. I oppose it, and I urge you all to please hear us out. The 4 houses that live there, we all bought directly from the builder, 2014. We all moved in. We are a very close-knit community. Not only the 4 houses, but the neighborhood around us. Our families, our children, we all have young children, play in that cul-de-sac. And already, whenever there is an accident off of Highway 50 between Belchase and Cottrell, all of the traffic already comes into our little street, our tiny little street, which will not accommodate this huge structure. I'm so concerned because I have 2 little ones under the age of 5. And as it is right now, going to take them to school in the area, as our neighbor has said, it takes us 10 minutes just to turn out. Another point that has not been brought up is that right now, we do have people that come in and park on our street, loiter on our street, and pollute our street. I have personally, as well as the other people that live on our street, put in many reports to the city to have our street cleaned up. Our street gets cleaned twice a year. It's horrific how dirty our street is. So is the city prepared to have cleaning done more often? Me, I am a single mom of 2 young children. I am not happy with having hundreds of people coming in and out of our street for safety of myself and my children, and I urge you all to please hear our cry tonight to appeal this. Thank you.
Thank you for your validation.
Next is Delegation 14, Hitesh Pandey.
Hello, sir. Thanks for giving me an opportunity. So I hope you will not take this lightly. And this is a letter I received from grade 10 student. And it is about the environment. That he's saying that I'm a grade 10 student and I'm learning about our environmental studies and also how city is making tall buildings and cutting down the trees. Do you know that you are spoiling the balance of nature? Where are the birds going to live? On the terrace? I already see that geese laying eggs that get crushed in the parking lot of my school. So please don't make tall buildings and spoil the structure. So this is one of the things, and I also echo my previous friends who told about the traffic and all these things. So I am against this proposal. Okay, thanks.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is number 15, Ashwin Jadhav.
Hello, respected members and councils. My name is Ashwin Jadhav. I am a resident of Ward 10. I live in that area for around 15 years, 18 years. And this, the amendment I strongly oppose. And I also, didn't like that, this particular presentation was cut down to 2 minutes, whereas, we are the one will be living in that area and having this traffic, 1,000 cars a day in that area. And if everybody, would do their homework, I look at my councillors, Harkirat Singh and Mr. Toor, please look into the data of the number of deadly accidents happened in the intersection of Highway 50 and the Belches Trail and Highway 50 and the Cottrell Boulevard. By proposing this amendment, it's going to be a slap on the friends and families of those people who lost their loved ones. So I would strongly urge and request all the members to make sure that we look into the traffic is going to be increased and it's going to be so much risky, and I strongly oppose this action.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is number 16, Nilraj Patel.
Hi, thank you, councillors and the city staff, for giving me this opportunity to speak in front of you. Most of the points are already covered. I'm not in favor of this proposal. I'll add a few points, like if I understand right, this facility is deemed a regional facility, and this is not a Brampton facility. So outside people will come, non-resident people will come in our neighborhood and create a safety concerns for the older and children's. So this is a more, and we know that in Brampton and everywhere, crime is going up. I can see news every day, the cars are going up and like stolen and everything. So if the unknown people come in the neighborhood, we don't know, like they are living or not. We see the same face every day, and people already covered, like they cannot play around in that one, so I'll not go there. Another thing I noticed that they submitted a detailed traffic report, and traffic report is done in the 14th January 2022. It's on a winter days and snow and everything there, and done for one Friday. So if you consider that the traffic condition now, it will be assuming like a 4 or 5 times already, because that was done for one day. It should be done on a various season and everywhere. It's not the right one. Someone already said that there's a 700 visitors. There will be a noise pollution. I've seen that in a Corona period, we allowed in a mosque like a loudspeaker and everything. They can play it anytime. So I'm not against any religion or anything, but this location is a completely residential location, and we leave it in a peace. I urge the councillors and the city to consider that. Let us live in a residential area. Thank you very much. I cannot cover my all points, so I will be sending the email. And
Please do.
And thank you.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is number 17, Rakesh Mistry, who is online. Rakesh, you have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Hi, myself Rakesh Mistry. I live close by to the site which is proposed, and I am not in favor of this because I live in this area from last more than 6 years, and I notice in this area like last 2-3 years there are a lot more car theft, postal mail theft, and there is a lot more crime increase, particularly in this ward and especially in this area. So having some worship center with lot more visitor will definitely increase lot more incoming outgoing traffic as well as unknown visitors. So that will definitely like definitely a big safety concern for residents of this specific area as well as like this neighborhood. We do have close by definitely community center. Like we have pretty good community center at Gore and Bovaird, right? Which is very close by. So having that kind of facility will reduce the definitely city building and this public place where everyone can enjoy without any region, any religious or anything else, right? So that's the major concern. All other concern are already included. So thank you so much, city staff, mayor, and city council, and rest of the team for giving me a chance to speak about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation.
Next is 18, Jignesh Patel, who is virtual. Or is in person? Are you Jignesh?
Hi.
Hi.
Hello everyone. So my name is Jignesh Patel. I am currently living on the Belches Street, and I went to the 55 houses on Belches Streets, and everyone is not in the favor of this proposal because of the heavy traffic they are already suffering. And there is some statistic that in last 5 years, in that area, 1,500 accidents happen, which is too much. And because of these accidents, all those things, our property value going down. So we are not recommended to do these things here. Another point is they have like supporter in Barrick like over 2,000 people as per their website. So if 2,000 people, when they have mass gathering, there is going to be 400 or 500 cars going to come in. So how you guys going to accommodate over there 400, 500 cars? There is no way you can accommodate over there. Belches and Clarkway intersection is such a small intersection, you can't make like this kind of any buildings. So I strongly urge city councillor and mayor, please do something on this matter and favor on us. And I am not favor this development. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 19, Amith Gujula.
Thank you, City, for giving me this opportunity. I'm against the proposed changes. You can see the trend here. A lot of people are concerned with the traffic, right? So you would think the study that is done, it will be at least reasonable. I know the studies are always skewed by the person who paid for it, but I would like to bring your attention to few important critical assumptions that were made, which are fundamentally flawed. It was done on a day where there was a COVID advisory in effect, where most of the companies were suggested to sit at home and not travel unless required. And it was done on a single day between 11:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. and 2 to 4 p.m., which is typically prayer hours. But what about the other days? I randomly went with my neighbor the other day and looked at it on a Friday. It was almost double than this, just on the street, without the building there. Okay? And the second thing was, the plan always talks about prayer times. But what about all the other things that is planning to do? All the other activities planned in that? We already have 2 community centers within 3 to 5 kilometers with that area. And that community center is for Brampton residents. Looking at the proposal, this community center will be used by other neighborhoods. And that will obviously drive the traffic, right? This traffic report doesn't talk about other usage of this center. Second, the occupancy rates of the cars, which was used to calculate the parking spots. They were suggesting that average use will be 3. I've ever seen, I think Ontario averages are 2. I was doing some studies. If you just take that 3 out and put 2 back in, that's going to increase it like 1/3. Where is the parking spots for that? You know what's going to happen in reality? That's going to go on the streets. And we already heard enough times already how that is the biggest concern here. And there is no amendments to the road size, nothing. Just that parking spots will be enough. That is not an acceptable solution. And I hope, Angela, you're taking attention of this. Just don't take that study for granted. As a commoner with the basic knowledge, if I can take out these points from that report, I'm sure more technical study will come out better. Okay?
Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
Next is Delegation 20, Jagar Kambada.
Hi, good evening to everyone. Thank you for giving me opportunity. Hi, I am strongly opposing these proposals. The reason is that in Highway 50 and the Belches is already a high insurance area. Already a lot of accidents is over there. Already we are paying a lot in the insurance in the all highest in Brampton, Etobicoke, or in Mississauga. All right, now increase in this traffic, going to be more accident, more insurance going to be increased, right? And whenever there is some special occasions, weekdays, weekends, or during the evening hours, the more people going to come and the more traffic is going to be spill over all over the road on the Clarkway, which is very narrow street. It is not a major intersection. The other thing is that we have already in our community, there is a recreation center, library, school, everything is there, right? We don't need any extra things for some small community or there. We have already provided, everything is there. The government is providing everything in the region, in the ward. So we are strongly opposing these things. Instead of that, you are putting some residential or small things, so you can use that land. But I don't want to cut off any trees or any green belt, the Woodstock area. It should be remain there. I strongly oppose these proposals. Thank you very much. Please listen to us, our request. We are the local resident here only. We are not coming from the Mississauga or Etobicoke or for Cambridge or Kitchener. We are just coming from the 2-kilometer area. Not even more than the 2-kilometer area. All these guys, 500 people from the 2-kilometer area. And I can see from the other side, the people are coming from the Oshawa, Cambridge, Mississauga.
Thank you for your delegation.
That's the thing to be important. These are
Thank
the
you for
voice
your
of the
delegation.
local resident. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
I would now like to ask numbers 12 to 20 to please leave the chambers, as we would like to get more people to come up to delegate tonight. Thank you very much for your delegations.
The next delegation was identified as number 21, S. Patel. It may be a duplicate with number 27, so we'll come back to you. Next is 22, Krudaben Patel.
Welcome.
Thank you. So,
Go ahead.
So I live in Ward 10 on New Grafton Street, which is within 50 meters of where the barrier construction is being proposed for the past 12 years. And as already mentioned, there's already a lot of traffic as well as accidents and crime within the area, particularly on Highway 50 between Belchase and Cottrell. And I know myself because I've witnessed these accidents happen in front of me as well, and I've also seen the overflow traffic coming onto our streets. And to make things worse, I don't know even if you guys have driven through the area, but even east of Highway 50, there's already industrial zones that are being constructed that have not begun to impact the streets, and will impact the streets once completed. So even once we start, if this barrack gets constructed, it's also going to worsen that. And even when I first got this letter, as mentioned before by other delegates, there's talks of a library and a gymnasium, which are good things on their own, but we already have 2 community centers in the neighborhood, one within 4 kilometers, Gore Meadows, and another within 3 kilometers, Riverstone. There are no needs for other community centers in the area. And even today, as mentioned, the frustration from other delegates prior with just the amount of people who showed up and just the reduction from 5 minutes to 2 minutes, it just goes to show how much conflict has come up from this. Even like waiting in line today with my father, he was just talking to my mother about how he opposes this, and then a young gentleman came by and told him to watch himself. My father, who's a senior man. So this is just going to show how much conflict is being spurred from this. And this is not the Brampton I grew up in. I went to school here, I grew up here, I live here. I still remember playing on the streets with my little brother, neighbors, and friends. But traffic is up, accidents are up, crime is up, parking on our streets is already getting scarce, privacy has been reduced, noise pollution is up. And putting this proposal forward will only worsen things and reduce housing costs in the area, which will also increase insurance premiums. I don't necessarily oppose the construction of the building, but I oppose the location.
Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. 21 is back.
Just state your first name for the record.
Sujal Patel.
Thank you.
Okay, but there was 221s actually done by the city, me and as Patel, it was taken, so 21, so 2. Anyway, I am also directly impacted by this proposed site. Most of the points have been addressed by my other neighbors. We are not opposing any community, any religion, anything, but just put yourself in our shoe before deciding anything. In past 10 years, where my house is located, I saw Clarkway growing all the way up north to the Clarkway. Highway 50, there was no single commercial building I can see from my home-based office. It was greenery up there right now. There's so many warehouses all around Highway 50. If the accident is there, the big 53 trucks are going right past my house. Even I can pull out of my driveway. So I'm concerned about this proposed structure because all of them, all regional, from all over the region, they're going to visit. Anything wrong in the way of accidents, we're going to pay the higher claims. We will be suffering, the Brampton residents will be suffering. We're already paying higher insurance premiums and taxes in the city. There is already financial problems in the family going on. Since we received this letter after November 21st, I got it November 23rd. Till this time, we are not able to work. We've been devastated by these things because we are not used to this. We are a good multicultural Canadian living here. And if you see the way we are growing in numbers in the last 4 or 5 years, if you see here this place, how much it will grow in another 5 to 10 years, So we strongly suggest up here, and I'm opposing this, and put yourself in the shoe and think over for the Ward 9, 10, and Brampton. Everybody's going to pay for it. Thank you for your time. Please
Thank you for
consider
your
our request.
delegation.
Thank you for your time.
Can you just state your name for the record, please?
S. Patel, there were mistake for 21.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Councillor, and virtually present our mayor and all the members here. We've been talking about our insurance going to increase and our premiums going to go high and all. But I'm worried about councils and municipality healthcare budget. I'm worried about a provincial healthcare budget because with accidents, that each accident person will end up in the hospital. They'll have to go through X, Y, Z, and all kind of assessments and all the burden that we're going to face in our healthcare system. More so, I see our counselors and everyone sitting here. You all have those young children at your home, and you all have those older parents at home. We use this track for a walk. If you see this increasing traffic, would you imagine how, or first of all, would you like to go on a walk where you know that there's going to be a lot of traffic and the only thing you're going to breathe is the smoke out of the car? So I'm worried about more so overall health of the community as well. I'm not against any of my brothers and sisters, members of Baruch at all. What together we are opposing is the chosen location only. If it can be anywhere else, safer for them as well, safer for overall community, would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is online delegation, Rutvik Upadhyay. Rutvik, you have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Hey, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, giving me the opportunity. I'm living across the street where for the proposed plan. Most of the points have already been covered. My only sincere request to the delegation and the city councillors to have up to date or most recent traffic density report before making any kind of decisions. Otherwise, I'm strongly opposing this proposal. Thank you very much for giving me the time. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next, I'm going to call forward 24, 25, and 26, Bella Patel, Neil Segal, and Arun Sharma. So we'll start with Bella, followed by Neil, and then Arun.
Hi, I am on behalf of the Bella Patel. I am sharing all of my neighborhood has delegated a couple of points. I want to point it out only 2 points. As a homeowner, whenever the host is coming, followed by homeowner responsibility to take care about the whatever happened behind the guest. So I definitely say it will increase the burden on the present residents. Secondly, if someone goes during the morning office hours, pass through Belches Trail, they will see one side of the road is completely parked by the residential cars. To enter in the highway 50, it is very critical, and it leads to a number of time accidents. Third thing I would like to say, Highway 50 pass from north to south. On the one side of this road, it is completely residential area, except this proposal. So I do not understand. Other side road is completely the industrial, and this side only one example which is going to take place, but it is my request, and I think it is not adequate decision. Please reconsider and help the present residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation.
Neil?
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, councillors. Thanks for giving me a chance to speak. As a concerned resident of Ward 9 and 10, I've put together a few points over here. I strongly oppose this motion. I strongly oppose construction of this structure. The points I have is increased exponential traffic leading to hazardous conditions like collisions, diversions of traffic, number of collisions and fatalities have, as it is, increased exponentially over last few years because of increased industrialization on east side of Highway 50 and increased trucking in vehicular traffic. And during collisions on Highway 50 from Castlemore Road to Ebenezer Road, Clarkway Drive is used as the only parallel diversion road causing roadblocks, hindrance to emergency services, regular residential traffic. Another important point is increased risk to residents, seniors and children's safety on collector roads like Old/New Clarkway Drive due to exponential traffic all time and year round. Safety concerns for children walking to schools as neighborhood schools are deemed walking schools and use collector road like New Clarkway Drive for commutes. Important point, another one, proposed structure for is deemed regional, supporting all neighboring cities as per the submitted plan. Because of this, large number of strangers who are not residents of neighborhood will visit and may park in and around the new proposed Baruch Center when parking is not available. This makes residents and children uncomfortable, feeling insecure. Another point, proposed structure is very close to residential units. Residents may have privacy concerns because of this reason. Another point, parking spillover and space utilization concerns with increased cars visiting the proposed facility during peak hours, festivities, weekends, and holidays. Another point, multi-use of facility will encourage more visitors and cars to the facility, adding more to the above, and concerns on traffic, privacy, safety, and children, safety for children, residents, and parking all throughout the year. Not to mention loss of only available green patch canopy in the immediate neighborhood, which otherwise only witnesses the heavy traffic on both sides, Highway 50 on east, New Clarkway Drive on the west, on the residential units. Thank you for your delegation. Thank you so much for giving me a chance. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name is Arun Sharma and I am the local resident of that area. I am living there since 2010 and I have the maximum concerns already covered by the delegation. But one thing I just want to add, this proposal is start impacting us. That's why we are here even 10 o'clock in the negative way for the local residents. And I'm strongly oppose that proposal.
Thank you for your delegation.
There may be two 27s. The first one we have is Chitan Kumar Patel. And if both 27s can come forward. Can you just state your name for the record, please?
Chitan Kumar Patel. Yeah. Hello, good evening, everybody. I'm just telling strongly, I'm just not in a favor decision, whatever going to decision, I'm not in a favor, so please consider my request.
Thank you for your delegations.
Just please state your name for the record.
Chintan Kumar Patel. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving opportunity to neighborhood people to express opinion for zoning amendment of 9445 Clarkway Drive address. We are strongly not in favor of proposal for amending zoning bylaw due to many reasons. As already our delegates covered many points, and I don't want to repeat those again, but those are the same concerns I have. I live very close to the subjected property address, like 350 meters from the address. I'm a Brampton resident since 7 years. I use Clarkway Drive and Belches Trail daily as my commute. And in last few years, I have seen many accidents happen around this area, and adding any facilities which brings more and more cars in the daily life of this neighborhood will bring more significant traffic, risk to children and older people, and financial burden to neighborhood and loss of a green patch area. I strongly urge city councillors and city staff to look into this matter as a favor of neighborhood people, as a Brampton residents, and take their decision about the zoning bylaw amendment. Thank you.
Just state your name for the record, please.
Yeah. My name is Jigar Kumar Patel. Number is 27.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Councillor Member, giving us opportunity to represent. All previous delegate member already covered the point, and here I'm giving you practical example of my family. My father is totally wheelchair bound. He is totally paralyzed. So he become migrated in 2018. So what we do in a summertime, we put him in our wheelchair, electric wheelchair, and he goes surrounding walkway by himself. In a 2019, we have one fatal crash, one big truck passing from Highway 50, and there is a building of the CIBC and McDonald. That truck went inside the CIBC building. And that time my father was driving in a wheelchair. That time he was so fear. After that event, he never get out of the home. And he's spending his entire life inside my home. My elder sister, she has a mental disorder. So what happened when there is a big accident on a Highway 50? People use Apple Valley Way and a Clerk Way as an alternative passage. That increased the noise pollution, and my sister not able to sleep entire night. Because of this reason, finally they went back to the India. So these proposed change can increase the traffic, noise pollution situation in the neighborhood area, and that will difficult for the many senior and disabled people. So please don't allow this change.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 28, Jigar Kumar Patel.
28?
No? Oh, okay. Next, we have an online delegation from Ramesh Chandra Patel. Ramesh, you have 2 minutes. Please proceed. Please go ahead, Ramesh. Ramesh, your microphone is unmuted. Okay, Tammy, please go ahead and mute the mic. We're going to move on to the next delegation. Next is 32, Biran Kumar Ladawalya. Sorry if I mispronounced that.
Start. Hi. Thank you, Chair, City Councilor, and Regional Councilor. I'm one of the homeowner who received notice of proposed zoning amendment because I live within a 350 meter. And I live there since last 12 years. I saw the increased traffic in these past 12 years, and all the other points already covered by my other delegations. But I would like to tell you that from on behalf of my family that I'm not in favor of this proposal for amendment zoning in by law for the many reasons. And when I was thinking that I'm against it, for the curiosity, I just walked by to my street, and my other friends also walked by just to know the opinion, and most of them are not in favor of this proposal. We as a residents, if we do not want, why do we want that here? Like everybody sitting here, like living beside the proposed amendment structure. So I strongly oppose this amendment.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 33, Mayor Shah, followed by 34, Mahendra Gupta.
My name is Mayor Shah. Hi everyone, thank you for giving me the opportunity. So most of the points my peer delegates are already covered, and I'm not in favor of this proposal. I just want to add one more point. Most of the people told about the increased traffic and those ones. So the most of the data they covered during the winter time or the COVID time, where there is a least number of vehicles on the roads when the back to work from home policies are those in the effect. Plus one more thing I want to add on that one, the winter time, we have a number of times in the past complained to the councillor that our interior streets are not being cleaned by the snowplow properly because so many vehicles park on the street and for the number of the reasons. Now, considering the space allocated for the parking for the Barrick one, if you imagine that how many number of vehicles will be there into the winter time when the snowplows comes and they cannot clean, that leads to the more accidents to that area, which already been, even in the COVID time, we have lots of traffic accidents have happened. So when we have more traffic there and more accident, it leads to the people of the residents of the area has more insurance claims and everything. So I will request that everyone to please reconsider the decision and make it that one. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation.
Sir, I'm Mahendra Gupta, and number 34 here. And Mr. Chair, when I came here, I thought I will say this and that and all those things, but a lot of things are covered. I'm living in Brampton here, and on the east side of the Go Road. And I've seen that since year 2000, I'm there. And I've seen that that area has become an accident-prone area. And I'm sure the council don't have to pay the insurance, their own insurance. Our insurances keep on going. Probably you're doing on the city business, and probably some part is covered, right? But what I'm here for is good. I like that smile, but what I'm here for now, since I thought I will say all this, after waiting for 5 years, you're trying to give me 2 minutes? I mean, this is totally insult. This is totally insult to the residents of Brampton. If you knew this thing was going to happen, you should have planned better. While you are here, you are being paid for it. We are not. 400 people, more than 400 people multiplied by 5 hours. You're talking about how many hours of wages? Who's covering it? Is the taxpayers again going to pay themselves? This is a shame. I knew that in Brampton, Bramptonians are treated as a second-class citizen. And I have seen this today. For the first time when I came to speak here. And I hope these Bramptonians will care about when they come to vote in the next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is number 35, Nahel Patel. 35. Followed by 36, Pushpam Kumar Patel. And 37, Santosh Patel.
Good evening, city members. I am strongly against of the city amendment law. The reason is that traffic is concerned. That's everybody raised the concern that always more traffic and more accidents in that area, and we are putting more load over, by this proposal. I also concerned about my kids that I want them to play outside as well, not stay inside the home. If more traffics, I have to keep them inside the home, and I have to drop them to the school, not by walk, there. So, and also I think other members are also agree with my statement that they also want to do the same thing, as well as the parents as well. They walk and morning walk or evening walk they go for. They also want to feel safe, the community or neighborhood safety, right? So I'm strongly opposed. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation.
Hi, my name is Pushpam Kumar Patel. I just live 2 streets north of these proposals, and I'm strongly opposed this proposal.
Just 1 second. I'm going to ask that the chatter just be, there's some people that have lower voices, so I'm just going to ask that the chatter be non-existent. Thank you. Thank you. Please proceed.
Yeah, I just heard in the beginning, they say just a low-density homes, in about 200-something square meters to about 350 homes, in there. That just includes on the one side of the other side is just sort of commercial. That's also one side of the house, so that doesn't count the low-density home. There's so many houses in there, and probably that doesn't include the basement. And now the Brampton have the legal basement as well. That's include the traffic and everything in there, and especially talking about the traffic, on Highway 50, the accident. I was one of the victims on the 2016 that survived that accident. So I know very well how the people feel in the neighborhood when they're driving around that kind of congested street. So most of the toppings already been covered. So I'm just.
Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Santosh Patel, number is 37. I'm the nearby, very close, Clarkway and Belchas. So interlock neighborhood with the high traffic state, not good experiment to do your own residents. We seek councillor to carefully review the map in the neighborhood for the residents, those who are the south of the Belchas Trail and east of the Clarkway Drive. The nearest park from their home is the Picasso Park, and to reach this, the must cross the Clarkway Drive. If you drive in this neighborhood, you will realize what we are talking about. Picasso Park is always crowded from the May to October, that too in morning and evening, which serves as mostly community space for elderly people to gather, kids to play, and is very vital for the mental health. Now the proposed site is going to make it is a struggle for the residents to reach this park. Instead of easing the stress, why one would plan on increase the stress? Unfortunately, what is the more worrisome is the same condition appeals to even rich school, which is year-round and not just summer. I'm living by the area. Believe me or not, 2 times in a week, my little ones comes inside the home. Oh, Dad, one more accident, Clarkway and Belchas. So lots of stranger will come in the area. So do I have to keep eye on the stranger, or I have to spend the time with my kids? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 38, Haresh Nagaraj.
I'm from Belchas, which is right across the proposed area. This is our home. It's not a place where we go to work, where we can say, well, fine, I don't care about the traffic because I'm going to go home to my sweet home. I'm going to spend family time, I take my kids outside. I'm going to walk with my parents outside. No, this is our home. Where do you expect us to go? Like, this is where we come after we finish a hard day of work and to see exponential increase of traffic. The vision, I'm really surprised. We had issues with traffic starting 2010. We can go back. I'll send you the report. Even as per 2022, the Brampton takes the pride in being the contributing to more than 50% in the fatal accidents, more than combined of Mississauga and Caledon. So any actions that you are taking to negate the stress that we are always seeing is not being effective. So I'm really surprised. You cannot look at a small plant today and say, this plant, I'm going to put it in my living room. No, it's going to grow so big in 20 years, it will be out of reach to handle it. Barrick is not a closed community, with due respect, guys. It's not a closed membership like 200 people for golf club, where you regulate how many people use and what is the usage time. How are you going to restrict that to a religious place with added benefit, which is going to extend the occupancy time? So traffic spillover is going to be like, if you deny it now, mark the words. After 5 years, after 10 years, you will see it, but you have to mark it now to say that it's not an issue as per your study. We have permits given out to the basements to ease the housing crisis. There are 500K immigrants that are going to show up. There are hundreds of opportunities, job opportunities created across the Highway 50. Do you think people are not going to be attracted to stay and come here? Just if you increase the space by 1/3, you can expect the population to go up by 1/3 with the basements. So please don't just look at what you're seeing on the paper. Go into your vision, see what is happening. I thought I had to go back so the next person can come. That is how we are dealing with nowadays.
Thank you for your delegation. Thank you.
It's very unfortunate if you don't think about what's going to happen in the future, just think about what's going to happen now.
Next is delegation 39.
There's people downstairs really wanting to get up. I'm going to ask everybody that has delegated so far to please leave. Thank you very much for your delegation. And I'm going to ask for everybody, once you've delegated, please leave the chambers. We want to try and get as many people up as possible. So thank you for your patience. Thank you.
The next delegation is 39, Pritesh Punjabi, who is online. Pritesh, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yes, I strongly oppose Baruch Mosque movement. I live in the close proximity where we have 3 schools in 1 kilometer. Schools suggest us to go by walk because there is not much space for car. And my parents take my kids to school. And now we are proposing this Baruch Mosque to bring more traffic. In which city or which country we are living? It's good that I got an opportunity, but I strongly oppose this movement. It is good for park, it is perfect residential area. We don't want any nuisance in this prime area. I live in this area from 2012. Let me live in this area or I have to leave this country. Thanks for giving me opportunity. Bye.
Thank you for your delegation. And just a reminder to everybody that this is a public meeting. This is not a city-initiated application. This is anybody that can bring forward an application to the city for public delegations. With that, our next delegation.
Number 41, Pramila Thakur, who is virtual. Pramila, you have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Councillor and City staff for giving me the opportunity to speak today on this matter. As an impacted neighborhood resident, we would like to inform you that we are not in favor of this proposal for amending zoning by law. My reasons are similar to previous delegates. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation.
Next is 42, Ranjit Thakur, online. Please proceed. Go ahead, Ranjit.
Hi. Hey, thank you, councillors and city staff and mayor for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I am not in favor of this proposal for amending zoning bylaw. Most of the reasons have already been covered by other delegates. I would just like to stress, yes, this would be a real problem because we are living right in the Belches and Clarkway intersection, right there. And this will cause a lot of parking spillover, correct? It will cause a lot of accidents. It will increase, correct? So those are the real issues that we see, correct? Already this area is having an accident zone. You know, we have seen so many accidents in the past few years. You know, we have witnessed them, and with this new structure added, it would add a lot of more accidents. You know, so this is another issue. It will make every one of us to be like even seniors, children feel very unsafe to go on walks or bicycling, correct? It will be very difficult because, you know, if you have so many new cars, so many new strangers, correct? It will make them uncomfortable. And this area is like a low density residence area, you know, so this would make it like a very high density and a lot of people, correct? So this wouldn't feel like a residential area to us, you know. Then the other point I would like to make is the traffic estimates or study that was done. We don't feel it's like done correctly with correct assumptions, because even, I don't know if they have already taken into account like all the new constructions that have been happened on the, like the industrial construction that have happened on the south of Highway 50 that are even happening now, which are going to add more traffic, correct? So this barrick would also add a lot of traffic, and now after the COVID, the traffic is going to go up. So that was done previously before, like in the COVID time when people were working from home, but now the traffic will be a lot more, correct? And parking issues. These are the kind of issues. So I would like to say in final that I'm not in favor of this proposed change, correct? I would urge the city staff to reconsider this, and thank you.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is delegation 43, Shankarena, I'm sorry if I mispronounced the name, Srihara and group.
Yeah, I had the presentation submitted to the city, so if that can bring it up. First of all, I would like to, okay, do I need to wait until the presentation is up, or can I speak or introduction? I'm just going to say thanks.
Go ahead and speak, I'll start the time once the presentation.
All right. So, first of all, I would like to thank the Honorable Mayor, City Councillors, and the City staff for giving us an opportunity to speak here. So, I don't want to bring all the concerns that is already brought forward in this deck, right? So, if you could just advance the slide a minute, please. So, all of these are already talked about. So, I don't have to again allude to these, reasons. So, I would like to bring your attention to one of the vital statistics that we have. If you could just, go to the next slide. Beyond this, so heed a very careful attention to this slide. So this is a heat map of the residents of the area voting not in favor of this much, the construction of the barrick proposed place, right? So as you can see, the stats, there are 101 plus streets that the individuals have covered on bare feet and during cold weather to capture physical signatures for the petition. And this was done in a day's time over the weekend, right? So there is, despite of the cold weather, folks went out asking everybody, respecting each other's views, who are in support or who are not in support. This is a physical petition that was submitted, and you see the heat map, right? So we captured over 1,500 plus residents, opposing to this proposal, and more are coming like every single day, because we were able to only cover in one day in cold days, right? So we've already submitted the petition for your perusal, so you can take a look. If you could just advance the slide. I'll give you a visual representation of all the streets where we see the opposition of this proposal, right? You can imagine if people in one day, over 1,000 to 500 people plus can sign the signatures in cold weather, opening the door. These days, people don't even open the door for any strangers, but people open the door. You can gauge the anxiety that it has brought around the neighborhood, right? So it is not because by virtue of any specific religion or faith or anybody else, but rather the genuine concern coming out of this neighborhood about their safety of their children, residents, and seniors specifically. A lot of the schools around here are walkable, and you see children playing around on the street. We don't want another Athabasca incident over here. Everybody knows what happens, Cars on Clarkway drive pretty fast. They can come onto the driveway. They can come on to even the people who are entering the new place of worship. Even you're putting their life in danger too, not just ours.
Thank you for your delegation.
We just strongly are not in favor of this proposal. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak.
Next is 44, Tripathi Jitesh Kumar and Nayan Brahmbat as part of a group on the delegation form that was submitted, number 44.
Well, this is, before this tick start, I would like to just say something, and this is more related to the Ward 9 and 10 councillor. The important thing is that the people are here to express their, whether they're in favor or oppose, but they express their concern or their support. The way the administration needs some more training on security management and some staff management. Some staff are doing best, but the management point of view, there are people are struggling down the stairs. That is a more important issue. Second thing, people are really concerned about the proposed site, and I would like to ask you, the deadline was submission of the delegation was December 6th, and now we're asking, adding a delegation on the spot. Does the city council have an formal approval before adding a new delegation? You can stopwatch. It's time pressure, it's line pressure, lots of pressure. That does not solve my answer. I'm asking the council, does the city have a motion to add the new delegation right away? That is the process followed by the city council.
We have been told 6 December is the last day for some.
I'm asking.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'll answer that. This is a statutory public meeting under the Planning Act, as has been provided. Anybody is eligible to speak to this. And under the Planning Act, committee must hear from anybody that wishes to speak. We do ask people to pre-register because we're still in a hybrid environment with COVID and other things. So we try to get as many people as registered ahead of time as possible. But we will take anybody that wishes to speak, and that's why this evening, anybody that came forward that wished to speak, we put their name on a list and we provide it to committee so everybody has an opportunity to provide their input on this application.
Then why there is a deadline?
We have been told 6 December is the last.
And then that pressure created on us to prepare and submit. Even I spoke with the Clara Vanny, and even the lawyer was also asking them, and they're consistently pushing the pressure. I've been here for the delegates of the last meeting, even adding my name. The council has voted, if you remember, on the fire ban. And that's I have prepared. Is there any motion approval? If not, then the people, rather it's from opposing side or proposing side, they should be not considered part of the delegation.
Thank you for your delegation.
So I thank you very much. And again, because it took my time, but last, this is not any religious issue. This is a neighborhood issue.
I captured that time and added it for you. Thank you for the delegation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next delegation is number 45, Renel Patel, followed by 46, Akesh and Harvu, and then 47, Sarubal Patel.
Chair,
Hello, Councillor. Hello, City Hall people. Thank you to allow me to speak. I'm a mother of two, 9 and 7. My 7-year-old have a ADHD, also attention problem. And I don't know where is the Angelo goes. He said it's a low density area. It's not. It's a high density area, sir. My kids all summer and even today, when they come from the school, they're playing outside in the snow. Where they're gonna go to play? My house is just 30 meters away from the proposal right now. So I don't know what to do. I'm just literally blank. When I see my kids, my house is really small. They cannot play inside when it's a summer. And I cannot take them outside because if this happens, where they're gonna go? Just where they're gonna go? Because they're gonna go for bicycle, for the Belches Trail and all the around, like a Clark Way. If this happens, then too much traffic there. Where the kids gonna go with the playing? They're not gonna go inside the house all the time. They have to go outside and play. Like the anxiety and everything, if they're coming from the school, Mommy, I want to go outside play. What answer I'm gonna give it to them? Why? Why not you go outside to play? Because of I'm scared that you're gonna get an accident or what? So I'm just asking all Mr. Chair to just look at it. He's a little busy to talking to him. He's not listening to me. Anyhow, now.
It's okay. I'm trying to run an effective meeting.
My time is gone.
Your area council.
No, you're not busy.
No, I don't put up with that stuff. These are your area councilors. They're the ones that are going to be listening. This lady is talking. I'm trying to run an effective meeting. You're not allowed to talk until you're at the podium. Thank you.
Am I going to take my
I'm
time?
tacking on all of this time for your delegation. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. Can I speak? Absolutely. So, sir, I have a question. Where my kids gonna go? The two kids, one kids have ADHD, attention problem, and they're asking me, Mommy, I wanted to go play outside. What answer I have to tell them? I don't know what I have to tell them. Today, when they're coming from the school, they see snow, they run outside to play. And my house is only 30 meters away from the proposal. I don't know what to do. I'm little scared. Actually, it's not little scared. I'm too much scared what to do. This is like what to do when they're coming from the school. Mommy, I want to go. Whole summer they're outside. Whole summer. I cannot take them inside. I cannot hold them inside because it's their growing age. They have to go outside. They have to play. Where are they gonna go to play, sir? Where they wanted to go bicycling? It's the same land. Where is the another proposal road is coming? Where are they gonna go? And it's not only my kids. All the people have a kids, the small kids. Where are they gonna go? Even the people who win a favor, they are also there. One family is there. Their kids also play with my kids, volleyball. Where are they gonna go? I don't know why they don't think about it, but please think about it and please don't allow to do this. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
Next is 46, Akesh.
Yes.
Yep.
Good evening, everyone. So I had a presentation. Yes. If you could go next. Next. So most of these points are already covered. Let me tell you an incident that happens daily at my backyard. I have multiple sparrows coming to my backyard, the squirrels coming to my backyard, and they stay in that the wooded area. So if that wooded area is at risk, I have problems with they going away from my backyard. That's one of my, I have that emotional connection with them. So on the environment concerns, I would like to add that point, the animals residing there are at risk. Kids safety, everyone has spoken about it. There are 5 schools in 1.75 kilometer radius. Schools go, as in, schools do not have that bus facility. The residents, the nearby residents go take their kids by walking. There are 2 commercial plazas within 500 meters range on both the sides of this intersection. On one side, the TD and Shoppers Drug Mart, the other side on CIBC. Taking a left turn from those commercial plazas during the peak hours is a nightmare, resulting in multiple accidents. Accident zone, I have some statistics which is publicly available. This pulls the data from 2017 to 2021. We saw a dip, as we see with major commodities and businesses, that has gone down. So people were working from home. So we have seen a dip in 2019 and 2020, but the accidents are rising again. The table on the left side only considers Highway 50 and Belchase, Castle Oak. So this is the 5-kilometer area which has seen more than 500 accidents in the recent years. Sorry for not bringing in additional like the city streets data, because after paying so much of taxes, I didn't have additional money to purchase that data from the city or region by paying $28 per intersection per year. So that's one of the thing. Apart from that, increased traffic concern. Next, please. It's done?
Thank you for
perfect.
your delegation.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just a quick one. I sent also one of the email with some of the images, which if you can pull that up, that would be great. Is that possible? No?
We'll receive it with
Perfect.
your delegation.
Okay,
Thank you
because
so much.
the picture speaks louder. I had my accident
For sure.
at Belchase and Clarkway.
Yeah.
I was hit by a truck. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello everyone, I'm resident of this neighborhood and living in this step away from this location since 2010, and I'm strongly against this amendment of this proposal. All the major critical reasons are already covered from the previous delegations, and I'm the 47th, all 46 including my 47s are against this amendment. Thank you everyone.
Thank you for your delegation. So just a reminder, if you have delegated, to please leave the chambers. We're trying to get more people up here so that they can delegate as well.
Next is 48, Marcelo Tagliaferri.
Welcome.
Thank you, guys. I'll keep this short. I want to go home. I'm against it. The one thing I would like to ask you guys is, if how Angelo said 350 meters of the area was mailed the petition or whatever it was.
The public notice.
The public to vote should be the residents of the community. The members of the city of Brampton, not outside, residents. Those are the people that should be voting for this.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 49, Arpan Shah, who is online. Arpan, you have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Hi there, thank you for giving me this opportunity. First of all, I'd like to say that this is a residential area and this is a commercial building that's going to create so much traffic and strangers coming to the area. So strongly oppose of that. And another thing, I really want to know the process that how a vote is considered in this. Like I have been noticing a lot of people coming in from outside for support or oppose, but I really think the person living in the area should have say in it, and their say should be considered more compared to the people coming from outside and telling about this. And I'm really concerned because this is a commercial building. It's going to create a lot of other nuisance as well with this, and I want to make sure that this residential area stays residential area, does not change to a commercial area. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 52, Mukesh Patel. Mukesh, you can proceed. Just unmute your mic. Go ahead, Mukesh. Oh,
You're
sorry,
here?
you're here.
Okay, come on up.
Mukesh Kumar Patel.
Thank you. Hello everyone. I am resident of Brampton East at Belchase and Clark area. I am living in this area since 11 years. The area is very quiet and safe. We have only green space in this area. I see a lots of collision in Highway 50 and Belchase Street area. The building have a 95 space for parking. If they need more parking space, they will use the residence streets to park the vehicles. In this case, more traffics come to street and it's not safe for residents. We see lots of accidents in this area and my insurance going up every year. If you approve this proposal, it will make more accident and congestion for this area. For safety of kids and security, it is not favor of this proposal. I am not favor of this proposal. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 53, followed by 54, Namit Shah, and then Vijay Pandya. So Namit, and then Vijay.
Good evening, Chair and everybody. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to express my concerns towards the proposed amendment. I'd like to inform you that we are not in favor of this proposal. I want my family, my parents, and my kids to be safe and want my neighborhood to be a safe place. Within past few years, with more constructions of residential units in north and more than 100 new warehouses being constructed in this area, we had lots of traffic, lots of noise on Highway 50 and Clarkway Road. More and more traffic has been rerouted towards the Clarkway and the Balches Road due to the frequent accidents on Highway 50. I feel so safe for my kids and my old parents while coming from school and walking around. We had raised these issues to the police also. Adding barrick in this neighborhood is going to attract more volume of traffic, more strangers in this peaceful and friendly neighborhood. My family is really stressed out and scared on hearing about this proposal. I'm also a member of bike riders. We are always worried about traffic on Clarkway Road while biking. With more traffic and more movements in this peaceful neighborhood is going to impact more and more bikers and refrain us from our rights to bike. I request and beg the respectful dignitaries in help to keep my neighborhood away from all heavy and uncontrollable vehicular traffic. I again want to emphasize and appeal all the responsible city staff members and that we are not in favor of the proposals for amending zoning bylaw and strongly oppose barrick. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your delegation.
This is number 54, Vijay Pandya. This message is for our councillor, respected councillors and chair. Number of reasons are given for opposing this proposal. I am sure you both must be highly convinced and you will convince all other councillors and this gentleman to stop this thing from happening. I sincerely and from bottom of my heart consider request of residents of Ward 9 and 10. We are affected people. We will be affected. We are your voters. Please protect our interest first. Protect Brampton's interest first and Brampton's residents first. All other things are there, so I am not repeating. I am saving time for others to say, but I strongly oppose this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. Members of the public, at this time, as a single father of three, I can't continue to have a young girl sit here when, school and learning needs to take place tomorrow. So I'm going to ask for delegations 220277 to please come forward. Please
Good
proceed.
evening, everyone. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to speak. On behalf of my daughter, it's not safe in that community. I wake up, this is 17th of March in the morning, I wake up, my car is gone. Till now, I couldn't find the car. My daughter will wake up every morning and ask me, Mommy, so who took your car? How am I going to go to school? Taking the car is not a problem. But coming home all the time, you'll be thinking who is following me. I'm strongly opposed this. It's not as safe. It's not safe. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I moved from Jane and Finch to Brampton. But I check before I move. In Jane and Finch was very high insurance. When I moved to Brampton, Now, the insurance is very expensive, even than Jane and Finch. And there's more crime nowadays than Jane and Finch. But before, Jane and Finch was to have a bad name. But as at now, currently we're talking, I strongly oppose this, and Brampton is taking name than Jane and Finch. So I'm strongly opposing this. Please, look at this. When we come into that place, we don't have it. We have it when we came to Brampton, because we think it's a safe place, not Jane and Finch. But now it's going to turn around. So please, look at my daughter. That's why we came here with her.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is an online delegation, Namisha Mehta. You can proceed. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead, Namisha. Namisha Mehta, your microphone is unmuted. You can proceed. Okay, unfortunately, we are not able to hear you, so we're going to mute that microphone and move on to the next delegation. 56, Anant Mehta, followed by 58, Nishant Patel.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm here to, I'm a resident of Belchester. I'm not in favor of proposal made by city. And I'm not against any faith or religion, but this is not the right place for this location to do this. And as everyone talk about accident and everything, so one way, if you check a different way, so I'm living 10 years, I don't see any action doing by city in 10 years how to reduce accident. So as a councillor, maybe he's new, but you also I know. So as a councillor, what's you doing for us? If you can little explain. No, you can take my 1 minute.
Process.
Yeah.
This is
to stop these accidents.
Yeah, this is part of the legislative process. You have your
I
ability
know
to
this
talk.
one.
So either you take your time or we'll continue on to the next person.
Yeah,
you have your opportunity, so please go ahead.
But how contact email, you guys not answering. That's the problem, right?
Next is Nishant.
Yep. Hi, I'm Nishant Patel. I live in the exactly proximity of where the proposed construction is at the intersection of Clarkway and Belches. I do have a 4-year-old son, and like so many of the other close neighbors said, it is going to be pretty scary. One aspect that we haven't considered so far is, so by now we are all clear that, right, that 93 spaces or 90 odd spaces that are not going to be enough. There's going to be parking spillover. What happens when you are trying to hit a prayer time, say 6 o'clock, and you get to the parking lot, it's full. Where are you going to go? You're going to rush to the next street, try to rush your car, park wherever you find parking, and go for the prayers, right? You're going to run for that. What does that mean? That's going to be a rush driving in the neighborhood. That's absolutely a danger. My son, and he has my neighbor has 3 children, and a bunch of others. They are all playing there. I don't want to see all the drivers coming in a rush in evening playing time. That's a perfect playing time, 6 o'clock. They're all going to be outside. They're all going to be playing. I don't want drivers to be rushing and coming there, and because like you heard cases in Woodbridge, right? There are cars flying on a sidewalk, hitting kids. I don't want that in my neighborhood. So I'm strongly opposing this construction. As we said, it's a pretty narrow street, not meant for this kind of construction. Sure, we're happy to have this type of building, but build probably more where there's more open space there. That's it, and thank you. Thank you.
Next is an online delegation, number 59, from Devanshi Mehta. Devanshi, you have 2 minutes. You can unmute your mic. Please proceed.
Hello.
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Devanshi. I'm a resident of Belches Trail and Clarkway, one of the most impacted neighborhoods. Since a lot of the residents have covered my points, I just want to give a personal story. This past February, my husband and I were in the car and stopped at the traffic signal on Belches and Clarkway, waiting to take a right turn. At that moment, a Longo's delivery truck coming from Highway 50 onto Belches collided with a car and lost control and hit us. It has taken me months of physical therapy and weeks to recover from this mental trauma. I still get emotional recalling the incident. So there's already rampant increase in traffic, and I don't want to see more collisions like mine happening. I'm not against any faith, religion, or community. I believe everyone should have a right to a place of worship. However, this neighborhood is not the right location for any public, institutional, commercial, or industrial establishments. Therefore, I'm not in favor, and thank you very much.
Next is delegation 60 in person, Vinay Kumar Desai.
Hello, everyone. Most of the points has been covered by our resident of the Brampton, and thank you for listening till late night. It's almost 11 p.m. I'm not going to repeat everything again. Basically, I'm an athlete, and we have a team in our neighborhood of 20 players playing in the Picasso Park. We even go for running around the trail and on the road, even in the midnight. You guys gonna just take that thing we do in the midnight, basically. That's it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Your delegation.
Next is, Hitesh online is left, is 63, Manjunath Rudarappa. 63. Manjunath Rudarappa. Number 63.
Hi, this is Manjunath here. Thank you for your time and giving us all the opportunity to express our views. I echo the same sentiments as all my fellow residents have done. I would just ask or urge the city to not just see the facts that are stated now, but look at it 2 years, 3 years from now, do your predictive analysis and make an informed decision. This is just not going to be a place of worship, or it could be a place of worship and a one-time visit for the other guys. But for us, we are the residents there. We are going to see and leave this every day that we are going to be there in that residence. So please consider all that and make an informed decision. Thank you.
For your
And I'm
delegation.
strongly against this proposal.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is online delegation 64, Jignesh Patel. Jignesh, please proceed. You can unmute your mic. Jignesh, please unmute your mic to address committee. Okay, we're going to move on. The next delegation is 66, Laljibai, Laljibhai. Welcome.
Hello, everyone, committee members. I am here for oppose the proposal. I am resident of this neighborhood from the last 10 years. I moved from the Etobicoke in the 2012, and that time is a good area, and slowly the traffic is increasing because of the commercial zone on the one area, and also is going to increase the traffic it will be increase the traffic because of this community is coming for there. And I don't like to any recreational center or any this type of zoning, because we city already spent millions of dollars for the community development near the Gore area, Gore Community Library. So it's a repetition so I don't like this type of any construction, and I strongly oppose this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next delegation is 67, Gurmukh Pabla, followed by 68, Chira Singh Thakur, and 69, Samir Kumar Patel.
The timing started. Okay. So my name is Gurmukh Pabla. I'm a resident of the area. I live around 50 meters away from the proposed property. And as everybody mentioned all the things earlier, I'm just want to add few points. This road, the Clarkway Drive, is an official cycling route, and it is used by a lot of people from other cities. And when I see there are a lot of 40 cyclists, 50 cyclists, and it will be a danger for them as well. And I'm getting a letter from them, and they have spoken to me, and they are also opposing this. And as everybody mentioned, that accidents, yes, accidents, they don't look at it which community they belong to.
accident happens, it can be anyone, you, me, anyone, right? So when suffering happens, it can be anybody. And it can be traumatic to anybody. And I strongly oppose this construction there. And I urge, everybody, I do a lot of community work. And so do, my Muslim friends, my community members, Baruch members. They are also trying to do, some kind of community thing. So giving back to the community is one thing. So I will be the first person to support them if it does not come in this area for the sake of lives of my kids, my parents. And then, I would urge my counselors, regional counselor, at least to come to that property and look at for 15 minutes at least, watch there what is happening in that area. So thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is it Chiran Singh?
Hi, namaste everyone. I'm citizen of Brampton, and I'm strongly opposed this proposal. So there are multiple reasons, but most of the reasons already covered. So I have the live example what happened today with the city. If it's a big place, so we know that much people are coming for this thing. So there are a lot of people, then they have to open the other hall for the waiting in the main floor. So that might happen at that place. If they don't have enough parking, then what will happen? They will park in a street. So that's not safe for the community and neighborhood. That's it. So I'm strongly opposing this proposal.
Thank you for your
Thanks.
delegation.
Next is online delegation, Archit Patel, 71. Archit, you are in the session. There may be a technical issue. Please proceed. Your microphone is unmuted. Archit? So it looks like we're not having a connection. We're going to move on. Next is Niraj Shah, online delegation. I don't think Niraj is present.
I'm here.
Oh, you're here? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for giving
Welcome.
chance. Mr. All clerks and staff and councillors. I'm strongly opposing these proposed communities like 9245 Barrick, because all problems already covered by the other delegation. So please consider and reconsider and don't allow this type of the community further. And we respect all religions. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 73, Kapil Vadya,
And after that,
followed by 75, Ibrahim Ali, and 76, MD Zalor Rahman.
Yeah, hi, good evening, everyone. Respected sir, our respected councillors, we really love to be part of Brampton. And the reason is this kind of an event where we have been allowed to speak openly on what we as a resident of Brampton feel about the locality and community where we live. I do represent the Clarkway and Belches community. I have been living in this community for about 8 years now. I have seen many changes and development that the city has done for this community. Talking about this particular issue, many of the points have been covered. I'll talk in 3 specific areas: security, safety, and environment. And the third one being the scalability, which is the concern for this matter at this point of time. I would urge the councillor and the city to look for a much larger premise for Barrick elsewhere at an institutional area where more parking, more facilities can be given to them. So that's a point that I would like to raise. I would like to also give a couple of examples. I do represent school council at Barrelford Public School. I have been associated with the school council for the last 8 years, since the time when I moved to the community. Most of our discussions when we talk about in the council are around the kids' safeties, how we can make the environment, the community more safer for the kids. What I feel as a parent of 3 kids, where I have a 7-year-old, I have a new to school kid, I feel that this is going to affect all the three areas that I just talked about. Personally speaking, my middle daughter, she is really concerned about the environment. And although Mr. Account Manager talked about the half of the cut of the trees, half are still getting cut. So my daughter was really emotional. So I would urge to stop this so that another place can be made much larger for my brethren who are representing the Barrick Society. Thank you so much.
Please.
Hello, Mr. Councillor. My name is Ibrahim Ali. Actually, I'm supporting this project because there is multiple reasons. One is it is for my kids. So I don't want my kids goes to the street or joining the gang on the time that when we are not home or we are even cannot monitor him because they are getting younger now and older. So what we do is we bring those kids to the Baruch community program so that they are after school they are learning the stuff that make sure that whatever is bad thing is out there, they are avoiding those things. So that is one part that I want to bring grow on my kids as a decent community member who will help the community when they will grow up and help the community to grow. Second thing is it is for myself. When you can see there is lots of things is going on in this world. You are distressed. You are work and all those things is happening. Then we go to the community. We speak. We pray. We heal. So for that we need this Baruch to be established in there. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your delegation.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Chair, good evening, Council. My name is Zalur Rahman. I live near to the site, around 300 kilometer away. So that's I've been there more than 10 years now. So when I bought that house, I was so upset after when this I'm Muslim. I have no religious place exactly in that worship place, where it's within 10 to 15 kilometer radius. So I saw that other faith has their own actual worship place within maybe 10 within 10 were 10 and 9. So I'm so upset that when I saw that Baruch has a plan to move the mosque in there, then I was so happy. So and also my neighborhood, some Muslim friends also they are happy to that we have exactly placed for worships. So in the last 10 years, I never see that it's having traffic or anything like that. It's happened all in sudden something. It's happened everywhere in the country right now. So this is in my observations. Also for the 94 parking space, I think this is more than enough for this worships when we are praying 5 times. This is not even when we're gathering all together, not even we take the 94 parking spots. That's my issue as well. And also I think it will be more help to develop all the kids, the Muslim kids with our own faith. So I strongly support this. Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 77, Shah Abdul Sultan.
Welcome.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Shahidul Sultan, and I am the resident of Gore and Cottrell area. I moved in 2007 from Etobicoke. So when I came here, I don't see any prayer place, and I don't see any place to go for worship and to bring my kids to learn Islamic studies. So I wait for few many years. And finally, in 2017, we have a great hope. Baruch was formed. And Baruch is running right now in a commercial plaza. And these facilities is not enough for safety and security for seniors and children also to go all the time. So we need a bigger place in that area. We need to go for, senior need some more place to go for their comfort. And we can go for 5 times prayer and learn for Islamic thing. And our children should go for learning all the stuff. That's why I'm supporting this project, and we need a bigger place for our Muslim community. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 79, Mashal Hakimi, followed by 80, Mohammed Mukbul Hussan Bulan. 79, Mashal. Mashal's not here. We'll go to 80, Mohammed Mukbul Hussan Bulan.
My name is Mukbul Bhuya. Thank you, everybody. Give the opportunity to tell something. Actually, I support the Baruch because I am living the 15 years in the Canada. I came Canada first time I living the Brampton. I Castlemore airport area. I have one kids. That time when I am a Muslim, I have to teach my son same religion something. I couldn't find out this area. When I saw that they have one of the religion center in the Baruch, I try to grab my son and give the religion something education. And it is very important our religion. I have to give something to my son. So I support the Baruch, and Baruch have a lot of opportunity. They have to give their kids their education center, gym, and religion practice. I like this one because I am a busy person. I am an accountant. I am so busy. I have to have no time to any place to go to 5 kilometer, 30-minute drive to another religion center. I have to go to my nearby place. And I saw one of the lot of relative, my same religion people, they lost the kids. This is the main reason they have no anything religion center in the nearby place. So I will be support to Baruch. I will be say, please accept this one and save our kids, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 82, Krunal Kapadia.
Welcome, Councillor. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm completely against under this proposal. Already, all the delegation, they already speak all the things. I'm just living only 200 meters from there. And my daughter, I'm every day morning, since last 10 years I'm living there. On the Clark Way, right now the people are using the Highway 50 bypass because due to the very high traffic on the Highway 50. So most of the people in the morning time, when I dropped my kids to the school, I saw the traffic is completely ridiculous on the Clark Way. And the same thing happened in the afternoon and the evening too. So I'm completely oppose this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is an online delegation, 83, Dipal Kapadia. Dipal, please go ahead. You can unmute your mic. Dipal? Okay, we're going to move on to the next delegation, 85, Umar Iqbal, 86. Oh, Dipal? Please go ahead. Dipal Kampadia? Okay, please mute the mic. We're going to move on. The next is 85, Umar Iqbal, followed by 86, Samira Abukar.
Good evening, Councillor and the Chair. I would like to show my support for the Baruch project. I have been a resident of Ward 9 and 10 for the past 12 years. And over the years, I have seen the Muslim population grow like each year. And we do not have any proper center for the Muslim community that can support them for their development and especially the development for the kids. So the nearest mosque that we have, like a proper mosque, would be on so there's one on Great Lakes, and then there is the Makki Masjid on Torbram Road. So east of that, there is no mosque that can support the Muslim population, which, as I said, has been growing for like every year. So it's very important that we do have a place where the whole Muslim community can come together, especially the kids. Like I have 3 children, so I want for them to have a place where they can go learn about the religion, and also the support system that they will have, that will make them a better person. Because if you see like the regions where there is no religious institution, you would find a lot of the crime rate would be a lot higher. And also, just to counter some of the points opposition raised in terms of the traffic, like if you look at it, we only expect to have high traffic during like just one time in a week, which is a Friday prayer. During the regular 5 prayers, like I hardly doubt that we'll fill out the 94 spots that we have. And even for Friday prayer or the 2 Eats that we will expect to have larger amount of traffic, there are plans we could put in place. Like during the COVID days when we were down to 10 people, we had multiple prayers happening. So we could accommodate 10 people at a time. So just like that, we could have different, plan in place so that could be accommodated where there's less traffic at one particular time.
Thank you for your delegation.
Good evening, folks. I hope you're all good and happy to finally put the past 2 years behind us and look forward to hopefully wonderful new beginnings. It almost feels like a rebirth. My name is Samira Abukar. I've been working for the community of Brampton for the past 9 years as a healthcare worker. I've resided in this city since I was 14 years old. I am now 36. We are members of this community, which is rich in its diversity and its culture, both of what exemplify our great country, Canada. As a healthcare worker who heavily works with our vulnerable community, I've witnessed firsthand what this pandemic has created for many of its seniors and isolated community members. Having worked with many people of differing faith cultures, one thing I've noticed is that many who had found solace within their places of worship could not do so. I further saw increased levels of mental health concerns such as depression, anxiety, and social separation. Many of us who identify as part of a faith community often turn to these places of worship to find healing, a place to create friendships, a place to relax, to catch up with familiar faces, a place for learning and bridging communities through charity. Recently, we have heard about increased levels of violence and bullying within our schools. Many of our youth, who may not identify as part of a faith community, we are looking to create a place that encompasses as a site or resource to help out our youth, to look towards self-betterment, and as well as understanding what their needs are outside of just religion. Baruch will be a site open to the broader community, not just our Muslim congregation, but a place for anyone who wants to broaden and open their mind to a different or alternative way of life. It will allow access to crucial mental health counseling, youth and family support within this current community and congregation. As such, we stand before you today as members of Baruch congregation and as a family who lives exactly 2 minutes walk from the designated site for the building, for the Baruch Center. My husband and I are parents to 3 beautiful boys, one of which is autistic and has never truly experienced a proper place of worship. I would hope you give him and the community with special needs, mental health, and the vulnerable, our youth and seniors, the opportunity to experience a full encompassing center.
Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you so much. And I just want to say, the next time I'm here, I'm going to bring you all slippers, okay? Because I know your job is so hard. Thank you so much. Bye.
Next is 87, Ahmad Halime, followed by 88, Ditesh Patel, 89, Bashir Ahmad. So number 87.
I thank you for giving me this opportunity. I remember when I first moved to the current address, in which is less than 100 feet away from the proposed location. One of the things I looked for was a mosque. To my shock, I could only find the existing Baruch Center at a small plaza. After learning that Baruch has plans to expand, I was filled with joy and happiness. My joy and happiness quickly diminished after hearing about the rejections for the proposed place of worship. This goes against our spirit
of Brampton. We are much better than that. My family and I are in disbelief at the many baseless claims I heard tonight. The unfounded claims have prevented our congregation from being able to proceed with this project. I look to every one of my neighbors as brothers and sisters. I try to live what my faith teaches me, which is to respect everyone without prejudice and ensure their dignity. Similarly, we are looking for support from our community of all religions for this project. However, I can't help but feel those opposing this project and the basis of their argument are pretexts of masking negative sentiments. As I mentioned, currently, there's not even one mosque in Brampton East. We pray in a commercial office type space with insufficient room for our growing community. To be fair and consistent with the broader community that have many places of worship in the immediate vicinity of the proposed site, we should not be opposing the building of this place of worship. I want to conclude by saying a verse from the Holy Quran, which encompasses us as Baruch members. O mankind, indeed we have created you from male and female, and made you into nations and tribes that you may know one another. Indeed, the most noble of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous of you. Indeed, Allah is knowing and acquainted. God Almighty speaks the truth. I strongly support the Baruch Center project. Thank you very much.
Next is 88, Diptesh Patel. With Diptesh, we know you have a presentation. We're just going to pull it up here in a moment.
So, first of all, thank you very much, everyone. I heard from the Baruch members that they want more space. It concludes everything. They want more space means there is a 94 parking. They want more space. How can you accommodate more space? First, my point is there. The second point is there, we are all Bramptonian. We are your taxpayer. Please make attention that what we are suffering from. I would like, sir, I would like to invite you at my home. Stay at my home for 1 month and you realize all the expense I will cover. The entire family, you can come and stay at my home. And feel the pain. There are 1,500 members nearby this 300 meters area, the 1,500 houses. All are suffering from last 3 weeks once we receive the notice. This is not the place that accommodate more parking. Parking is the most prominent issue. But if you can see fact and figure, 10,000 accident has been happened from 2010 to 2022. Did you guys notice that? We are also, why the insurance is increased? All my friends told, right? If you can see in my facts and figure, I already put in the presentation. So where can we go? This is the best place we are living for a long time. Our kids are playing outside. These are all the points I was thought like we have been covered. We have been told 6th December is the last day. Today I saw that I have to stand in a queue. My number was 88. So I have to stand in a queue for my number. Why? And the security guard told me, go out, go out. This is not the way that they are convincing us. This is not fair with us.
Thank you. All right, next. Next is 89, Bashir Ahmad, followed by 90, Kashif Majid, and then 91, Atif Majid.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bashir Ahmed. I'm just coming for here is support Baruch. I have 4 kids, 4 beautiful daughters. We need to mosques and community. Baruch is not for Muslim, it's for all his brothers. Baruch is not coming for us. There is a playground, there is a community center. Everybody is welcome for Baruch. Now we are a small place, it's too crowded. We have to waiting for outside for pray, living with my kids. So now we have to waiting for another one to another one for waiting for pray because we don't have no room. Please, we need a room. And when it's going to be Baruch build up, it's not for us. All community come, welcome to Baruch. And Brampton is a beautiful city. Everybody try to make it down to Brampton is crime, Brampton is crime. No, Brampton is a beautiful city. And we pay tax, also we pay insurance, not for me. All my brothers also paying insurance. So we are welcome to everybody. We don't say that only us for welcome. No, for myself, my brothers, everybody, brother and sister. So that's why I said, Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Next is 90, Kashif Majid.
Wow, good evening, everyone. Wow, what an evening. I did not expect that. I'm sorry. It's something new for me. I had the whole speech written down, but I was just going to be as much brief as I could. Here in the current facility we have here, there's a very growing demand for the kids and especially for the summer camps. Again, there are no proper programs for the youth. We have this facility which is actually acting as a religious place, same time for the kids' classes, and it's happening at the same time. And there is apparently no more room for the grow. As being a father of school-going kids, and I believe all of them, they're young, growing like anything, these kids, they feel connected when they come to any place like this. They want to be, more connected to the community. So I do see a lot of need, or just only reason that there should be a proper center when it comes to the kids. Also, I've seen all those emotions going on, and I do respect all those, views and everything. But I've seen a lot of religious places just within 10-kilometer radius, if I'm not wrong, Mr. Harkrit. So I don't see all places are very welcoming. I mean, I've been to different places, even Gurdwara. I've seen people connecting, mingling, even having supper together. So it's actually bring the community together rather than actually falling them apart. So this is the only reason I fully support this, project, and hope city will come positive on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is 91, Atif Majid.
Evening, everyone. Yes, we need masjid for many, many reasons, but the most important for my point of view is for the young kids. It's the place where you teach your kids to stay away from the evil and do the good deeds. I think that's the best safety plan you can teach your kids. So I believe any religious place, not just the masjid, any religious place is the most safest place for the kids to be alongside within that boundary. The second part, I would say is, I'm sorry, I just wrote down the whole speech, but I'm just going to skip it. There is no masjid within some kilometers, so I myself have to travel a few kilometers to go to that masjid. So the problem of the traffic, which is being said here, I think it's going to reduce my traffic time on the road, so it's going to reduce a lot of time for the other people on the road as well. So having a masjid close by is actually going to reduce the traffic on the roads, on the Brampton area, especially on the Highway 50 area. We don't have to travel Highway 50 south to go to the Etobicoke for the masjid and say our prayers. And there's always a less crime within the vicinity of the religious area, within the religious building. So I think that's going to be another big point for the masjid as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next. Delegate 99 has turned in their delegation, so they're not delegating. So at 100, Jasmine Habib, followed by 102, Ashraf Kadaru. 100. Jasmine.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rahmatullah Habib. I am part of Baruch Management. I have a PowerPoint presentation with the applicant, which is our planner, Manny. Can I have the presentation on the display?
So the presentation through you, Mr. Chair, that was
The
provided by
presentation is a
Manny?
combined presentation with the planner, GeForce.
GeForce? Yeah, just a moment, we'll bring it up.
And if it is okay, Manny is here, planner is here. His presentation is first. He can come and I'll follow.
Where is Manny, the planner, on file? Okay.
Thank you.
So just a reminder that you have 2 minutes?
Yeah, 2
for your
minutes, please keep
presentation.
it.
Once you start.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Manny Chauhan. I'm the principal planner with GeForce Urban Planners, and I have Baruch as my client. And we are working strongly with the city from the last 4 years, trying to sort all the issues and concerns before moving forward with the pre-application and now with the application. Next slide, please. Could you go to the third slide? Next slide. Yeah, here. So the background is that we pre-consulting with the city. Even before we made the pre-consult, we spent 2 years consulting with the city. We did an environmental impact study much before a pre-consult so that that could be passed through by the city itself. And we've also tried to achieve a bronze level of development, which is a good thing for the neighborhood. And the development allows for a higher quality forestry area to remain. So we're leaving that untouched, and we've only got about 40% where we're going to do our development. Next slide, please. So we've listened to the concerns of residents, and these are the concerns, most of them. We feel that we will work diligently with the city to overcome all of this and to the satisfaction of the residents. We also are going to work diligently with staff and the city to ensure that we achieve a good level of development. I'm not going to take too much time because the other one is important. Thank you.
Sure, that's the next one, which is...
I'll continue with this presentation. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next one, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. So this is something about Baruch. So Baruch is a non-profit and charitable organization, and yeah, this is just the location of the existing center. It's at 4525 Ebenezer Road, and the center has two small hall for the worship area, one for men and one for women. Next slide, please. So Baruch provides religious and community service, not only the mosque, but basically it provides a lot of community services for large population living in East Brampton and surrounding area since April 2013. And it plays an important role by providing humanitarian aids to various charitable and relief organizations, hospitals, foundations, and others. This year, we helped Fiona victims in Canada and flood victims in Pakistan. Baruch also actively participates in the environmental and other community activities, including tree planting. We participated in community tree planting initiatives. And we offered, of course, the daily and Friday prayers, religious classes, gatherings, Ramadan and Eid programs, and summer and other recreational programs. Next slide, please.
Habib, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up because it was supposed to be 2 minutes and you're well over because I know the planner had some comments. So please wrap up.
So I'll make it short. So basically, why we need this new center? So there is no mosque in the large area of East Brampton and neighboring areas, and the regular presence of the families in the existing center has increased rapidly. And that is why it is very important to have a larger place. The existing center is very small, and it is located in a commercial plaza, having no facilities of separate rooms, areas for running programs and services. So if we have the new center, we will have all the facilities, including prayer hall, gymnasium, exercise rooms, and other facilities. And we'll have a specific focus on the programs for adolescent and the youth to develop a well-motivated life towards humanity and the good causes. The center will play a key role to bring peace and harmony in region and contribute to build a safer community.
Yeah, please.
So we have received like 1,922 members.
Yeah, I gotta cut you off. Okay, Jack. Okay, Habib, we're moving on. Okay. Yeah, okay. We're moving on. Next.
Thank you, Ramtula. The next delegation is 100, Jasmine Habib.
Next.
Jasmine Habib?
No.
No. Next delegation is Jasmine Habib, 100.
100? Sorry.
100, yeah.
Good evening and Assalamu alaikum to everyone here. My name is Jasmine Habib. I am an avid supporter of building the new Baruch Mosque. There are many reasons as to why our community needs this mosque. But today, I want to share with you why I, as a family support practitioner and early childhood educator, believe a proper mosque is necessary for this community. So I am here on behalf of young children and their parents. As we all know, it takes a village to raise a child. And over the past 10 years, I have been seeing Baruch plays this role for this community, for families, as a part of the village. For your information, I had the opportunity to see the plan, the Baruch good plan, and over I have seen the gym for the young children. I have seen the program for the seniors. It's there. So it's not only a worship place, it's a community center where children can come and play, and senior can have a wonderful time together. Just for the children point of view, I would like to say from a young age, the children that have been part of the Baruch community have consistently developed their life skill through play and interaction. Now I want to talk a few words about the parents' point of view. In my years at Baruch, I have seen new moms come together and discuss how they are coping their changes they are facing and share with others they have found to be beneficial for them. I have seen immigrant families share knowledge about the new country they are now calling as a home. So Baruch's ultimate goal is to bring harmony in the community. So why not we do it for our next generation? Thank you very much.
Next is Delegation 102, Ashraf Kadaru, followed by 105, Nuzat Asgar, and 106, Ahmad Kwazi.
Yeah, hello everyone, good evening. For a moment here, I thought this was a motion for a nuclear power plant. It's not. This is a place of worship. I've seen so many misinformation, many misconceptions about what we are building here, about traffic, high insurance. This is already existing. Traffic is already existing. Condominiums is already coming up here. It's not Baruch who's going to create that. It's already here. It's at our doorstep. What we're talking about right now is, I see a lot of racial undertone in this meeting today. But our objective is to tell you, look, where we are right now, it's not conducive for the kids. They go into a plaza where the parking is limited. They have to navigate through cars to get inside, right? And I think this plaza should be used for other purposes. They are medical outlets. They are shopping. They are grocery shopping. People should go there
and be able to go without having a disruption in terms of other people being dropped off to go to Baruch. So this would be a win-win situation for both the retailers in the plaza and us as Baruch. We talk about, we are doing it in the unit, in the plaza, which is not even a standalone structure for us to feel the closeness with, in our faith, right? The noise, the music, even the foul smell coming from the nearby retailers. We're not complaining about their business. This is what they do. We're okay with that. But this is what we are going through. And the music, we are praying sometimes and the music is loud. We have no choice. We have to go. We are being patient. So at least give us a chance to move in standalone structure for us to be able to be in a quiet place, to be able to pray and make this also a place where a lot of our youth could see the connection. Because right now when you tell them, let's go to Baruch, it's in the plaza, there is this reluctance to go there because for them this doesn't associate with a masjid. So, is it up? It's not up. You stopped me before my 5 seconds, right?
I'll determine when the time is up. Thank you very much. You don't need to comment. I've been very fair to everybody. Sir, you have 10 more seconds. Please come back to the podium.
I strongly support this project, and people talk about 1,000 cars a day to come there. Unbelievable. Where does these numbers come from? Please, this doesn't exist. And about 5 times a day we come and we're going to block everybody. Come on, we are responsible people. We know what the situation of traffic is. I live on the Go Road, and I know with the temple and the Gurdwara, but we live with it because it's our neighbors.
Thank you for your
take up with
delegation. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Nuzhat Asghar. I am here to support the Baruch community, and I really want the mosque here because the people say so many problems here, and I'm living in Brampton for 17 years. And I know that as the city is growing, the problem is growing with the city. It's not about the Baruch. And being a mom of 3 kids, I have 3 sons. And every day I think about the place where I took them after school for some good things and do rather than play all the time on the computer and spend their time, waste their time. So thank you, and I really support the Baruch.
Thank you for your delegation.
106, Ahmad Quasi.
Sorry, can you give us 1 second? We need a little procedural. Members of committee, we cannot continue past 11:55 without a motion. Been moved by Councillor Singh to take this meeting beyond 11:55. All in favor? That carries. Please proceed.
Honorable Chair and the councillors and all the attendees, good evening and peace be upon you. My previous speakers have already outlined about the proposed Baruch Islamic Center and planned services to be provided by the center to the Muslim community in the area and to the broader community regardless of religion and races. I'm going to highlight the benefits of having a library and research facility in this center and how it can benefit the community. Having an Islamic library and research center in a community can provide a number of benefits. It will serve as a hub for the study of Islamic knowledge, making it more accessible to members of the community. This will help to deepen their understanding of Islamic principles and practices, and will also foster a greater sense of connection and solidarity with the community. In addition, an Islamic library and research center will provide a space for members of the community to come together to learn and discuss important issues related to their faith. This will help to promote dialogue and understanding of, and can also provide an opportunity for community members to engage with one another in a meaningful way. Furthermore, having Islamic library and research center in the community will help to preserve the cultural heritage of Islam by collecting and maintaining a wide range of books, manuscripts, and other materials related to Islamic history and tradition. The library can serve as an important resource for the community. Now I will emphasize that what would be disadvantage of not having the Islamic center in this community. There are a number of disadvantages not having this center in this community. It will be difficult for the members of the community to access resources and support for their religious practices. This will lead to lack of understanding and knowledge about Islam, and can also make it more challenging for the community members to connect with another and develop a sense of solidarity. In addition, not having mosque and Islamic center in this area, Brampton will make in this area of Brampton, will make it difficult for members of the community to congregate for religious practices and engage with important issues related to the faith.
Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you. And so I strongly support this Baruch Center to be established in this facility.
Thank
in
you
this
for your
project.
delegation.
Thank you.
Next is 108, Anwara Begum, and then 109, Nazrul Wahid.
So I just ask from anybody 106 down to please leave the chambers. If you have delegated, can you please leave? We have more people that need to come up here. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thanks for giving me chance to speak today. Honorable Chair and councillors, respected city executives, and present ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you. My name is Nasrul Wahid. I am a senior person. I live in Brampton for last 23 years. Brampton was a very small city when I came here. It was very clean, calm, quiet. The life was very easy. It was an ideal place to live in. But something we missed here greatly. We could not find any place within our community to perform our religious services. We could not find a place for senior Muslims to spend their retired time. Now, we got Baruch in our community. Baruch is helping us greatly to perform our religious duties smoothly and peacefully. Religion is an integral part of our life. Baruch's contribution to our senior Muslims community is immense. Dear honorable chairs and councillors, Baruch is seeking to establish its center at Clarkway Boulevard, Brampton. This will fulfill our long-awaited place of worship in our community. The center will also provide us many services, including services for religious education for the adults, services for the seniors with separate area for elderly people, and other much needed support for our Muslim senior community.
Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you very much.
Next is a virtual delegation, next is 111, Parveen Akhtar, followed by 114, Ahmad Shahid Ahmad. 111, Parveen Akhtar. Welcome.
Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. Honorable Mayor, Councillor, respected City Councillor, present ladies and gentlemen. My name is Parveen Akhtar. I live in Brampton. I have nothing new to add today. I support this Baruch Center. Please approve the project. Thanks.
Thank you for your delegation. Sorry, ma'am, what was your number?
Anwara Begum. Yes, please come forward.
Good evening, everybody in this room. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Anwara Begum. Actually, I am here tonight. I strongly support the Baruch project. I really support Baruch project, bottom of my heart. We want Baruch there. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 114, Ahmad Shahid Ahmad. Okay, we'll move on. The next is a online delegation from Nusrat Qazi. Nusrat, you are in the session. You can proceed.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I was waiting for my turn for a very long time. I know you guys are working very hard. I wish I was there, but I wasn't. Inshallah, I just hope this Baruch project comes in because my kids are very much looking forward to this project. I've been living here in Brampton for the past 26 years. I'm 42 and I moved here when I was 16. So as you can see, I know how Brampton has grown, but ever since we've been here, we are always thinking we're lacking something. We see the other community having, their children going to their spiritual places and getting the teachings and everything. But I felt like we don't have that place there. And this Baruch project is coming up with this wonderful project. I hope, even though we didn't get it, maybe my future children, I'm an early childhood educator. I see a lot of children. I hope this future, the children grows up in a community. And I know my religion is all about peace. And I think this will bring peace to the community, to all the cultures, actually, to all the beautiful brothers and sisters that we're living in Brampton. Thank you very much for your time and listening to me.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 117, Nazia Quasi online. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Chair. Thank you for letting me speak. I strongly support the Baruch Masjid project. This is a place of worship, and it's not just a place for worship. It's a place for all of our community to work together, to gather, to learn from each other, to gain knowledge from each other. Sometimes just by talking to each other, you get mental peace. And this is a community where we all gather. And I've been living in Brampton for over 20 years. I was a child. I moved to Brampton when I was 12, and now I'm 36 years old. So I've been in Brampton all my life. And I have a child myself now. So I would obviously like to teach him our upbringing for culture and religion as well. As well as in the same area, there are 3 gurdwaras within 5 miles apart. There's a church, but there is no masjid. When we used to go to, our parents always taught us faith and religious, and they used to involve us when we used, going to masjid, going into, but all the masjids were always far, like there were nothing close by. So this is something I believe is lacking and would obviously help us. And also I understood that a lot of the times this came up, that the problem was there was a lot of traffic, that's why there were accidents, but that is not true. It's not because of traffic. Highway 50 is a 70 zone and people are speeding all the time. And the last few accidents, statistically, they've been because of people have been running red light. So it's not because of traffic. So another building would not cause the reason for traffic or accident. That is all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 118, Rema Ahmad and Jawad Malik.
Welcome.
Hi.
Thank you.
My name is Raima, and I just want to point something out. We've heard so many things from so many people here, and one thing that has really stuck out to me is that I just want to remind everybody, Brampton does not belong to one religion. We are a country of many religions, and people coming here and saying, we are your taxpayers. We are all taxpayers. We all belong to this country. Canada is ours, and the freedom to practice a religion is a fundamental value of Canada. We have never shied away from this practice because of such things like hesitancy or traffic or car insurances. I feel like this is deeply rooted somewhere. There's an agenda going on. I've seen, with my eyes here, I've seen WhatsApp groups against this, telling all of these people here what to say, what point to focus on, what is their weaker point. We are here speaking from our heart. We're representing our religion. We want a place to practice our religion. We're not asking anything unreasonable, in my opinion. I understand there's issues such as accident and stuff, but those are not dependent on our religious facility being built there. Sorry. The other thing I wanted to say is that what I want to say is, like, it's just given me this feeling that are you trying to say that us building a mosque there or building an institution there is somehow negatively affecting your security? Are you saying we are a threat to you? We Canadians are not a threat to you. This is Canada. This is our Canada. We live here. We've lived here for generations.
I would say consciously or unconsciously, I felt that, like, we've been deemed as a security threat and thieves. So I didn't I wasn't expecting this from our fellow Bramptonians and our brothers and sisters sitting in this hall. I would just say
Yeah,
that.
we strongly
Thank
support
you.
the building of BARC.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
presentation.
Good night.
Next is Delegation 123, Jamshed Liftikar, 123.
Hey guys, good evening. Thank you for having me. Appreciate your guys being really late here. I know this is very off topic and randomly it happened, but really appreciate you guys being here. My sister right here could not have put it any better. Honestly, the points that she made are 100% valid. Us here in Canada and in Ontario, we're a diverse society. We're built on diversity. You know, you have different colored people that are in Brampton, Mississauga, Toronto, which is what makes it so amazing. We have the best food, best diversity in the world. When certain people or group are stripped away from something that they believe in, they want to practice, they want to worship, it's an absolute, it's extremely wrong, right? And this is something that we feel as everyone can support, all the Muslims that are here, or even the non-Muslims that are here to support the mosque, can really feel the racial undertone that we felt from the other group of people, right? And a mosque is an integral need to the well-being of the community, right? For the mental health. If you really think about the need of all the children and even myself, right? I've been in Brampton for the last 10 years or so. I was married here. My children are starting to grow up here. My children don't have a place to go for their classes on a daily basis, or even every other day or whatnot. They have to do it online because there's nothing that's nearby. And when we're forced to go across the city. Isn't that creating traffic? Isn't that creating insurance issues? I don't see anybody mentioning that. And there are multiple other worship areas that are in the heart of residential properties, like the Saba Mandir, or there's another Mandir that's right on Gore Street, in the heart of residential areas. I don't see an issue being raised about that. What happens with traffic during them, right? And we're actually and when it comes to traffic, the 427 actually helped reduce the traffic overall. So when it comes to pointing the finger at the exact same issues, what are our kids going to do? What's going to happen with traffic insurance? That's a broader concern beyond what our mosque is doing. Our mosque is providing a place for worship, for us to express ourselves from a religious standpoint, cultural standpoint. And those are some of the key things that I want to raise. I know I'm out of time, and I hope that really resonated. Thank you so much. And I support.
So just to members of the public, typically we don't really allow clapping. That being said, if you want to applaud after the delegation, by all means. If you do it while the delegation's going, we're not going to be able to hear them, and it cuts into the delegation's time. I know you're supportive of whatever the delegation is saying, but if you can just hold your applaud to the end, very quickly, briefly. I know you want to be loud. I'm good with that. Just after the delegation's complete. Thank you.
Next is Delegation 125, Hosan Khan, who is participating virtually. Hosan, you can unmute your mic. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you for listening to both sides. I think some of us has made very good points that within the area we do have a beautiful worshiping place within the community. And this would be just another worship place, and it happens to be the first one for Muslim people. And as few of us mentioned, this does bring peace among the community. So the community will benefit it from having the mosque in the area. And I think as many also mentioned, that this community, this center will serve the whole community, not just Muslims. So everybody is welcome. Just like Gurudwara, I've been there to have food with my friends. I have celebrated Diwali. I have celebrated other occasions with them. So it's all about inclusion. So I do strongly support that. I hope that they see value in having such center within the community. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 127, Faisal Haq. And then followed by 132, Muhammad Ashkar, and 133, Kudus Haider.
Mr. Chair, councillors, all the city staffs, good evening. I know all of you are exhausted, working so hard for this so late. My name is Faisal Haq. I'm living in this city more than 30 years. I'm a realtor. I have seen this corridor of Brampton, which is called East Brampton, is growing. And all the Muslim communities, especially from Pakistan, from Bangladesh, from Afghanistan, from Somalia, from Middle East, all over the world, they're coming here. And they can find a place to go for their religious need, for their spiritual need, for their, to help themselves as the community, to talk to somebody, get together, and all those facilities. And finally, we came up with this Baruch project about 7-8 years ago. All those people worked tirelessly, raised a little bit money to buy a land and build this facility. It's a smaller facility we are living. A lot of speakers already explained how much problem and stuff. I'm not going to go through all those things. I listen from our brothers, they're complaining mostly about the traffic. The traffic, my sister was saying, the traffic is a common problem all over the city, all over the country, not for Baruch. Baruch is going to eliminate some traffic gridlock, in my opinion. And we don't have to drive far away. We don't have to take our kids evening and morning 3 times, 4 times. We don't have to drive. Some of us, we can even walk in the project. So it's going to eliminate our traffic gridlock, in my opinion. They're talking about the security. Come on, brothers. We are living in Canada. It's a multicultural city, and all law-abiding citizens. We love to live together. This is with peace and harmony. We don't want to hurt anybody, and we are not allowed to hurt anybody.
Thank you for your
Why
delegation.
all the problems? So I
Thank you for your
urge
delegation.
you, all of you, to support this project, and I assure you there will be no problem, no issue.
Please, welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Many thanks for, my name is Mohammed Askar. I salute you for long hours. First of all, thank you, appreciate. First of all, most of the person here, 100%, they're talking about the traffic and the accidents. I'm in this now, Brampton, 18 years. I moved from Newmarket. 80% traffic goes to Highway 427. There's no heavy traffic on Highway 50. There's no Highway 50 anymore. Believe me not, if you go there, stay there, no more highway. Young, big containers, big trucks, nothing. They move from the major MAC to go south and north, that's it. And the people are talking about the accident, environment. Believe me not, I'm going all the time from Highway 50 to go to my store. Before it takes time, after the construction of Highway 427, 80% reduce the traffic. No, nothing there. My son, he goes every day to 50 kilometers, go to Scarborough to learn Quran, he's religious, every day, 3-hour drive, 1 hour up and down. If Baruch is there, he can save his time, he spend more money, more time to his studies. He's the future of Canada. Thank you. I support Baruch.
Thank you for your delegation. Next, can you state your name?
Yeah, my turn.
133, Kudus
Yeah.
Hader.
Yeah.
Halder, sorry.
Yeah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kudus Halder, and I have been living in Brampton East since 2008. In my time in Brampton, I have made many connections and lifelong friendships, many of them made through Baruch. We have built a community, and we are committed to growing, serving, and supporting others through our involvement. Thank you, Honorable Chair and organizer, for giving me the opportunity to speak today and share some key ideas regarding Baruch. It truly is an honor to be here with you tonight. Baruch is an initiative whose primary goal is to provide a place for members of our community to learn,
grow and connect through our shared religious beliefs. An integral part of this include offering programs and activities throughout the year, many of which involve preparing and handling food. Every year during the holy month of Ramadan, for 30 days, we provide food for the opening of the fast and full dinner to our community. We order enough food to feed over 300 people each day and receive an overwhelming positive response from the community. In addition to the gratitude, given the current times and food costs, we also distribute donated meat to the needy.
Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Tour. Oh, I acknowledged him.
Sorry. Got it? Through you, Chair. I know we're hearing a lot of passionate delegations. Residents been here for a long time, but I think so has staff been here for a long time. As your councillor for Wards 9 and 10, we would love to sit here longer and make sure that we hear each and every delegation. But if I can please ask, we get a 10-minute break, especially for staff. If we can just recess for 10 minutes, everyone that's in here can remain here. You guys can get up, stretch your legs, and we can get a small break and we'll be back.
No, it's a great idea. Staff been going for 5 hours straight now. So if anybody needs to use the washroom, it's where you came off the elevators to the left. So if anybody would like to do that, and we'll break for 10 minutes. We'll be back at 12:25. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We're back, and we'll get rolling. I just want to remind everybody that. Excuse me. I just want to remind everybody that if you don't want to stay and you want to watch, you can still, on your phone, smartphone, you can bring up the live stream and you can watch in real time. So if that helps, and you can always, again, you can always submit your delegation to the clerk's office, to the planning department, and any of your concerns, your pros, cons, will be captured in the staff report when it comes back to council. Alan?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to identify that during the break, there were some questions that were posed to me, just curious.
Sorry, Alan. Yeah. Gentlemen, no more talking, please. Go ahead, Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So during the break, there were some questions that were posed to me as staff from individuals that were curious just about process items, and those individuals were wanting to understand if they had to stay to be able to put their information forward for staff to consider. So I have informed and would like to really share with the larger group, if anybody else does have those similar questions, that if it is that they really are feeling that it's only important to them to provide the points to staff for our consideration, that they can do that by way of emails, by way of any sort of correspondence through to staff. Staff will consider all of those items. We will review them, contain answers and any clarification needed within a future recommendation report. But those statements do not have to come by way of verbal presentation through to the committee here tonight, but can be provided in any written form to staff for our complete consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Alan. Okay. Let's go.
The next delegations are 135, 136, 137, 138. Azim Sheikh, Rihanna Sheikh, Masood Zubri, and Omar Ali. So Azim, Rihanna, Masood, and Umar.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good morning, I should say. Honorable Chair and Councillors. Tonight I would like to shed some light on the value that the message will resonate with our youth should the Baruch Community Center be approved, which I'm in complete support of. I became a contributing member of the Brampton community 20 years back. I joined my husband, who's a successful dental practitioner, myself, and RN. Along with our now 3 boys, our family has found great solace, balance, and have made lasting friendships with the Baruch community. Through the efforts of the spiritual leaders at the mosque, our boys have learned to be inclusive of all beliefs, all walks of life, all people. So it's a hard pill to swallow when the values that we've instilled in our children are not the same values that are being reciprocated tonight, with pushback from the community in regards to an adequate place of faith. On the one hand, our children are being taught in their homes and their place of worship that respect and tolerance for all people is the Canadian way. This message is echoed in the educational systems throughout Ontario because schools have taken an active approach in communicating this as well. So I ask you to reflect on the message that we're sending to our youth who have shown their commitment to inclusiveness in ways that bond a society together. We have much to learn from them. I strongly support the Baruch Center project. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation.
As my lovely wife said, good morning. Honorable Chair, City Councillors, and guests, my name is Dr. Azim Sheikh. I have a dental practice in Brampton. I will be performing surgery in exactly 6.5 hours, so I need to get out of here. I'm going to make this very short and sweet. I'm simply here for for 3 reasons. Adam, Rayon, and Noah. These are my 3 boys. They've grown up in Brampton. I grew up in Brampton, just like they have. And I can tell you they're facing some really insane challenges in school. For me growing up, I did not have a place of worship to go to. Currently, right now, my kids are facing the exact same problem, me being 25 years senior to them in one of the most diverse communities. The number one reason why my parents left northern Quebec by being persecuted by skinheads, having crosses burnt on our lawn, leaving that type of place in northern Quebec, coming to Brampton, one of the safest areas, most diverse, most inclusive. Yet I've been here for 14 years, raising my kids, 25 years growing up here, and we still have no mosque in our area. My kids cannot pray without hearing music. They don't feel connected. And as a result, if you don't feel connected to your religion, how can you live this world? This is what guides me. I lead a team of 150 dentists who I mentor on a daily basis called the Ontario Dental Implant Network. I'm led by what I've been led by, which is my God. And I've learned that through an institution. My kids don't have that right now, and I don't think it's fair. Brett, we've been pushing for something in the area for over 12 years. Nothing has been done. So I urge this council and committee to strongly support the Baruch community, and let's get this moving so our kids have some place to go and feel connected. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you for your delegation. There were names that were mentioned.
137 is Masood Zubri.
Yes, I'm Masood Zubri. Good morning, actually, So anyway, I'm strongly supporting the Baruch project. I just want to mention a few things, which is, the children, they are the future of the country. So we respect all the religions, and the children can learn discipline and manner from the mosque, from the worship place, from the gurdwara, from the mandir, from everywhere, right? So that's why, that community needs a mosque. And second thing about, everybody talked about the traffic, the rush traffic on that road, and some of them are telling that they cannot play. If that road is that dangerous, why the kids has to play on the street, right? They should not. So we should take care of their kids is like our kids. We are not there, we all us. We are not like there and our. We are not here to fight each other or like against each other. Any little problem or anything, any issue comes, we can solve together, right? And I think we can solve all the problem. And also that street, if the Baruch comes, that street will not be a racing track, right? And the speed breaker can be installed so that the traffic slow down and will be more safer. So I strongly support Baruch, and that's all I can say.
Thank you for your delegation.
Omar Ali, 138.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, Chair. Thank you for waiting for us for so long. We all appreciate it. Just want to quickly mention, I'm a born and bred Canadian. I was born here. And to be honest with you, for many years I was lost. When I came to Brampton, I got married. I have 3 kids. And Baruch has really found me. And what I mean by that is having an institution where you can go find, and I've had friends from Sikhs, Hindus, Christians. You see churches, they're talking about people, where are you going to park? Oh, how are you going to accommodate? Church is full on Sunday. The rest of the days, there's space for 1,500, but there's not 1,500 people there. The same way the mosque works. It's not always going to be traffic averted. Parents came over here, immigrated, right? Expansion grew, economies grow, traffic inflows. That's how we work, right? You guys, Canadians, got the opportunity to become Canadians because we expanded. So we have to expand. Yeah, we're going to have challenges, but we have to work with those challenges. And as a Muslim, as a community, we need our place of worship. That area has places of worship for a mandir, has a place of worship for a gurdwara, and you know what? It's all peace. If you go to that area where our mosque is currently, you see Sikhs over there, you see Hindus over there, and we're together, right? We have no problems with each other. This part of building a mosque for us, we need to grow. Safety concerns, it's a safety when you have such a small plaza and you're trying to fit hundreds of people there from different faiths, all congested in one. That's a safety concern, right? When you have seniors, my father, he's 7 years old, I have to walk with him in the snow, parking halfway across the street. That's a safety concern. When you have 94 places of parking, when you can expand that, work with the city, make things happen, it can work. But we need to support each other. I ask you guys to please support this project, listen to what we have to say, and don't look at the racial undertone, because it was there today. And you know what? Look at the facts, that we have to grow as a society, as Canadians, as Canadian Muslims, as a multicultural society. We need to grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 142, Nunujan Abu Bakar.
Morning. First of all, I want to thank Chair and all the excellent diamond and gold staff you have it. So proud to be a Bramptonian. Thank you very much. So this city, when I moved here, almost 22 years, it was a very small city. It's grown, one of the 9th largest city in Canada. We are growing. And we are the city of envy of other city, like a multicultural, all the faith, everything lived. Baruch 2012, we started in the basement with nothing. Just, some few family come together, we started. And today we have a 3 unit. We served there for, past 12 years. And also look at this, how many people worship it. And also we serve the Syrian family refugees who came. And also we're running a monthly, weekly Alakaf program, which is the weekly get together for family and things. And kids, and also we are educating kids, about 200 to 300 kids in the summer. And we take the kids in an Islamic way to places like practice. Because why? If you build a good citizen, that's what Islam teaches about. Because our Prophet Muhammad said, fundamentally, if you love your neighbor, that is the fundamental faith you have. If you don't love your neighbor, if you don't think like you're trouble for them, that is you cannot become a Muslim. And secondly, people said about you're cutting tree, whatnot. I just wanted to finish it in one thing. Prophet Muhammad said same thing. What he said, if you have a seed in your hand, maybe you have a small plant in your hand, there is a judgment. The world is going to end in a minute. You plant it. That's what the religious, we learned it. So we wanted to build this beautiful masjid, community center for seniors, for women, for mothers, children, and even for our generation to come. Because we are not going to be here for longer. But what you leave, you learn, you earn, and return. So I just wanted to, ask you, I think you all done a wonderful job, the city, the environmental, everything. This is your job. This is not a public job because you are a representative.
Thank you
We
for your
elected
delegation.
for you. So we always support you. May God bless you, each and everyone, and all the people here.
Thank you for your
very
delegation.
much.
Next is Delegation 162, Mohammed M. Mateen, 164, Ikhlas Hanif, 165, Mohammed Zaman. 162, 164, and 165.
Hello everyone, my name is Mohammed Mateen. I wanted to give all of you, including the chairman, big round of applause, but you asked me not to, so I'm not giving it. But again, thank you very much once again. We started yesterday and it is today now. So I understand that there are a lot of emotion is here, tension is here, and it is very much understood. That means we are human beings, we are not robots. But I'm requesting all of you, including this side and other side, let's bring some care and empathy to it. I have been in Brampton for 14 years, and when I came here, my first prayer place was a church. They accommodated me to pray Muslim prayer in their church. The Gurudwara, they gave us the parking spot. And these are not made up stories. I'm telling you the truth. And we have to be caring. Otherwise, we have to ask Elon Musk to give us some money to go to Mars and start all the projects there. But we don't have that much money, right? So please, I'm requesting all my brothers and sisters in humanity, let's bring some humanity together. We are not building a mosque. We need to build synagogue. We need to build temple. We need to build, churches. And of course, we need to build some mosque. This is needed for our future generation. Please think wisely and let's live a life nicely together. And lastly, I would like to say, this is only one Brampton. Let's care and share. Thank you very much. My 11 minutes is for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. So just a reminder to everybody, we have 90 people in the chambers. That's approximately going to take 3 hours. Okay? So if you can start limiting your time, you have 2 minutes. If you want to, it's up to you whether you want to use it up or not.
Good morning.
Welcome.
I just want to say the difference between Canada and the rest of the world is Canadian Charter of Freedom. And the Charter protects everyone to practice their right, religion, speech, everything's protected under the Charter. Canada is a very diverse country. We should all respect each other, and especially when it comes to the faith of different people. And especially Brampton is a very diverse city, and it's a growing city. For example, if you have a small house, right, your family gets bigger, you need a bigger space. The Baruch community itself is growing throughout the years, and it's going to grow in the future. So we need a bigger, a better, and much safer space. So that's why I support the Baruch project, and we should all support the Baruch project. It's important for our future children to have a place, pray, communicate with each other, especially after COVID, when all the kids, we have strikes in schools and everything, right? Our kids need to be like outside, playing with their friends. So having a library there, having a community center there, so it's a plus, not a negative. And I heard a lot of people talking about the parking, the traffic, the street issues. As a city, you can always regulate it. For example, if the mosques are really busy, people are parking on the street. That is causing congestion. City can always regulate and put a no parking sign there, enforce it. So I think there are a lot of ways we can all work together, find a solution. It's for us, it's for our future children, and it's for everybody. It's a community center, mosque, a library. Everybody is welcome there. So
Thank you for your
because
delegation.
of that, I support that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
(165) Mohammed Zaman.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody. So, okay, I like to mention three things. One is parking. One is why we need Baruch. Another thing, everybody will be benefited. So, okay, first one, I live nearby. I am the owner of that house. I have two kids. One is university, almost finished, and another is grade 10. So, first one, if Baruch built up that mosque, I no need to drive. I always go, I walk on that mosque. My kids will go with me. So no need to drive anything. So surroundings, all that residents, they will never use that their car. They will go by walk. Okay, one thing. So it will reduce their, that means traffic. Second thing, so why we need mosque? Mosque, we need this one, say, whatever I learn from the mosque, so what I learn? So if you Muslim, you have to pray 5 times. If you 5 times pray and donate zakah, if you have money, go to Hajj, it is not enough. It says you must have to take care of your neighbor who is living beside your house. If he's hungry, if he's in trouble, if he anything, you have to take care for that one. You have to know what's going on. There are problems. How can you help it? So that means everybody will be benefited. So I always teach my kid. So always remember this thing. If you pray 5 times, it's not enough. You have to take care. So another third one. This is why we need mosque. They will learn from that mosque. And third one, if you help by mind, Allah says everybody will be benefited. You will also benefited. If you think, okay, that mosque will be built, Allah will help you too. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 168 Rafi Ahmed, followed by 170 Owasima Shah and 171 Abu Bakar Siddiq.
Good morning, everyone. And to start with, I will say Sat Sri Akal, Namaste, and Salam Alaikum to everyone. I want my words to be heard out. I can send an email, which is very easy, but I want to show my emotions to you. That's why I'm here. I have an early morning job. I travel to US and Canada all across. I'm in research. My team developed the COVID vaccine. Why I moved to Brampton? Big question. Why? Because I wanted my wife to be in a place where it's inclusive, where they can feel like they are back home like in India, like the way I started my speech with. What I'm feeling right now, I never had a holiday calendar in my home. How I feel my holidays, whenever a car is parked in front of my house, it's Diwali because I live near Gaur Mandir. Easy. What's wrong with that? There's no wrong with that. I love it. If there's more car parked, it's 100% Dashmesh Darbar Guru Purv there. Exactly. Is there traffic? No, it's once in a while, once in a year. My kids ask, my daughter asks me every time, Papa, are we going to celebrate the mosque in the plaza or Eid in the plaza, or should we have a mosque like other people do? And I always tell her, there will be a time. And Baruch people basically made my dream come true. And I can see that mosque coming in my location. When I come from traveling outside from everywhere whole week, I just sit down and think myself, can I have a peaceful time in a mosque, pray, and just recharge myself and go back to work again and think in my research? I need that place. So everyone, counselors, I have sent an email to you. Please do consider it. It's not for me, it's for everyone. It's for the inclusiveness. It's for what Canada stands for, all together. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 170, Owasima Shah.
I just ask again, if you have delegated, could you please leave? There are more people downstairs that would like to come up and have seats up here. Please and thank you. Hi, welcome.
Good morning, councillors, and thank you so much for staying back to listen to us. I know everybody is exhausted. My name is Wasima Shah. Brampton has been home for my family and I since 1998. In this time, I have seen the city grow and expand both economically and socially. Especially, Brampton East is a thriving, multicultural community full of people from diverse backgrounds. It is home to several religious facilities such as mandis, gurdwaras, churches, and many others that serve as a place for families, children, the seniors to express their beliefs. We have multiple churches in the east end of Brampton. We have a beautiful Hindu temple on the Bovaird Road. We have an elegant Gurdwara on Ebenezer. However, what we don't have in East Brampton is a mosque to provide the same service for Muslims. Honorable Chair and councillors, it is important that we get permission to build the mosque at 9445 Clark Way Boulevard, or Drive rather, for our children, young adults, seniors, and women. It will be a community engagement center for this generation and for generations to come. It is important for the children, youth, seniors, and our women to have their own space, community, and facilities that drive education, faith, and spirituality. The Baruch's current establishment in the Strip Plaza does not have enough space to serve our growing community. There's limited to no space that can be used for Islamic family programs such as a halakha, a gathering where Muslims educate and learn about faith and spirituality.
Thank you for your delegation.
I strongly support this project. Please consider our
Thank you for your delegation.
plan. Thank you.
And again, please submit any written correspondence through the clerk's office. Everything will be captured in the staff report when we get it back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Sir, please state your name.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Councillor. I am Abu Bakr Siddiq. I am supposed to be online, but I couldn't control my emotion to come over here to speak something to you. I moved in Brampton 1999. In those days, there is no mosque, and I almost lost my son. He doesn't know how to pray. Mosque is a place for our spiritual enhancement and to educate our children, to guide them how to interact with the multicultural society, keeping in contact our religion and intact, so that they know how to pray 5 times. They know the Islamic rules and regulations, but in those days, nowhere we can find a mosque. So we are trying to practice whatever I knew, I teach my children. But now, when I hear that there will be a mosque in Baruch will be established in East Brampton, I wholeheartedly support it, because that is the only lighthouse will be for us, so that we can go there and enhance our spiritual enlightenment. So thank you for giving me a chance, and I strongly supported Baruch. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. Miss, how old is this? How old is this young lady here?
13.
Come down here, please. Bring whoever's with you, so you can delegate. Welcome. Please state your name.
My name is Rubana Mutala. Assalamu alaikum. My emotions are overrun. This project is important to the community, and concerns that have been raised by the opposing parties really touch on what Brampton is not about. Concerns over child and family safety have no merit. Religious institutions such as Baruch will provide means to build communities and bring communities together. Islamic prayers are peaceful, and religious institutions offer a place for youngsters and elderly to have safe, welcoming environments that allows them to engage in activities that promote healthy development and well-being. There's also a concern about crime, increase in crime. Our places of worship are open and welcoming. We do not discriminate against other religions, and we will happily welcome our neighbors to join in any programs offered to our community members. To address the issues about traffic, City Council needs to do an assessment to help the community that is already in place and residing there, to address the issues of congestion and city services that they believe are being neglected. That being said, the proposal cannot be blamed for the traffic, for the street cleaning, for the rise in insurance premiums, and the accidents in the area. A lot of the accidents seem to be from the trucking depot. That needs to be addressed. If research is done by the delegates opposing the project, you would know that most of our prayer timings do not coincide with school pickup and drop-offs, that mosques offer services that keep youth engaged and off the streets, and our religion teaches us to be respectful of the environment and our neighbors. That is all.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 174, Mohammed Rahman. 175, Sarfaraz Hassan.
I'm 175, I don't know, it's 174, so can I go ahead?
It's all you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, mayors and councillor. My name is Sarfaraz Hassan. I'm fully supporting this Baruch Mosque to come alive, as we've worked very hard to achieve this goal till now. And as I said, Baruch's need for our kids and everything for facilitate all those religious things to go, like reading all the Arabic, all those things. And I fully supporting Baruch as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 179, Misbah Malik and Arusa Butt. Daughter will speak on her behalf. So is Misbah and Arusa here? No. Okay, we're going to move on to 181, Abdullah Nasif Hanif, and 182, Sanu Haq Zarawar. No. Okay. 186, Abdul Ghafoor. 187, Abdul Hazid. And 186, anybody before 185? No. Okay.
Respected brother, mayor, councillor, and the city staffs, I would like to express my appreciation to all of you for doing a wonderful job in Brampton. My name is Abdul Ghafoor.
I'm living in Brampton since 1999, and my 2 children are born and raised in Brampton. They are youth and feel boring at home. I strongly request to build a Baruch Center at 9445 Baruch Drive because when I was a student, my mark was not going well. My professor said, "What is going on with you?" And I said, "I'm depressed. I don't have anybody here. Just work and your school and home is not enough." He said, "First generation is suffer. Your second generation will enjoy." My 2 children are currently studying engineering, and they're home, and they don't know nothing to deal with multicultural people. At least I know what is Diwali. I know what is Gurdwara. I know what is temple. I know what is Shastrikalji, but they don't know anything. So they are not socializing because this kind of place they don't have. The centers are normally socializing, engaging with their own people, and being a bigger friendship, a life partner to set up the new life for them. One community down means entire community down. We all should understand. The few things that I like to encourage you that mosque doesn't open until 1 p.m. So morning there is no traffic. All the brothers is here, they're in the Brampton. They're not coming from outside. And all are living over there. So there is no extra traffic concern. Mashallah, there is a 10 to 15 temples working the religious places in this area.
Thank you for your
people, the
delegation.
residents, are used to. So I'm hoping the one mosque will not have a problem with them.
Thank
I
you for your
appreciate for your
delegation.
cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 194, Johara Mahmood. 197, Masood Anwar Chowdhury.
Hold on. Just a minute. There's some confusion. Ma'am? 194?
Yeah.
Please. Sorry, Peter. It's okay.
Hi. Good morning, everybody. I'm Johara Mahmood. Here strongly support to Baruch project because Baruch need to build new mosque because current place cannot accommodate the growing number of Muslim east side of Brampton. So Baruch need a new mosque. Thank you.
Thank you. Just 1 second. Little man, how old are you? Come down, please. Who are you with? Come, please. What number, sir, what number are you?
4419.
Please state your name and come. Are you in number 2?
Yeah, I think it's 330 now.
Please state your name.
Ibrahim Asif.
Go ahead.
I support the Baruch new mosque because people are saying it's because of the traffic and stuff. I don't think that's gonna affect anything. Well, it is gonna bring a lot of people to come to the Baruch, but I don't think it's gonna affect that much because the most traffic is around 5, and we don't have a prayer that's around 5. I think it's around 4, 6. I think because of the daytime stuff, it changes. So I don't think the traffic is that big of an issue. People are saying that I think it's a good idea that they're building it for kids. Since I live really close, I could walk there instead of having to go all the way pretty far to the other one on Ebenezer. So it's pretty close for me. I could go I could do the lessons there. I could go to the prayers there and stuff. Yeah.
Thank you for your delegation. Please.
My name is Azim Mahmood. I'm 400 meters from the site. I support this Baruch because I want my kids to walk there. It's very close. And people talking about the accidents happening everywhere. Look at the mosque near the mall. It's like beside the 3 big schools there, and there are no accidents there, no activities like that with the sporting. And I support Baruch. I want to be done.
Thank you for your delegation. Go home. Go to school in the morning, you can't call in sick.
197, Masood Anwar Chaudhry. 198, Abul Kalam Ansari.
Welcome.
Good morning, Chair, respected councillors and seated staffs. Thank you for giving me the chance. We need to understand about Canada. Canada is a multicultural society. And its right of Charter of Right, it says that it is free to practice all religion with respect. I am living in Brampton since 2005. I have grown up 2 children, 4 grandchildren. When I came here, everybody said there is no place for practicing our religion. So this is the first point. I need this mosque to be built. Second point, in a religious place, it is mosque or gurudwara or temple that teaches good thing in life. In mosque, near the mosque, there is a statistics that the crime goes down near the religious place. You can take it as guaranteed. Muslims, not one race. They are coming from everywhere in the world. Everywhere. They are coming from Africa, from America, everywhere. So it is a global thing. It is a global community. So we are working for the global community. We are working for the global community to establish a mosque. This community has doctors. This community has lawyers. This Baruch community has successful businessmen. It contributes to the society.
Thank you for your delegation.
So, we need to see that. Another very important question I am asking
Thank you for your
everybody.
delegation.
One, drinking and driving is the main cause of accidents. Muslims does not drink. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation.
Delegation 204, Muhammad Naeem Khan.
196. State your name.
My name is Enam Chaudhry. The councillors, city officials, members of Baruch, friends and neighbors, good morning. I'm a resident of Brampton for over last 33 years. I'm here in support of Baruch Center project. The existing unit that we currently have is too small to accommodate the members of our community. During Ramadan, the holy months of fasting, religious holidays such as Eid and Friday congregational prayers, our facility consistently attracts community members in large numbers. However, because our current facility is unable to accommodate such large number, we are forced to offer our services in multiple blocks and groupings. Moreover, we are forced to turn people away as we reach full capacities. There is clearly a very high interest in the community to attend these gatherings at our facilities on daily basis. And if we are able to expand our facility, it would allow us to meet our community's needs. Therefore, I strongly support the Baruch Center project and urge this council to approve our appeal. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation.
The next delegation is 204, Muhammad Naeem Khan. not here. The next is 205, Iqbal Ali.
Welcome.
Respected Chair, members of the Council and Committee, and City staff, thank you for this opportunity. And respecting the time that we are all sort of having today, I just want to conclude with express two points only. That Baruch is creating an inclusive community to help everyone in the city of Brampton. My name is Iqbal Ali, and I've been here in the city for the last 32 years and working in the community, helping various community organizations. And Baruch mission is to create an inclusive community as the population is growing, and they're serving the east of Brampton, where there is absolutely no place for now to practice their faith. So Brampton is moving forward to create that center, and this center is not just like a faith center, it is a community center to create an inclusive community to help everybody, youth, children, and seniors. So I guarantee today at this council chamber, those who are opposing to the fact that there are issues, the traffic and all those things, I can guarantee we coming there as a community over there, you will begin to support us, you will begin to enjoy us, you will begin to work with us. So I guarantee that we are there to help you, and we will be working as a community together and creating one community, one Brampton. That's what we are working for. And thank you for all your support, and thanks for the time. And I will send my delegations by mail. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your delegation.
We're going to go back to 204, Mohammed Naim Qad, present.
Welcome.
Good morning, councillors. My name is Mohammed Naim Khan, and I'm a local resident of Brampton and a member of Baruch community as well. And I strongly support the building of the new mosque at the location as suggested. And the reason for why I want to support it is because we have a very growing and thriving community of Muslims, and we need a bigger place for our seniors, adults, and the younger generations which this center will teach them to be a good Muslims and also be a good added value member of the society. And I strongly urge that you all support this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 207, Azad Goyat.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Brampton first, President first. Dear council members, 5 minutes to 2 minutes. Cutting to 2 minutes may obstruct the voice of residents. See the time. Now it's 1:12. Do the residents deserve this? This time in the night is a good morning now. Why the alternate arrangements would have not been made to listen that big number? No water served as humanity. People are thirsty. No food. You are enjoying your drinks. You are taking breaks, and your fountain is not working. The drinking water fountain is not working. Water is not coming from there. Do all residents, whether they are supporting or they are opposing, they deserve the better treatment at City Hall. City must have at least provided the bottle of water, and I urge, please order the food, the water, and I will pay. Thank you. This shows the second-class citizen treatment to the residents. After getting elected, you are forgetting your responsibility, your duty to the residents. Notice served, 350 meters radius. This meeting should have been strictly for the area residents only. Let's hear their concern. This meeting, whether it's pro or anti, is not for all over Brampton, not for all over GTA. This is for the area resident. Area residents have the concerns. And what step you have taken to scrutinize who is the area resident? Nothing. People all over Brampton, they are coming, they are delegating. That's not fair. And
Thank you for your delegation.
where the regulation?
Thank you for your delegation. Thank you for your delegation. Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 208, Anwar Chadha, followed by 209, Shabazz Atlaf. Anwar Chadha, 208, 209, Shabazz Atlaf.
Good morning, everybody. We started on 12th and now we are in 13. So, in a nutshell, I will say I listen everybody, all my brothers and sisters. You know, all these problems can be solved if we put our foot on our ego and the second will be on our love. If we love each other, everything will be finished. Because whatever you love for yourself, love for others. Whatever you like for yourself, you like for others. Yes. This is why, I tell you one thing, just my own story. On one side in my house is priest living, another side is Hindu living. And on one side there's a Polish living. And all my children move their snow, even in the beginning they don't like us. But now they were moving, they said, we are not moving because of your ikhlaq, because of your behavior. So this is why, my Muslim brothers and sisters, we have to prove this one, that our own behavior, then everybody will love us. Jazakallah khair. Thank you. I support Baruch.
Thank you for your delegation.
Hello. Baruch Center. Look at this opportunity. This is a free community center where your kid and my kid can go and utilize the gym and the facility. This is the center where people can reach out in a situation of financial hardship, domestic issues. Senior can spend their time. People can search for accommodation and job. This is the place where people come for peace. This is your center. I support Baruch project. And also as a suggestion, maybe if any of the delegate, they wanted to say only yes, they can just tell their delegate number and say yes and then go home if they wanted to. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation.
Our next delegation is a virtual delegation, 211. It is
211.
211's here. Oh, 211? Okay.
Sorry.
What number is that? Piyush Gaglani?
211.
What's your Piyush?
You state your name?
Hanif Lal Mohammed.
Can you hear me?
Thank you for
Can
staying
you hear
late.
me?
Sorry.
Hold on one second.
Sorry.
This
Sorry, Piyush, just a moment. Hanif?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, please go ahead. Just wait a moment, Piyush.
Due to the number of growing of the population of Brampton, we have to divert the crowd from other centers to other centers. That's why we have to support Baruch. It's going to divert the crowd, not only the youth from the other community, and to serve the community. It's going to have a food bank. It's going to have marriage counselors, and they're going to support the youth. The youth, I call them the future generation. They are the ones who are going to run this country. We have to prepare them and we have to form them. And this is where the place they have to go and learn and be formed for the future of this country. Let's not hate each other. This is a great country. Let us live in peace and harmony in this great country of Canada. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you for your delegation.
Go ahead, Piyush, you have 2 minutes. You can just unmute your microphone. There you go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much for taking my call. So, sir, infrastructure projects are complex undertaking, and they have got their own magnitudes, and they affect the society at large. And the public opinion usually plays a source of great uncertainty in this infrastructure development. But are we talking of some genuine concerns here? And we must be talking of the people who are really affected, the people who are living around. So this development at the cost of what? Like we are constructing a place of peace, but at the cost of peace to others who are already residing here. There'll be tons of activities like festivals, celebrations, special days, and months where that will certainly bring more activity and less peace to the people who are already residing. So, more people coming to a small place is not an ideal thing. And constructing some place where some kids are already playing. So, if you are constructing a place for some kids to play, but at the cost of kids who are already playing outside today. So if this was a large isolated area, I very welcome for the barrack to construct there. But sir, this is a very crowded, small area near a very large, a very traffic oriented area. So this is not an ideal thing. Sir, I have left my home country because of asthma and because of breathlessness. In the first 10 years in Brampton, I was free of any medications. Last 3-4 years, the moment the Highway 50 and 427 has developed, my breathlessness and psychological, emotional, physical health is going down. I'm 58. My asthma has started again. I'm taking steroids and inhalers. So, getting a project where we can have a large concentrated of people coming to a small place in such a congested area is not ideal. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for hearing me out.
Thank you. Next.
Next is 212, Chetan Kumar Patel. Okay, 213, Mayur Shah. 214, Amit Raval. 215 is virtual, Hamayang Joshi. Hamayang, you can proceed.
I thank you very much, all Chair and all the councillors for giving me this opportunity. I would like to first state my position. I strongly oppose the proposed structure because of all the reasons that have been cited to date, and I would like to make a few points. First of all, I heard so many comments in support of the structure who were trying to give some religious tone to this opposition. So I would like to put it straight again. Everybody has said before, and I am saying it again, there is no religious undertone to this. These are the real concerns from the real residents of the area. So the concerns may not be of importance to the people who will be coming to the area from outside, but these are the real concerns of the real citizens, right? I saw one of the points listed in the support slide that the facility will accommodate only the people from the local area and not outside. Just to clarify, Baruch, this will be the biggest structure that Baruch is going to have, right? And Baruch is not limited to Brampton or the local area of Ward 9 and 10. So it will definitely be hosting so many people from outside of Brampton, from GTA, from so many areas, right? So there's a concern of so many strangers coming to the areas is still valid, right? The problem is all the delegates that came here, city never checked their address proofs, right? So suddenly I felt that the number of residents living in the 300, 400 meter area of the proposed structure has exponentially increased in last 2-3 hours, right? So if the feelings are so strong from both the sides, I think the city should conduct a referendum.
You have 15 seconds.
A referendum in the immediate area to know what the residents of the area feel. I strongly again oppose the proposed structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Next is 216, Palak Patel. 216, Palak Patel. 217, Mohan Kumar Rajagopal. 218, Kamal Shah. 219, Elizabeth Awatawe. 221, Hassan Kudrat Ullah.
My name is Hassan Kudratullah, and I really thank you, Mr. Chair, now, and our fellow councillors and staff of the city. Thank you very much for being patient and listening to everyone. To me, Baruch is not a masjid, but a place of worship. What is the distinction of a place of worship and a masjid? Place of worships are which provide crucial service for the longevity, sustainability, health of any community. We build churches, temple, masajid. When city grows, we grow facilities. We build new hospitals, support services just to support the city. We don't build these silos. We are here to build many support centers where the youth goes, which are troubled youth. We are working with City of Toronto Police, and they are showing great support with the all places of worship, that they help them to reduce crime rate. I can provide you published statistics, Mr. Chair. Places of worship create safety for the community, not increase the fear in the community. This is also published research, and not only the city of Brampton needs it, place of more worship, but all cities across the world are vying and looking back to the places of worship of all regions, because they only find that this is the place for the future of their generation. So we support Baruch for this reason, sir. Thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much.
Next is 222, Abdul Aziz Khan. 222.
Good morning. Thank you for the councillors and members that they gave the opportunity for me to talk to you over here. It so happened, fortunately, that my place where I live is 2 blocks away from the new Baruch Center. It was my dream that, okay, someday I'll be going to this new masjid, and someday my children will learn something from there. It so happened that this was unfolding, and they can take an initiative to approve this project so that the people like me, they can benefit from this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is 223, Nahid Halder. 224, Rokia Haq. 225, Sultana Amina Shirin.
Hi everyone, good morning. My name is Nahid Halder. Baruch is a place where I can freely and safely practice my faith. It is the only mosque in my area and is close to my home. Baruch will also benefit our youth, and I strongly support Baruch's project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rukia Haq. I came in Canada 1983, but I live in Brampton over 30 years. So when Baruch started, and I started like a volunteer, and I saw a lot of activity in Baruch. There are children activity plus the adult activity. Please, I request to you guys, please, we want to build the masjid in the area, because we don't have any mosques in the area. Please support us. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sultana Shirin. I request to all of you to see Baruch as a house of God, house of peace, not for making any problem. Inshallah, it will not make any problem. It will be make like our kids and even me, like those people with chronic disease, they don't have any treatment with any hospital. Then I found Baruch as my medication. It helps me a lot. It's for healing. It will help even those people. I heard in this room that lot of people has lot of issue, lot of problem. Come in Baruch. I invite everyone like me. Those people has chronic disease and no way. One after one hospital we went and we tried, but after that I found Baruch. It's a healing, and I came and I'm talking here in front of you guys because my practice. So inshallah, everyone invited in Baruch, and please support to build the Baruch Mosque. Thank you.
Next is 226, Nasir Shanawazi. 227, Abdul Kamaluddin. 228. 227.
Good morning, because it is 13th today. So, respected councillors, the coordinators of today's public meeting, and the valued audience. We need Baruch in the new premises because the present premises is very small and is used as a musalla, and it cannot be used as a full-fledged mosque, where many religious rituals are needed to be held. In the existing premises, we cannot arrange religious seminars and workshops, which are normal activities in a mosque to educate our community. In the existing premises, we don't have any separate room for the imam or an office for our clerk. In the new premises, we shall have a separate room for the imam and a separate office room for the clerk. In the present musalla, we don't have any separate meeting room for the board of directors and the board of trustees. In the new facility, we will have rooms for board of directors and board of trustees. I strongly support Baruch Center project at the new premises. Now, one thing I want to tell you, if you have headache, you are not going to cut your head. Baruch, if it gives any problem for transportation, for accident, then there are engineers. They will take care of this. So don't be afraid, be friend to Muslims in the area, and you will be loved also. So please don't create any unnecessary, imaginary things. You see, if there is more traffic, more accident, no. Because downtown is always crowded, but there is less accidents there.
Thank you for your delegation.
So what is the, so there are engineers, they will solve the problem. Moreover, if you give speed limit in front of all schools.
Thank you for your delegation.
You do the speed limit.
Thank you.
And during this time, you can solve the problem.
Thank
Don't
you.
create problem for us.
Thank you.
Very much.
The next delegation is 228, Abdullahi Osman. 229, Devendra Jani.
Welcome.
I don't have much to say. I just want to support Baruch because I live on Brampton East, in that area. I want to support the building new mosque there.
Thank you for your delegation.
229, Devendra Jani. 231, Madhya Sadiqli. Sorry if I mispronounced that.
Welcome.
Hi, guys. We've been here, me and my sisters, we've been here from 6 p.m. We have work in the morning. She has school in the morning, but we are here because we support Baruch. We are the youth. We need the center. The center that we have is very small. It does not accommodate. And as for traffic, if you know, the mosque brings families. So people are not just driving in. People are coming with their families. People carpool. People walk to the mosque. It's not going to bring any traffic. As for pollution, this is not a residential tall building. It's a mosque. So some of the claims of how there's like going to be more pollution, it's just there's no evidence behind it. And I think the main concern from my perspective, from my observation of how the other side was speaking, is that there's a sense of fear that if there's a mosque built in their community, that something bad is going to happen. which is not true. Statistically speaking, when there's a mosque built in a community, it is much safer, and it's not that it's less safer, you are much safer living near a mosque than if you were not living near a mosque. So there is no evidence backing up the claims of them being fearful. Anyways, my sisters are going to speak.
Next is 232, Mandeep Gotra. Faria Siddiqui.
Okay, can I start? The timer is like 26.
You can start.
Hi everyone, I've been living in the area in Brampton for over 8 years. I went to middle school and high school here, and I'm currently a university student. I believe we need a mosque in our area due to various reasons. One reason being the space within Baruch does not accommodate the taxpayers' population we have in the area of Brampton. Each year during the month of Ramadan, the Muslim population gathers together to pray. The space that is currently provided does not hold the mass amount of people. That is why it's important to build a bigger mosque. Additionally, several religious institutions are built in the midst of main roads, which is already affecting traffic. One example of this is the Hindu Sabha located in the Bovaird Road. This specific institution has blocked roads resulting in traffic jams. However, why is it that Baruch is seen as a disruption? If a mosque is not going to be built, something else will be in that area. So one of the points that were discussed was how there are other community centers like the Gore Meadows that are available. I would like to talk about the importance of religious community centers, especially for the youth. There's an increase in discrimination experienced by Muslims. The community center will allow for a sense of belonging and acceptance. They will keep the youth out of the streets, and ultimately they'll bring the community together. Also, earlier, one gentleman who was not in favor said, "What type of country do we live in? I don't want nuisance." So there was a bunch of people clapping, and I would like to remind everyone that we live in Canada, and Canadians come from all races, ethnicities, and most importantly, religion. I have seen huge religious institutions all around Brampton. Muslims should be accommodated in a comfortable institution as well. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 234, Muskan Siddiqui.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Muskan Siddiqui, and I am 18 years old. As the previous delegates have mentioned, I am in favor of this proposal. As a member of the community, I speak on behalf of my family, friends, neighbors, the youth, and fellow Brampton residents. Canada is a country of strong values, unity, freedom, and most importantly, diversity. I believe that the city must act upon these values. Freedom of religion is clearly stated and implemented under Section 2A of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedom. I speak for the youth, and I acknowledge previous delegates' concerns. Baruch is a facility for everyone, not only Muslims. Delegates state that they feel that their children will be unsafe. However, the project provides several services for children and the elderly, such as gymnasiums, libraries, and more. And I just like to say, to refute the issue regarding traffic, I acknowledge the previous delegate's concern. However, if there is just one mosque that is close to our area, we can be able to stop traveling long distances and accommodate the space, and therefore there will become more traffic if we have to travel more distances. So those are some of my points. Thank you, and have a great night.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 235, Jignasha Patel. 236, Asha Patel. 237, Kurti Patel. 238, Gargi Patel. 239, Deepak Patel. 240, Chotabai Patel. 241, Mahesh Dahandia. 242, Bhavin Patel. 243, Siddharath Pandey. 244, Dart Patel. 245, Deepika Patel. 246, Kanari Patel. 247, Nimisha Patel. 248, Bhupesh Patel. 249, Siram Kumar Patel.
State your name for the record.
Bhupesh Patel. Namaskar, sir. I am not in favor of this proposal. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 250, Shashin Tripathi. 251, Kantalal Patel. 252, Malesh Patel. 253, Mehul Shah.
Please state your name. Welcome.
Time check.
Yep.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair and Council Member, for giving me an opportunity to speak, and also thank you for all your hard work. Today is my birthday and I am celebrating here. I'm strongly opposed this proposed changes. Thank you. My main concern is the location, and that too requesting multiple zoning amendments by the city, that too affecting greenbelt, trees, environment, residents, and neighborhood. When the city is planned based on the neighborhood, but not based on religion. My humble request is to understand the difference between the neighborhood and the religion. When someone in favor or oppose, it should be based on the statistics, logics, and not based on the religion. Based on the discussion how Baruch is grow over the years, they have not only have mosque, but they are planning to build a community center, and they're gonna run out a lot of activities throughout the day. And they only have 96 parking spot, which is not enough. They need a bigger space. Also, it will increase the traffic congestion, air pollution, motor vehicle crashes, and pedestrian injuries. Please jot down if these points are not covered. Not safe for schools and children because there are 5 schools around that vicinity. Affects the mental health of the people and the children. Impacts on persons with disabilities. Rates of the crime and violence are already high in that area in last few years, and it will increase more. Increases unintentional and intentional injuries, affect the air quality. It will also bring more cross-cutting issues to the neighborhood. I believe this is against of sustainable development of the city, and it does not do environment justice. Please make sure that you only consider for the residents who lives nearby the proposed changes and for Ward 9 and 10, and do not count the people who come outside the cities or outside the ward. I am in strongly oppose the proposed changes. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 254, Rakul Patel.
Hello. Well, my name is Rakul Patel, and good morning, everyone. Thanks for giving me an opportunity to do this delegate. I will cut it short. First of all, we are not opposed of Baruch. We are opposed only the place because we are living close to the site. One more thing, one of our friend mentioned earlier that why all other religious places are close to residence area. For example, they're saying Gurudwara and temple. So I want to tell them that Gurudwara and temple was built before the residents came. So few years before it was built. So then the residents built after that. Anyway, so we recommend them to residents by not too close by residence area, or you just they can build another place like commercial area or shopping center side. So I strongly oppose this proposal. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 255, Shah Pramit.
Welcome. Good job, guys, staying back here. Yeah. So I think I definitely raised my concern staying very close to the proximity of the site and the area on that. The one experience I want to just give recently happened. I called 311 where I stayed. The car was parking over three nights. So I called 311 and they said, and I explained the situation on doing that. They said we don't have enough city parking officers are coming and visiting the site where the cars are being parked. And then you should talk to the councillor to increase the budget and doing that thing. So that experience stuck with me, listening all the different experience I'm hearing from both sides of it. But this is a true concern where people are staying over there. And imagine the flood of parking getting utilized from all over the folks are going to come into the area. So I just want to highlight that point, and if you can accommodate that point on the concern list, that would be great.
Thank you. Thank you for your delegation.
Next is 256, Hardik Patel. 257, Kinjal Patel. 258, Nikhil Mode. 259, Demendra Parmar. 260, Umesh Solanki. 261, Hasmita Mob. 262, Pranav Shawan. 263, Prima Rayo. 264, Purvi Parmar. 265, Pratik Mehta. 266, Krishna Mehta. 267, Deepak Mehra. 268, Amit Patel. 269, Chukwuka Oko. 270, Foram Patel. 271 is an online delegation from Ishan Bhatt. Ishan, you can please proceed. Ishan? Dropped off. Okay, we're going to move on. 272, Vasant Bhatt. 273, Keshaval Patel. 274, Helmant Shah. 275, Ritesh Kumar Shah. Mr. Chair, for simplicity, I'm just going to call out the number. 276, 277 to 280.
Are there anybody here in the 200s? 1, 2. What number are you?
295.
What number?
290, 291.
Okay, come down. 288, come down. Who else? In the 200s? Come. 288? 288? State your name, please, for the record.
My name is Shailesh, and I'm not in favor of this proposal. My other colleagues already gave this concern, but I have 3 more. The development on east side of Highway 51 is not in control of Brampton, and they are doing drastically development over there. Huntington and all those areas, building like almost 25 warehouses. And in next year, those all traffic gonna come on Highway 50. The people says the traffic is not a problem, traffic is not a problem. We are in a planning stage right now. And what is the commitment from city? If they are not controlling traffic right now, they are developing this new structure. They don't have enforcement power. They don't have enough officers. So city has to consider that as well. One more thing, the forest area or green land, the woodlot was very dense before. Last couple of months, you can visit the property. All the trees are fell down. What's going on? So you have to take care, you have to visit the property and make your decision. I'm opposing this proposal.
Thank you for your delegation. Tweety.
Hi, my name is Ankit Patel. I'm here to talk about this proposal. I'm not in favor of this proposal. I would like to say, like all of my friends, brothers, sisters, they talk about community, religion. We are not here to talk about religion. As everybody, a lot of good points I appreciate. They are saying we are a multicultural country. That's why I moved from India. They moved from different country to have a good life. So all they talk about, our side they talk about, I am supporting, I am saying, Baruch can bring a lot of values to the community, we are agree. No community teaching anyone a wrong stuff. Either it's Hinduism, Sikhism, or from Muslim. We are here to oppose the location and only location. Okay. We know in Brampton, we have temple, we have Gurudwara, temple on Go Road. Everybody discuss about that location. That built in 1994. I Google it, maybe there is other links that can verify. Those built way earlier than building and the people come over there. So I would like to state with the example. I live in Etobicoke, opposite to Albin and Finch, there is a No Frills mall, huge mall. That time I was living with my brother, I don't have a choice. I saw a lot of traffic. My wife got hit when she was 9 months pregnant with that biker. Okay? No line. She was okay. It was minor hit. From that day, she decided, okay, why don't we look for a quiet neighborhood? And 3 years back, we decided to go in Brampton East. We visit Brampton East, Brampton Center, Brampton West. We like overall Brampton East. The reason, quiet neighborhood, not a lot of commercial area. So that's the reason. And I would like to cut it short here. We are only against the location. There are few other kilometers. If you go further, there is a nice open space. There is no buildings. There is no houses. They can build. Here we can support. Other community can support. Okay, on this one. Yeah. I visited back home mosque.
Thank you for your delegation.
Follow the Guru who is Muslim.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. You were 295?
Yeah, but
Yep,
it is
yep,
correct.
yeah. You're 295. Please, yes. What number are you? 220? Oh, 3. Any others in 200s? What number are you?
294.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, please.
Okay.
Welcome.
I'm Nishchal Desai. I live 500 meter far away from the subject property. So thing is, here I heard many people in favor of Baruch. They are trying to set religious narrative, but this is not a religious thing. If any religion establishment going to happen there, I oppose. Even if it is my religion, because the location, it is they are trying to impose religion structure, big structure in a dense neighborhood. So please consider that one. Second thing is that if you, like we have provided notice to 300 meter in that area. So if you check any, like if you take survey with the people whom you send notice, you will get 99% people will say no. I know here people are from like in favor of Baruch, but they are not from that area. If you check in that neighborhood, if you want, you can visit them. And third thing is they are talking about facilities, that anyone can come and like library, gymnasium, education. So we have a very well education system, PDSB. We have libraries, government library is very close to that. We have gyms available. So why we want that in the dance community? And second thing is like we should not take this lightly, because it takes time to grow a tree 20 years to 30 years, and to cut it takes 5 minutes. So if we do not consider this thing, we will, once we cut the tree, we cannot undo that thing. So we should consider all those things, and I am opposing this Baruch proposal.
Thank you for your delegation. Welcome.
Hello, sir. Thank you. So I just want to, if you can go to the third slide, please, because there's a support point saying that the mosque prayer times, they do not clash with the local peak travel times. There is a school in the area, Bovaird Public School, junior kindergarten to grade 8. My kids go there. The school starts at 8 a.m. in the morning. The school buses, they start lining up at 7:30 in the morning on the streets. So that's like one by one, the school buses keep coming in, they pick up the students, and there are so many students who actually walk to the school. They keep crossing the roads there. So, and the mosque prayer time would actually clash with that, and the school leaves at 2:45 p.m. in the evening. Let me complete it, please.
No, go ahead.
The school leaves at 2:45
No.
p.m. in the evening, and it like the buses, they pick up the students up until 3:30 or 4 p.m. in the evening. My daughter comes at 4:15 because she comes from a different school. So I just want to say that the people who have supported this whole project, I'm okay with that. Like, we are not opposing the community place or worship place, anything like that, but they haven't researched the area well. They don't know the timings of the school. They don't know what is the area. And if you see, the people who are opposing the projects are people who live in the immediate vicinity, like me. We live in within 500 meters, 400 meters of the school or of this proposed site. So we are not opposing the mosque. We are opposing the site. So please, I just want to clarify that, and Mr. Toor and Mr. Singh, I voted for you, Mr. Toor. And I just hope that you be the voice of the local residents in the community, and you please support us. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your delegation. Please.
Thank you, Chair and honorable councillors, and thank you for staying back and giving us the time for speaking our concern. So, I would like to mention one thing. Everybody is saying traffic is not an issue, but when we wake up in the morning, we first thing check is the traffic, whether 401 is busy, whether 427 is busy. And the important thing is, the Baruch people who are moving from their current place to these places because of the traffic, the plaza they are having, and they are mentioning their people saying that because of the traffic, our youth and our senior people cannot walk into the plaza. So that's the reason they are moving into the bigger place so that they can easily go there to their worship place. We are okay. Worship place always should have in all the communities. But as our other fellow members mentioned, that it should not be in the place where if they need a bigger place, this is not the right place for them. Also, they are saying that because Baruch was not there for so many years, we were so stressed out and we were thinking like that, our kids cannot grow. How they become doctors and lawyers if they don't have any resources to learn all those things? And also, I would like to highlight one point that they said that they want to have gymnasium, library, and they are talking about the diversification, inclusiveness of the Canada. So, but they don't want to be diversified. We have all the resources in our community. Government library have all the resources in Urdu, Hindi, whatever language they want. They can learn whatever religion they want to learn. But they don't want to use those resources that is already have in our community. So what's the concern behind having their own gymnasium, library, and the school? Like, what special treatment are they getting in their community that we don't have in our community? Since we are talking about the diversification, we should have all the community information in our Brampton library. So what information they are lacking that they are looking for, and they want to have that only in their community? And I never heard from anybody except few people. They are saying, they only say that our community will learn. They don't talk about the Canadian, though they are talking about diversification, but they don't want to be diverse in other way. So I'm not sure what special gymnasium they are trying to build inside their prayer mosque or building. So since we already have very well equipped gym in our government library community and everywhere other community as well. So I strongly oppose this proposal. We are not against anybody. We are only against the place that they are choosing.
Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
One is 292. 192, sorry? No, 292. This is 294.
Before me?
Yep, this is 294. State your name, please.
Hi, my name is Sachin Trivedi. I believe there is a misconception that we are the immediate neighbor people and we are against the religion or against the mosque, but no, it's not that. You must have it, and with all the facilities and for all the reasons you have listed here, please have it. But I strongly believe that this is not an appropriate site. Rather, not for any religious institute, even it could be my religious institute, this is not a correct location. Any location which can attract lots of crowd in such a tiny space, the site simply doesn't appropriate for it. It's right to the residential neighborhood. Clarkway is not a Queen Street or a Gore Road. Clarkway is actually a proper residential road where my son go for biking. Here there are very contradicting statements I've heard in the previous ones. that on one hand, you have no mosque till far, far away, and you are saying large facilities needed. It's right written here. And for sure, why not? While on other hand, you say that there will not be much traffic. How this can be? I strongly believe that there would be a lot of overcrowd traffic, not every day, but at some part of the day and some part of the month or some part of the year for sure. So I strongly believe that there will be a lot of overflow parking. It's not like a plaza or institutions where they have always more parking than requirements. In the plaza, there is no overflow parking. They always have a parking sufficient for themselves. So where this overflow parking will go? Just on east, there is a highway 50, difficult to park and cross. So they will be parked on the residential streets where I live. See, our neighborhood is already suffering from lots of issues. My post box was stolen in 6 months twice. Rather 50% of my street where they have a stolen post boxes. There are many cars is stolen right only for my street. My neighbors, 2 neighbors, they already have stolen cars. I have done 3 complaints in last 3 months that someone is blocking my driveway. I don't know who is the religion. There is nothing about the religion. It's about my neighborhood. It's about my community. And we cannot accept, sorry?
Thank you for your delegation.
Okay, just last thing that we cannot tolerate any unknown faces and unknown people parking in our cars. Could be of any
Thank you
religion.
for your delegation. Welcome. 295, right?
295, yeah. So I'm over here to strongly oppose this proposal. I have lots of reasons are covered. So that's it for me. Strongly opposed for this proposal.
And state your name.
Sailisha.
Thank you for your delegation.
Bye.
So nobody else in the 200s? We're going to go from 300 to 320. Anybody from 300 to 320? 300 to 305? Just give us a second here because there's a lot of people standing. So anybody from any of us from 300 to 305? 300? Okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
I would like to say that Baruch is not just a mosque for us. Baruch is our second home, where we go there after our prayers, we spend some time. We're wanting to make our connection with our Creator, with our God. And that's all we want. All the objections I've been hearing, number one, traffic on Highway 50. Almost every day I'm on Highway 50. I don't see any traffic, so I don't know what traffic we're going to cause. Number two, us being crowded over there. I don't know how that's going to make sense, because in the unit where we are right now, there's other stores, there's other facilities over there, and because of that crowd, we want our own area, our 92 plus parking spots in our area for our mosque. The other objection about us disturbing people during their school hours, morning school hours, our morning prayer is at 6:30 and our afternoon prayer is at 1 o'clock. So I don't know which school starts at before 6:30 or at 6:30 and ends at 1 o'clock. All I want to say that I support Baruch, and I really request that our project goes successful. Thank you very much.
For your delegation. Please state your name for the record.
Sayyid Qadri.
Thank you. 301? 304. Ladies? Okay. 304?
Hello, my name is Mutsa Wahid, and I live in Juggerson Street near the projected place. I just want to mention one thing, that every problem or issue in this world has a solution, except the stubbornness. And the essence of all religions so far revealed is love. And the key of a prosperous society is love and respect, love for the beloved ones and the respect for others. So I strongly support the Baruch project. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation.
Hi, my name is Mohammed Mudassir, and I would like to address 2 recently raised issues about the area. The first thing is that people from the opposite side are raising the issue of the traffic and the issues. The thing is that we are also part of that area. We live in that area. We are from that area. People are raising the issue that we are not, like we are from other part of the province or some other city. We are from Brampton. We are from that area. We live approximately from 100 to 200 meters away from that the proposed area. So we are a part of that area. And the second thing is about the gymnasium and the library. It was for the kids. It was for our future generations, not for us, but for our future generations. Maybe for us as well, but for our future generations as well. So I would support Baruch and this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. What number are you, sir? 306. Ma'am? Okay, thanks. Please.
Hi, my name is Tokir Ahmed, and I live 500 yards to that. Actually, it's the same street where this mosque is coming. And I have 4 kids, 3 daughters, 1 baby boy, and the reason we need this mosque, and the opposition, whatever the question they are raising regarding, it looks like that is only the traffic issue. But if we go back in, I'm living in this area last 12 years. I'm the first property owner of this house that I bought it. And if I look at the Clark Way, it used to have a speed of 70 kilometers an hour. So soon the school came to the Bell Chase and Clark Way. The speed, the city, they are doing excellent job. They reduced the speed to 70 to 60 and some part even the 50. So this is all crap that the traffic is the issue. Traffic is not the issue there. And second thing, we are living in the world that's a diversity. And the example I quote you for the diversity, that is a professional court in Mississauga, where we have mosque, where we have a mandir, temple, and we have a gurdwara. And whenever there is an issue or something, especially on the Friday, so a lot of people on Friday prayer, but the temple and the gurdwara, they open their place for the parking. So there is no issue. All issues can be resolved, and obviously the city is here to resolve this issue. We are not like orphan. City is here. They are going to take care of us, and we strongly need this community center. This is for our next generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your delegation. 313, you're 314?
316.
316, 309. And ma'am? 311. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. So I am here today as a part of community where I live. I don't want to add influence based on where I work or what my educational background is. I have faith in the system that I'm part of, and that's why I'm here today. I just want to say I oppose the initiative on the basis of the facts which affect me as a resident of the area, nothing else. And I just want to add one thing. Just because I order pizza and not pasta doesn't make me enemy of anyone. So just for sharing different opinion doesn't make me your enemy. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Kayuri Patel, and I'm living very close to the intersection, Belchester Trail and Clark Way. I had one incident happen this year. The case was trespassing in my backyard, and I have 2 sons. One is 2 and one is 4-year-old, and they were there. A stranger guy came in the backyard. I complained in the police, and I have a photo of that guy who came in the camera. I got the answer that they have some other big issues to deal with it. So mine was minor, I guess, for them. But my kids and I was scared. I have 2 kids. I'm living with my parents. So it's big concerning. I'm not, actually I respect all the religion, but the concern is if the big structure is coming in my neighborhood, it will increase the volume of the stranger, right? And that might increase this type of activities, right? And I'm not against any like religion thing, right? If it's like, I'm not against the barrack basically. If it's a mandir or temple coming there, my opinion still remains same. As a mother of 2 kids, I'm more concerned for their future, right? So it's just a matter of volume for the stranger people around the area. Thank you so much. So I strongly oppose this structure basically.
Thank you for your delegation. What number were you, sir?
I'm 312. Good evening. Oh, sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning. I wanted to speak in the evening, but I'm speaking in the morning. All right, so by profession, I'm a teacher, and for a teacher, everyone is same. So when I teach, everyone is same. The same way here also, my mind says everyone is same. So what is it? Well, again, it's not against any religion at all. We're talking about very specifically, I live literally if you guys, I'm pretty sure you guys remember, since yesterday, I'm saying yesterday because some guys spoke yesterday, right? And those 4 people houses are there. Mine is on the street Versailles Crescent. That's where I have the property. So basically, I'm right across that. Again, not that it is coming at the structure or that. That's not my concern at all. Of course not. You know what? We are all together. Brothers are here. Sisters are here. I teach everyone. For me, that part is similar. But the biggest thing, if any of you, and Mr. Counselor, I would say that yes, you certainly know that area. I'll tell you, if we drive by and if we stop in that small little area, if we look at that, I mean, I have been living there since like 2011 or 12, right? And I'll tell you, I've seen that zone. I see that area many times. I see the trees fantastic. But I think there is no way there is anything that can be built over here. That is one thing. The second thing, what I think that if there is something, there's an opportunity to be built, then Mr. Counselor, what I would say, my daughter goes to the school. There are so many autistic kids, unfortunately. Every single class has it. My personal thought, because I'm a teacher, my personal thought is we should have something over there as a place which can help them. Again, this barrack thing, again, I'm not against that. I would say they need a bigger space, and a lot of them already told that we are moving because we need a bigger space. That's it. That's what I want to communicate, hey, you know what? They need a bigger space somewhere else, but that's my opinion. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your delegation. Ma'am?
I just want to say thank you to all of you that are here to listen to us. This is an important issue for all of us, which is why we're all here, way past our bedtimes. But anyway, my name is Saida Asma Ahmed, and my husband's name is Zubair Patel. I think he's probably the first Patel who is in support of Baruch and this Islamic Center. I just want to say we are residents of Ward 9 and 10. We live in this area. We've been here since 2003. We bought our first home here. We raised our family here. My husband works in Brampton. Next year, it will be 20 years of us building a life here. And in those 20 years, I've seen the building of places of worship for all the major faith groups that are represented in my area. My neighbors and my dear friends have places of worship, except there is no mosque, a standalone mosque. I am a resident and a taxpayer also, and this is a vital need of mine and the Muslim community that is not being met. This is an issue of inclusion and equity. And I never thought all these years of living here, alongside you all, I would hear this type of not in my backyard discourse that I've had to listen to this evening. Another argument put forth by the opposing delegation is that there will be a rise in crime. This is rooted solely in fear-mongering and blatant Islamophobia. I'd like to end with a quote from this document that I just Googled as well. It's Places of Worship Policy Review, prepared for the city of Brampton for discussion purposes only, and that's what we're doing here. We're discussing, but it's a direct quote, and it says, "The city of Brampton has been a leader in recognizing the important role faith groups play in contributing to the quality of life in the community. I am urging the council to see the important role that Baruch and the Muslim community plays in Brampton and the broader community and approve this amendment." Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Respected chairs, respected councillors, and all respected participants. Bismillah, auzubillah min shaitan rajim, bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. من عمل صالحا من ذكر أو أنثى وهو مؤمن فلنحيينه حياة طيبة. Respected participants, Almighty Allah says in the Holy Book, and we all, being a human being, we are brothers and sisters. Almighty says, anyone who supports the good cause, he will enjoy a beautiful, prosperous, peaceful life in this world. Anyone who will support the good cause. And then Almighty says, must support the good cause and don't support the bad cause. All the worship center on the face of this planet, either mosque or temples or church or gurdwaras, they don't give any kind of bad education to anyone. They create the spiritual good environment. They reduce the crimes. They reduce the theft crimes. They reduce the killing crimes. They give them spiritual support, how to create the peace, how to clean the environment from the bad things. The first place in this world which was built up by the Prophet of Almighty Allah, that was the worship center in the center of the whole world, that was Mecca. And when Jesus, he was sent in this world, the first thing, he don't have any his own house, but he built up the worship center. Why? Because worship center removes all the bad things, eradicates all kind of crimes, all kind of crimes. I will give you just one example. In Buffalo, during 2000, there was a lot of crimes and property value reduces to zero. Even you can buy a $5,000 house. The police and other department, they requested the Muslim, please establish the worship center. Where there was a worship center, all drug crime gone.
Thank you for
everything
your
gone.
delegation.
So I request this Baruch Center.
Thank you for your delegation.
Not only a mosque, it is a spiritual environment.
Thank you.
And it will bring the tranquility from Almighty Allah for all the community members. For all of us. Thank you very much.
Okay, we were at 300 to 320. Anybody less than 320? Okay, we're going to go 320 to 340. Show of hands. 320 to 340. So we're going to start in around 320 to 330. Who's got the low 320s? Anybody in 320? I can't see their number. Sorry? Yes. You're 321. 324. Please state your name.
Jay Desai.
Thank you.
So, good morning, everyone. Thank you for staying back. Jai Shri Krishna to all my Hindu friends. Assalamu alaikum to my Muslim friends. And yes, so I wasn't born Canadian, but I was brought up with Canadian values, which supports our religion. So I'm not here to oppose any religion, but to oppose the facility built on green space. Currently, lots of initiative being made to go green, and here we are discussing to remove green space to build a new facility in the middle of the night. And honestly, the points being made on each side are great, but discussing this is not ideal right now at 2 a.m. And it seems like there are so many disagreements and so many heated arguments happening downstairs. Then let's just take this to next step, decide more democratically. Just like the information was sent out to local residents by mail, let's just have a vote from local ward to see if they want it or not. So I'm in favor of referendum. And again, thank you so much for staying back, and take a lesson from this and make sure it doesn't happen again like this, because 1,400 people were waiting in line. I was here 6 p.m., and I got a turn at 2 a.m. in the morning. So take that as a lesson, and anything like this, let's just organize in a more proper way. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation.
328.
328.
Yes. My name is Mukund Shet. Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for listening to us for hours together. I'm a homeowner in 100-meter distance to the subject property. I think many of my fellow delegates are missing the focus and trying to justify the need of mosque. I also noticed that most of them are addressing inclusiveness. Actual topic is whether residents who are living in neighborhood will be affected by the proposed change or not. Planning committee should think what will be the impact on the people who are living in this community since many years. Because most of us have considered area, zoning, upcoming development before choosing the area to live, to make this area as a home. I urge planning community to put themselves in our shoes and visualize the change community will face with this change. We, the residents of Belchester and Clarkway, are not against any particular community or religion. We are also very inclusive and live in the community with diverse communities since many years. Our objection is just on the location. In fact, we are against any development in this land which increase traffic, including temple, church, gurudwara, and mosque. Please note that this is our first home and not a second home. Hence, it is a big concern for us. I will also like to clarify to my fellow delegates that mandir, gurudwara in this area neighborhoods are mostly on a main street and not on an inner street surrounded by the cul-de-sac. Today, after hearing the needs of mosque in this area from many of my fellow delegates, also convinced me that proposed site will be two-way small for their needs. They are more than welcome to build mosque with suitable location and zoning in the same community. Once again, I urge council members to focus on local residents rather than distracting themselves with the religious sympathy. I strongly oppose the change in zoning.
Thank you for your delegation. What do we got here? 332? 335.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kuntal Pathak. I'm living for about 19 years in the Brampton, and I'm very close to what is being proposed on the Clarkway. I live just across to the next street. I got some few points. I understand the environment and the things and the appeals and the things going on to that one. But some of the things were highlighted by the planners specifically. They mentioned that they have done this study for about 4 years. I would say that the 4 years, a lot of changes has happened in terms of the COVID, in terms of traffic, in terms of everything. Did we all, as a community, consider that? Or should we be going more into the detailed reports of the current situation and also going forward would be kind of a forecasting of the new houses which is coming up into that area or the close by area, which is going to increase more population on that side of it as well. Secondly, as we all are aware of the Highway 50 area, it is mostly of the trucking zones, right? Kind of more of the industrials coming up, a lot of industrial spaces are coming up, all these things are coming up. I don't know with this study that it has been taken care of that or not. With that said, with this residential building on that, I mean, we could have proposed something like having a mixed use of the sporting facility or something where everybody can participate in that, just not having the Baruch Center or residential converting into the commercial or anything as such. So we strongly oppose on that one. Again, I would like to highlight one more thing about that. We are not against the Baruch. We are just against the location or the site which has been proposed that way. It took about 4 years for them to do it. I do understand that the studies what was done was done in the month of, I believe, like 2 years back or 1 year back, where there was not much of the traffic. People were working from home, so I think we need to consider all those things into that. Yeah, that's pretty much. Thank you
for your delegation.
Good morning.
Sorry,
my name
number?
is Zubair, 335.
335.
Yep. You guys have heard enough from last night in opponents and favor. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to put my trust and faith in you guys to decide that. Take any point in Brampton and take it as 4 clicks, or 3 clicks even though. You will find on average 3 mandirs, 2 churches, 1 gurdwara, and Baruch, not even 1. Why? Is it a traffic? Is it insurance? Is it parking? Or is it discrimination against a specific religion or culture or background? I don't think so. It is at all a problem of a parking or insurance like that. Because insurance is there from years. How many accidents we have on 401 every day? On average, 10 from Windsor to Ottawa. Where's Baruch? Nowhere. So what that is. So please don't let a specific number of people to sabotage others' freedom. Please decide on your own. Thank you very much. I am in favor of that. Baruch, please. Thank you.
For your delegation. So we'll go up to 3:30. Anybody from 3:30 down? Okay, we'll go 3:30 to 3:50. 3:30 to 3:50.
3:48.
Okay, come. 3:48.
Hi, good morning. My name is Paresh Kumar, and I am one of the concerned citizens who will be directly impacted by this new construction. I own a house which is about few hundred meters from the proposed site. I am opposing this zoning amendment, and the main reason, as mentioned earlier, like it will increase heavy traffic, the privacy and environmental issues. From my point of view, Baruch needs bigger place than the proposed one, so that all the members can enjoy and participate in the activities which Baruch is offering. I'm not against Baruch or not against any religion. I'm just opposing the new construction, regardless of what it is taking into this new construction. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. 350 to 370. 350 to 370. Okay. Keep coming. What do you have?
360.
And you? Come. Welcome. Please state your name.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Councillor, and all other hats off for your continuous listening to all the people, I'm here support every religion based on the not value of the religion, but the value of the human being on the Canadian values. I'm not supporting this planning, and I'm not in favor of this project, because if you read this planning survey and you read planning, you see multiple times amend. You see so many times amend the use of a land from agriculture to commercial. Use amend again green lot to the commercial. So how many times you use amend for particular project? I know if you heard a lot of people here, a true resident, they don't have organization, sir. We all supporting ourselves coming here. We are not structured. Baruch is a really big organization. If you Google, there are more mosques than any other religion place. There are a lot of mosques if you Google it. And you see that one guy telling there is a less mosque, but that less mosque, that's why we inclusive. Every place in Brampton, there is a mosque. So we are inclusive. We are not opposing any mosque, but we are strongly opposing this location of the project and the needs they have. So, and if you, any decision maker, making a decision, I would suggest very strongly, take the 4 residents' emotion on the cul-de-sac resident and think that this is your home, sir, this is your home, and think that, do you support or not support this project at this particular location? So my humble request to all decision makers, think before and put the emotion and perception and think on perspective based on this project, on this location, and thank you very much.
Thank you for your delegation. Yep. Oh, sorry. Your name, sir?
My name is
K. Patel. Thank you.
Hi. My name is Ritesh. Let's not talk about religion here, because Canada welcomes from everywhere in the world. 25,000 Afghani people are already here. I heard that. I've been watching news every single day, I guess. And you talk to me, any major news, I'm aware of that. So let's give a big applaud what Canada has done so far in respecting every single religion by building a lot of mosques, temples, churches, gurdwaras, and everything. My best friend who I worked with 20 years ago, I've been living in Brampton, by the way, for the last 20 years. And one of my friends, who is a Muslim, who encountered a stroke, he gave me a phone call. And the very next evening, I was there visiting him. His name is Bashir. He lives very close to Trinity Mall. And so far, his father passed away, and I felt, and I gave the deep condolences, losing, I lost my own father. That sort of closeness and bonding. I learned chicken biryani from, his wife, and we used to visit together. So, and Hinduism is all about, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So we welcome, the whole world is our family. To give you a classic example, 1941, when Polish people, more than 1,000 refugees, no one was giving shelter in the world, and you can Google it, by the way, and the place where I come from, nearby Jamnagar, 1,000 refugees have been given shelter, and their offsprings today from Poland visits Jamnagar, by the way, to give that respect. Imagine that, right? So that's the whole thing. And the place itself is going to be at least 200 people who spoke about the favoring of building Baruch. We are not against Baruch. We need to build good mosque. They are all teaching good things, for sure, 100%, right? But the place itself, 200 people shared their views. With 94 parking, it's not going to be enough. We need to not cut down the green spaces. We need to respect that. Give them a good land, proper land. Like Jain temple has been built far to Mayfield area, very far, big facility. And they are little community, 1% of the community living there. So they need a good space. I respect they need to be built good space, but at that locality, and 1,500 people signed there, local residents. Yeah. And city has not done probably a good job. I'll take 30 more seconds, sir, respectfully.
No, thank
you.
Thank you for your delegation.
Local
But thank you.
should be heard. They are the taxpayer.
Absolutely.
Thank you, and respectfully.
And you have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I saw a couple other people get 360 to 370. We'll go 370 straight up to 400. We got a 388. Anybody below 388? Ma'am? You're 380. Please state your name for you're up. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Manpreet Singh. So, respected councillors, good morning, everyone. I'm here because I strongly oppose this construction coming near my house. I live in that area. So, the thing is, we are not against any religion. We are not against any mosque coming there. Only thing, the proposed site is too small. The Clarkway Drive itself is a curve where it is coming. So you need to reconsider everything before giving any decision. Baruch is saying the number is increasing, and that's why they want a new place, but nobody has come up with that number. I have been hearing so many things. Nobody come and said, this is the number we want the place for. So it's a gray area. It needs to be looked upon, and we need to understand how many people will come, because that will decide how many parkings will be required. 94 parkings, it will be not enough. Traffic, yes, there is a traffic. People, bear the brunt of it every day. The only thing is, with those number of parkings coming in there, it's going to increase. And the present use itself right now was agriculture for a reason. They knew it has to be, city has kept as agriculture. So now we are amending it. I don't know why. It should stay as it is, because when I came there 5 years back, I like the area the way it is. One last thing, somebody said pollution, everybody's talking. It doesn't happen, right? I did a quick study sitting there. As per Natural Canada, 690 grams of carbon monoxide is given every 10 minutes in an idling car. And in Canada, because of the winters and because the passengers coming in, a car idles 10 minutes and nobody has 3 cylinders. So that being added up, the 94 cars, 2.5 times a day, will be 60 tons of carbon monoxide yearly. And one tree only absorbs 21 kilogram of carbon monoxide every year. So
Thank you
those
for
who
your
have come
delegation.
here saying statistics, they should get it with them rather than just.
Thank you for your delegation. Thank you.
Sir. Have a good night.
How old's this one? How old is she? You're 18? You're falling asleep. Come down. Yeah, come. Somebody else say they were 18? How old's that one up there? Yeah. No, you're old enough. Stay there. Welcome, you have, what's your number?
557.
557. State your name, please.
My name is Iman Siddiqui. I'd like to start off by saying the construction of this facility is going to provide Muslims with a closer mosque to go to and a sense of community. Personally, as a young adult, this mosque is important to me because a place of worship gives me a sense of belonging, friendships, and a place of peace. Following COVID, the mosque has been an extension of my home. No matter the place of worship in Brampton one attends, there will always be parking issues where not everyone is accommodated. Even busier malls struggle to accommodate for everyone. When one purchases a home on a main street, this is what you sign up for. Parents are concerned for their kids. However, there will be plans in place to control traffic and prevent issues. There are parks nearby which the kids can also use as well. Roads are meant for cars, not for children. Might I add that some of the concerns raised by those who oppose, such as traffic, are concerns all over Brampton, not just where the mosque will be built. People have also been complaining about how construction is going to be making noise in the neighborhood, yet during certain celebrations, it is no secret that one does not get any sleep due to extreme noise pollution. In addition to this, remarks have been made regarding the litter that this facility will add. I can't imagine that it will damage or add more noise and air pollution to the environment than other celebrations. To add on, sooner or later, empty land will be built upon. Whether it be a mosque or a plaza or more homes, inevitably there is going to be traffic and construction. Our religion promotes nothing but peace. We would just like a mosque in the community, and our doors are open to all. I see no issues with this. It's as simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. Welcome. What number are you?
I'm 600, and my name is Rakaya Khan.
Thank you.
Good evening, all. Thank you for your patience and giving me this opportunity to speak and express my strong support for the building of this mosque. I stand before you today for my niece who just spoke, for my 2 children, and for the future, our collective children. I have been born and raised in Brampton for over 3 decades, so now I'm aging myself. And a mom of 2 young boys, and chose to raise my kids in the beautiful city which I grew up in and have such fond memories of. As a professional who advocates for diversity, equity, and inclusion for all, the concerns which have been raised are targeted and affect Brampton and all places of worship, not just the building of this mosque or proposal. In the spirit of accepting other religions, which Islam teaches us, we have accepted and supported some of the same concerns with other places of worship. This mosque means more to me than a place of worship. It is a place of community, somewhere where we can gather to learn and contribute to our broader Brampton community, not just specific to our religious beliefs. Islam is not just our religion, it is our way of life, and the mosque is not just a place of worship, but an extension of our personal home. Islam's basic teachings require us to be peaceful, respectful, and mindful to our neighbors, environment, community, and our world. I am sure that with this proposal, we will hold true to all of that. As a mom of 2, the center will give all our children who already face many challenges as minorities, sometimes in communities we live in, a sense of belonging, a place of community where they can learn about our beautiful religion, build relationships, access services, have a place to congregate, and be ambassadors for our community, helping build a better world for all. This mosque and our religion welcomes people of all faiths and denominations, and our right to practice Islam is our fundamental right as a Canadian. I urge you to support the growth of our community so that we can thrive in Brampton and continue contributing to its success like other communities.
Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
Who's up next?
Good morning, everyone.
378?
Yes. Myself, Nayan Gandhi. Yeah, I am opposed this construction because of, like I am not opposite any religion, but I am only concerned about our kids' safety and also like too much traffic there, so I am strongly oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation.
Good morning, everybody.
Welcome. What number are you?
At my 381.
381.
At 9 p.m., I'm supposed to take my medicine, and right now at around 2 a.m. in the morning, steam bath without the medication, and that's it impacting my health. I'm opposing this structure being built.
As of right now?
Yeah.
Where's your medication?
I don't have the medication with me. It's at my home. I've been here since 5 p.m. in the evening.
You can submit your delegation online. Please, please go home.
No, sir. I can take my health on a risk, but I cannot allow this structure to be happen. The community where I'm living is hardly 200 meters distance from the actual structure going to build. In that Belches and Clark area, I have 2 times I have saved my life. 2 times. Literally at around 7 p.m. 2 times somehow God saved me, and I did not able to hit by somebody who is driving the car haphazardly. And I strictly oppose that. Do not allow to build this facility in that particular location. I'm not against any religious. I strictly recommend you can give them bigger location in the very somewhere in the nearby area, but it is they will give you the more space. They have a more facility to build. They can build the more whatever the activities they want to do for the community. They can do it, but not at the current location where they are proposing. I'm strictly opposing Baruch.
Thank you for your delegation.
Baruch Islamic.
How are you?
I'm good. Thank you very much for your patience. One side have the concerns and other side have the needs. So we can manage all these concerns with good understanding, mutual understandings. I think the traffic issues, the insurance problems, this is not part of specific area. This is part of whole Brampton, or you can say GTA in more populated like cities. So these can be managed very easily. So when we saw the needs of the people who are living in the same area, so it is the city responsibility to consider that things, and zonings can be amended at any time according to the need of the people. So it is your responsibility to facilitate the community members who are living over there. It is like 92 there are parking spots, right? I think these are enough for that community, and we are not any objection that it is not enough or they need more. So these kind, I think, not more important things. So if there is a zoning is for the industrial or for the commercial, I think this is more dangerous for that community, because the big traffic, the trucks, they will come over there, and it will be more dangerous for the community who are raising their concerns. So I think please consider to accommodate the community fellow members. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your delegation. Who do we have next?
388.
388? 382. Come. What are you? What are you? Up there? Over there? What number are you?
95.
Thank you.
Hi everyone. Thank you for allowing me to raise my voice. I'm living half minute away from that intersection. I'm using this intersection every day, like 4 to 5 times, dropping my son, picking up everything and some other reason. So traffic, it's not issue, but it is issue. I'm going same way, 3 to 4 times, right? So I know what is the traffic there. Plus 300 kids, it is using that community center, right? So it's also risk for them too, not only my son. I'm just half a minute away from there. And I saw 2 accidents happen in front of me. When people driving, they don't see. They see only hurry. They don't check what going where. And I have my 15 years old son, only one son I have. Please think about my way too. Because when we going other street, then we know how it's narrow. Because Clarkwood and Belches is one way, both sides. So already there is a houses, car parking in a Belches trail. So I don't know when it's traffic more, how it's gonna handle everything. Because I'm right living there and using same ways every day 4 to 5 times. Please think about my way too. I'm thinking about my son. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you. And I have to drop him 7 o'clock, but still I'm here.
Thank you for your
I'm
delegation.
sorry, okay? I have to go home, but please think my way too.
Have a good night. Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
And sorry again, we were
388.
388. Come.
Hi everyone and chairperson and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. My name is Rehana Ali. One of the persons said, this is a residential area and this place is not good for the Baruch Musalla. Baruch Masjid or Baruch Musalla is not a commercial building. It's a community center. We go over there, we worship over there, we make friends over there, we meet each other there, and especially we send our small kids to teach our religious values and rules and regulation of life, and we want to make them good human beings. If there are good human beings, they are good citizens. My sons brought up here, and they love more than Pakistan. I'm Pakistani. They love more Pakistan than Canada, and they say we are Canadian citizens. They don't love Pakistan. They feel safe here. They feel comfortable here. They think they are a Canadian citizen, and they prefer first Canada, then on the second hand, they say we are Pakistani. And when Baruch was not here in a small place, I used to take my kids to the Brampton and Highway Queen and Torbram to teach my kids. And it is a 25 minutes one way. And it is very hard for working women. Kids go to school, public school, then come back. Working women come back and take 25 minutes to away over there, stay over there, and then come back, especially in the winter. So we need place in our neighborhood. I live in this area 16, 17 years. So we need a place for our kids. They go over there, they learn, and we want to make them a good human being. And this bar, just we said, some people said we have a libraries, we don't use the libraries. We welcome every community kids over here.
Thank you.
Every community, and all the kids are our kids. I'm not thinking only my kids. I think about all the kids. And one more thing, they are talking about safety. Baruch Musalla is the harmful place.
Thank you. $295.
Resolve Karim, 395. Thank you very much. Give us opportunity to express our issues. I have been working with Baruch since beginning. I know there's a big committee and worked so hard, more than 10 years, and looking for the right place since 10 years. We are looking, you are saying the big place, we are looking for 10 years, we couldn't find any place. If it's the bigger place, it will be our pleasure to do it. Inshallah, it is not the end. Let's start. And now the kids grow up, even they were small, now they grow up. We cannot facilitate our community. And Baruch mission and vision is not only the Muslim community, to build the whole community, neighborhood, and all faith together. It's not only we want to develop, we are Bramptonian, we want to develop real Brampton, the flower city, we want to make it. It is not for only ourselves. And I just want to mention, there is so many things. My phone is dying also. I'm not going to go through. Just the opposition who are opposing, they are bringing mostly two things very highlighting. One is traffic, one is crime. Traffic. They say traffic will be increased. These people already living in there, they are driving every day and in their neighborhood. They are not from other city. Even we are other people living central Brampton or North Brampton, they are not going there. This side, we have a lot of masjid and Islamic Center. But the East Brampton, nothing. Only one Baruch, 10 years, they are trying hard to build something. And that is growing area. So there is nothing, not in one single masjid. So it is very much needed. So what is the traffic? Traffic is not the issue. They are saying parking. 90 parking spot, for now, we think is enough. And if needed, we can do the multi-storage parking. It's not a problem. It's all the engineering and technical things. It's not an issue. And another one is the crime. Just is there any evidence
for your delegation.
history that mosques promote crime?
Thank you
that happened by religious place?
Thank-
No, there is no evidence.
Thank you for your delegation.
May Allah bless everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. 299.
399.
399.
So, I think you sleepy also now. So thank you everybody. So I'm here to support Baruch. That area does not have masjid. We need masjid there. As some concern for crime, this and that, Islam finish all these things. It doesn't belong to Islam. So we need that place. And the other thing is, for the information of everybody, anywhere masjid is built, the property value go up, doesn't go down. We can check it. So we need the place there, please. And nobody should fear anything from Muslim. We are Muslim, peaceful people. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your delegation. Okay, we're in the 400s. Anybody have a delegation less than 30 seconds? Yes, come. Yes, come. Yes, come. What number are you?
420, Safa Aziz.
Thank you.
My colleague was before me, Dr. Azim. I am a pharmacist, living and practicing pharmacy within the community here. We have tried more than, and I have doctors as well and a nurse. We are a full team of healthcare professionals. We try to make services to the community in general, regardless of their faith and for their belonging. But the current facility will not enable us to do that. How many times we tried to do the mass vaccination? We tried to do it, but unfortunately we couldn't. The new facility will give us the opportunity to not help only Muslims, it will be all for the whole community. As I said, I live, I work, I play, I trade, everything here within the city.
Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you very much. I took 10 seconds. Thank you.
Hi. What number are you?
578.
578?
Yes.
State your name, please.
My name is Kadra Diri. I live Bell Chase. Yeah, and actually the people talking about the traffic and issue pollution, everywhere have traffic, everywhere have a construction. And I'm healthcare workers. And I finish it 12 hours. And I have 12 hours tomorrow. And I'm still here for healthcare. Actually, they're talking about the traffic. There's no traffic in the Bell Chase area. They have a speed too much. We're complaining speeding too much. And then also, they have a lot of throwing and cutting the tree in the night time. And I support 100% Baruch.
Good morning. My name is Masood Rahman. 418.
418.
I fully support Baruch Mosque. I am new neighbor. Support Baruch. Thank you.
Please.
511. My name is Shafkat Ali. Shakespeare says, if wealth is lost, nothing is lost. Wealth is lost, nothing is lost. Health is lost, something is lost. Character is lost, everything is lost. Baruch is not just a mosque. This is a community center for the youngsters. And that will help to build their character. Because if our kids lose their character, we will lose everything. If we leave billions of dollars for them, those are meaningless. They will go to casino centers next day and will come back empty-handed.
Seconds. Please come forward.
My name is Mohammed Rashid.
And number?
Number, I lost it. 643, I guess.
Go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Councillor and all the staffs. And I'm supporting Baruch because we need a real home, real worship place. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your delegation. All right, what number are you?
454.
454.
Yes.
Okay, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm Amir Siddiqui, El de Barak Mosque.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem.
What number are you?
Greetings, everyone. My name is Fardeen. My number is 316, 613.
613.
Yeah, 613. I'm in favor of Baruch, especially at the proposed location. One thing I have to say, so many good things were said about that. So the only thing that I want that within that neighborhood is, that our prayer time is very time sensitive for prayers. So we can throw it, 50 kilometers away. So by the time we get there, we will lose, the prayer times. Thank you
for your delegation. 498.
Yes.
458.
Yes. I'm Hamid Nouri. I'm here to support Baruch. I've been living in Bill Chase for a long time, like almost 10 to 15 years. There's no traffic issue there. The city is taking care of all the traffic. The city is doing pretty well. So, and there's more demographic down there living, mostly different demographic. But I see only one type of demographic that's showing here and opposing to this project.
delegation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Muazzam Usman, and my number is 409.
409.
409.
Please.
And I truly support Baruch because we need a bigger space. And thank you so much.
Thank you for your delegation.
Good morning. My name is Rezwan, number 492.
Thank you.
I would like to state that mosques are an essential place for the youth to find their Islamic identity and culture. And I've been to a lot of mosques, and not all mosques are busy around the place. Like, there's not much traffic in the majority of the mosques I go to, and we really need a mosque in that specific location.
Thank you for your delegation. Please.
Assalamu alaikum. All the Muslims say Assalamu alaikum. It means peace be upon you. So the people who pray for you for peace don't commit crime when they come into your locality. And second thing about the traffic, today we had a meeting here. Around 500 Muslims came into this area where there is residential and everything. We did not have any alert. We did not receive any alert about the traffic issue or parking issues. So please consider.
Thank you for your delegation. 574, what's your name?
574.
Your name?
Afroz Hussein Muhammad.
Thank you. Thank you. Ma'am?
My name is Varda Sabuhi, and my number is
569.
569. And I support Baruch, and it shouldn't be this difficult. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
476.
My name is Abdurrahman Chaudhry. I listen to the speakers attacking the religious place for the accidents. The accidents are not because of the religious places. The accidents of the carelessness, wrongful driving, not obeying the rules and regulations for the bad drivers.
Thank you for your delegation.
They can be from any community. They can be from any religion.
Thank you for your delegation.
So it's not a particular place to be accused. And most of them, now I'm going to the necessity of the religious places.
Thank you.
Most of the religious places need the religious places, the communities need near
Sir,
their houses.
thank you for the delegation. If you'd like to get back into line and provide your 2 minutes, let's do that.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Please.
Waji Sayed, number 572. I'm here to pledge my support for Baruch. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm 470. My name is Arshad Nazir. I fully support the Baruch Mosque, and I don't think so that there might be traffic issues or crimes. No religion promote crimes, and Islam never promote crimes. You will find it going down. Okay,
Thank you for your delegation. Please.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. My number is 500. Muhammad Tufajjul Hussain Parak. I am support of Baruch Mosque.
Thank you for your delegation. 575?
575. Mahbub Muhammad. Thank you everyone for your, for working overtime. I'm sorry about that. I'm in support of Baruch. I just wanted to refute 2 points that were raised. People were saying that only residents who live 350 meters should come in to support this. So are we going to have a mosque every 700 meters? That doesn't really make sense. And then strangers issue. City will install cameras. So install cameras at your home as well. That's pretty much. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your delegation. Okay, we've done the speed dating version. So we're going to go back to the 2 minutes. I'm going to ask this gentleman here to come back up. You have a minute and a half.
Thank you. In fact, I support for this mosque for the community. They're living for the growth of their children. The children can learn from the smaller age. I am suffering for my children because I did not give them the care for a good education, religious good education. I'm suffering for that. So I need the other community. Their children should be gone through the good education, religious education, which teaches the good deeds, the ethics, and the religious manners. And that the masjid is good for the Muslim community. And that masjid is, I think, only one masjid in the far near the area. It should not be removed from there. That's my request.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
delegation. How many people left do we have that want to delegate? Okay, let's go back to where were we, 400? No, we did 400s, right? Nobody here has 400? 500, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm presenting.
Sorry. 444? What do you have? You have double digits. What do you have? 444. What do you have? You have 3 tags on.
3 tags. I am presenting my 2 friends and myself. So 3 tags.
I just want to know your numbers.
541, 544,
444, please come down.
Thank you very much, city executives, to give us your time. I want to speak in favor of mosque. Before you make any decision, I wanted you to invite to any mosque, wherever you want to go, and spend one day, because people from other side were also inviting that you spend 1 month in their house or something like that. So if you spend one day, or maybe delegate someone who would observe how many people are coming every day, 5 times a day, you will notice they are not hundreds of people come in every day, maybe 5, 10 or couple. So traffic is not really an issue, and if you understand the mosque is being built inside the locality, so people are going to walk over there. They're not going to drive a couple of minutes driving. So that's something, it's not really an issue. Lot of stranger coming in the area. This concern was also raised. So these strangers are your local residents living in the same neighborhood. It's not going to be some other people living from other cities, because other cities have their own mosques built already. And where my kids gonna play? Your kids can play inside the mosque with other kids too. Your kids are not restricted for the mosque. Mosque is for place of worship, and it's also a recreational center for all the community living nearby. And also claimed that there was the crime rate will increase. This is a place for worship that will reduce the crime rate, as have been mentioned. So that's my few supporting points, and I want to support the building of the mosque. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your delegation. So we have 445, 446, 447, 448. Please.
Good morning, everyone. Nimesh Shah, 448. I am not in favor and strongly opposing this amendment. Few points. Baruch is growing in the same area, and it may grow bigger. So for area residents, Islamophobia is not real, like it's imaginary. It's in the same area, it's going to grow. It's, again, I will say famous thing, location, location, location. For my religion, when we need a bigger space to grow, we build a religious place of worship at Clark Way and Mayfield, which is far from the community, no other concerns. So whatever concerns the residents have raised are not imaginary, they are real. The traffic, what we are seeing, it's simple logic. When we add we add bigger structure, it will add into that. So traffic, when we see unknown people or people from outsider, it will grow from the current situation. And that is the concern of local residents. You should consider the voice of the local residents, and I request you to consider this. That's it.
Thank you for your delegation. 450. 450 to 460.
459.
Let's go 459.
This is a case of the infusion of Eastern hatreds into Western politics, albeit at the municipal level. The Muslim community has grown manifoldly in Brampton. I've lived here for 30 years, and there's no controversy here. They need a community center. There are 10 churches, 4 Hindu temples, and 4 gurdwaras within 8 to 10 kilometers of the proposed area. There is not a single mosque. The consternation that the opponents of this mosque have are political only and have no bearing in any legitimate municipal area of concern. The ugliness of politics in India should not be yielded to in Brampton. Imagine Portuguese residents blocking construction of an Italian church in 2022 here in Peel region. That is how absurd and shameless the opposition to this mosque is. I encourage Brampton City Hall to read the rhetoric coming directly out of the opposing community online regarding opposition to this mosque. I'll spare you some of the shocking expressions. Suffice it to say, it is ugly. At the same time, I defy City Council to identify any of that ugliness among Muslims. They have never come to these chambers in droves to oppose any place of worship. But the Muslim community is experiencing something opposite to that. The opposition community will do one of two things. They will blindly cite far-right tropes against Muslims, or they will cite generic and unfounded concerns regarding traffic. Neither approach is sincere. What they will not do is be sincere and just confess the real motives behind their opposition. It's not in my backyard politics. It's communal hatreds, which do not belong in Brampton, let alone Canada. I encourage the Muslim community of East Brampton to remain ferociously vigilant in not allowing any demographic to subject us to disenfranchisement, and to respond formidably and unyieldingly. And I would just like to take the last 19 seconds to encourage my Muslim community here, and I only speak for myself, to remember this day when the Hindu community came out en masse to oppose this mosque that has harmed no one. Noted.
Thank you. 460 to 470. 470 to 480. 480 to 490. Anybody in the 400s? Okay, thank you.
Good morning and peace be upon everyone. I'm here for the support of Baruch, and as our opponent says that there are so many mosques in the Brampton, I agreed, but not in the East Brampton. There is no any single mosque in the East Brampton, and East Brampton community needs a mosque, so they are not a stranger. They are living there. Who will come to from the north of the Brampton or south of the Brampton to go to the Baruch Musalla? No one. The masjid is only for the residents. And about the traffic, people says that the traffic will grow. Of course, traffic is growing everywhere, especially in the Brampton. There are so many accidents, not because of the Muslim, not because of any masjid. If you see the example I'm giving about the Great Lakes Mosque, it is situated between two schools, one middle school, one high school. There is no any single crime, no any single accidents over there. And the most populated mosque in the Brampton is Makki Masjid. It has just 70 parking spots. 92 parking spots is enough, more than enough. There are not more than 200 people will come at the time of only once in a week. Otherwise, in the other salat, people come maximum 50, 20 to 50. So there is no any parking issue will be there. And this community center, this mosque will be not only the praying worship, but also the community and youth, and especially for the seniors. There are so many BICC, they are serving for the seniors, but we don't have any seniors center in the east of the Brampton. So our elderly, our parents, our grandparents, there are no spots. Normally they go to the mosque and they get together. So that's why we need this spot. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, 496.
Thank you so much for giving this opportunity. So basically, all Muslims are not criminals. Okay, we are not criminals. So basically, why we all immigrants. We came here to find a good job and help this community, help everyone to grow, right? So we are here. And then we all are taxpayers. So basically, what I'm trying to say is there is no issue with the parking at all. There is no issue with the traffic. If you see issue with the parking, City of Brampton can impose a limit of number of people going to the prayer, right? We can definitely divide prayers into multiple prayers so that there is no overcrowd. Absolutely, we can plan that, and also. So we can plant millions of trees. So if you're thinking about the trees, definitely we can work together as a community. We do as a volunteer. We always support. During the peak pandemic, we all work as a volunteer. We donated the funds. We arrange all the funds together, and then we buy the stuff for the people, not just Muslim. It's from different communities. We reached out to each of them, and we talk to them if they need any support. So this is like we are helping each other. Like we want to help each other. We want to grow. We don't want to spread. We don't want to fight between us, right? So if you're looking at the other brothers, they mostly are from different religion, right? Why there is no one Muslim brother from different religion living in the same area coming and saying I'm opposed of that? So basically. They're thinking that they just have a false thinking, right? So we have to fix that. Okay. So I strongly in favor of masjid. So we have to make it happen. Sure.
Thank you. 497. State your name.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Rafi Hashmi, and I am 16 years old.
No, we didn't get you earlier. Apologies.
Okay, it's okay. I'm a I'm a resident in Brampton. I have been raised in Brampton since I was 1. And what I had learned in Brampton is that Brampton is a place for all religions to practice. All religions are open and free to practice. And this is what I was raised with. This is the education I was raised with as a youth. And right now where these oppositions are coming to stop us from building a mosque, which is helpful for the youth to socialize. Youth, they need to socialize. They need to get a place to, connect with each other. Otherwise, they're isolated. So many Muslims in that area are isolated at home, and then that leads to depression and things like that. People can get addicted to drugs or do crimes and be associated to violence. And in Islam, one of the points that was mentioned is that crimes will enter this area. I don't know how the opposition even thought about that, because Islam stands completely against crime. And the word Islam stands for peace. It is peace for all human beings. We respect every religion, and I hope the opposition also respect us as a religion. And Baruch is a friendly and safe environment for everyone, and everyone is welcome to enter. Jazakallah.
Okay, thank you for your delegation. Okay, I have another offer. If anybody can delegate within 20 seconds, I'm offering up a call from their counselor before the application comes back to council. Anybody?
Nobody wants to take it.
Come on down. What's your number?
628.
628.
Yeah, name is Kizar Hayat. I live in Ward 9 and 10. So I'm here to support Baruch Musalla. So I think the community living around there, they need that Musalla. So I deeply support them and request you to please decide in favor of them.
Thank you for your delegation. Clerk's office, if you provided information to the counselors, and the counselors will call you. Next up, 400s are done. We're into the 5s, 5 to 510.
501, 504, 512. So I'm presenting my 2 friends and myself. So I should get 6 minutes.
I'll tell you what, you get 2.
So these are not getting
They're
anything.
more than welcome to come down and delegate as well.
Okay, so I am the realtor. I see impossible be possible. 1 York Street, if you want to kiss the balcony, you can kiss. Okay, if you go on Gardner, you can touch the 1 York Street. So this is on almost highway, just 6 to 7 inch, the buildings. So this is the possibility that we can build there, we can do amendments, we can do whatever the city want to secure the neighborhood and secure the other works. But this area grow very fast. You know better than me, 4784 Castlemore Road, 100-acre land, that was a farming, that was approved for commercial. Okay, Cross Street, Highway 50, the quality seed, they have 50 acres, they change into commercial. The cows were there, they're not too back. In 2015 and 16, I saw the cows were over there and not anymore. So this is not impossible. Okay, so the time is very short, only 55 seconds. So I want to tell you one joke. One guy went to the doctor and he said, my grandfather was sleeping and next morning he doesn't wake up. So he said, oh, it's a big problem. You don't sleep. If you don't sleep, so maybe you will not wake up tomorrow morning. So everyone said, this is an accident, this thing, but everyone drives. So every morning when we wake up, we say, Allah, save me. If anyone else says, believe something else, they say, save us. I'm going for work. I'm making some money for bread and butter for my kids. So we hope and we wish that we will be safe. Okay. So I can't say that I quit the job because every day the accident happens. 401 we should close because this accident happened on the 401. So we cannot close that one. The traffic on Highway 50 is, we cannot stop them. sea and rail is there, the more than 5 to 7,000 containers travel every day. I'm realtor, I have transport business, and I am an investor.
Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you very much. Cindy,
502. 502, 503, 504, 505, 506, 507 to 510, 510 to 520. 520 to 530.
Good morning. My name's Saeed Hussaini, 515.
Welcome.
Honorable councilors and listeners, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I've been born and raised in Brampton, and I've lived here all my life for coming up on 30 years. Having gone to school here all my life with friends from all different backgrounds, I've known Brampton to be a place which has provided the ability and freedom for all to practice their faiths. This is the Brampton we know and love, and this is why I've chosen to continue to live here and now raise my toddler and newborn. Growing up and attending the mosque on Torbram has been an essential part of my character development and has steered me in the right direction. I'm now an engineer in training that is contributing to our local electricity grid. I attribute this success to a great degree to the guidance I received at the mosque growing up. I've been horrified to hear people here today insinuating this mosque will increase crime in the area. I encourage these people to learn more about the faith and invite them to visit Baruch firsthand and see the message of peace that is propagated there. Mosques have always been essential to guide our children away from challenges they're facing, including gangs, drugs, and other mental health issues. We have already been, as for Baruch, it's already been facing a much tighter parking situation in the current plaza they're in. And for them, 90 plus parking spots is a huge improvement. And as the gentleman mentioned earlier, the biggest mosque in Brampton has only 70 parking spots. And we also have another great example of the Great Lakes Mosque, which is operating in the neighborhood in a residential community without any issues or problems. So this is a good track record that mosques have had in the past. And I'm sure Baruch will continue to uphold that standard. And I think also those are two good examples that can be noted down as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. At this time, I have to take another 10-minute break. So if anybody would like to use the restrooms, they're over when you come out of the elevator. They're left. If you've delegated, now's your opportunity to go home if you want. You can stream live on your way home, but you can't watch that. That's illegal. But we're going to recess for 10 minutes. We'll be back at 3:30. Welcome back, everybody. Where did we leave off? 5:20. So 5:20 to 5:30. 5:30 to 5:40. 5:40 to 5:50.
Good morning, everyone. My most gracious thank you to council members, staff, security for staying this late. We appreciate it a lot. Real quickly, I have no interest in being redundant. There's a few points I just want to bring to everyone's attention in response to some of the points that have been brought up by some of the opposition members, one of which was the property values, which has been mentioned. You can sell your house. It's Brampton. Houses sell all the time. The second point I wanted to touch on was another supporter said. I'd like to point out that Brampton is a very diverse city that I'm sure all you council members know. Look at the crowd that's here in support. Many of us are from very diverse backgrounds. However, I find it very interesting, despite the fact that Brampton has a specific ethnic majority, everyone who was in opposition, vast majority, 90+%, were from a very specific ethnic community and religion, and that's a bit concerning because it shows the undertones in some of the oppositions that they had that were layered in dog whistle and other derogatory defamations of Islam. With that said, it brings me joy to see that some of my other Brampton residents share the same sentiments towards traffic calming and other issues which can be resolved in other fashions that the city has been doing well with, but again, they're not pertinent to our application with the mosque application. The last point that I'd like to make about the application here in terms of the facts is that within the city there's already case examples of similar situations such as the Great Lakes Mosque, as well as I don't know the name of the temple, but a Hindu temple that was built on Davis Elm Drive and Chinguzi Road. Both are similarly adjacent to an arterial road managed by the Region of Peel, as well as a feeder road with municipal infrastructure such as high schools and or public schools in the immediate vicinity. They are almost an identical mirror to what is being proposed over here. And with those few points, along with the other points made by the rest of the delegations today, I strongly urge Council to support this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your delegation. Less than 550. No. Up to 560. To 570. 3? 568? 561? Give me 1 second.
Hello and good morning, respected City Council members. It's a privilege and honor to be a participant of this democratic process, which is based on the ideas of freedom of expression and active dialogue. It's very interesting to see that many of the speakers who expressed their opinions today, they mentioned the fact, or they mentioned this idea that, this is not based, that our opposition is not based on religious biasness or discrimination. Whereas interestingly, for the previous 4 agenda items, we didn't see a massive congregation of people gathering on the ground floor here, either in support or opposition. But for this agenda item, we saw such massive group of people showing up, which is basically keeping the city council members up late at this time. Because they wanted to stay away from the whole idea of religion, so I would stay away from that. I would focus on just the technical points here. If we can go to slide 2, which shows the concerns expressed today. Just touching upon the key points, I know I have only 45 seconds left. Traffic, I think this initiative is going to reduce the overall traffic in the city, primarily because it's going to provide a shorter commute to the users of this facility. It will reduce the traffic on the streets, which will in turn result in a reduced number of potentially reduced number of accidents and also carbon emissions. Talking about carbon emissions, a lot of people showed concern over the potential increase in pollution and all of that. I must say that as part of my professional life, I advise some companies on ESG initiatives, and I would say that these types of matters are managed on a city level rather than a very small local community level. And as I mentioned, the commute is going to be shortened, so the emission is going to reduce overall. Parking, as many of the participants mentioned, is going to be sufficient. We don't have too many attendees during the daytime prayers on weekdays because people are at work and busy with other activities.
Thank you for your
so it's going to be like once a week. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your help earlier too.
Thank you for staying so late overnight. I know it's been long. I'll try to be brief because most of the things have already been said. So some of the things in response to what they said, they kept saying that it's not about religion. But let's look at the points that they made. They kept linking crime rates to the mosque. They kept saying that if you build a mosque, the crime rate is going to go up. But at the same time, you're saying it's not about religion, but you're linking the crime rates to the mosque. So that doesn't correlate. Either stick with one point or the other. Another thing I heard one person say was there's so many facilities available the city provides, like libraries and community centers and such, and so forth. Well, and what sort of facilities do they need that this mosque will provide that the city will not have? So from the top of my head, marriage ceremonies. There's a specific part of a marriage ceremony on the Nikah where it doesn't necessarily have to be in a mosque, but it's preferred in a mosque where an imam sits, has the groom and the bride, and he performs the Nikah there. So that's one of the things. Funeral rites, funeral prayers, these happen in the mosque. They don't happen, outside on the road. I mean, they don't happen in schools. They have to happen in the mosque. They have to. Not just funeral rites. Part of funeral rite is funeral bath. Muslims take funeral bath. There's about a few people that are close to that person that wash that person before we put him in his final resting place, just before the prayers. That's another part that mosque would fulfill. Another thing they kept saying is, well, you have to look at the needs of the local community, that you should listen to the locals. Well, this request has specifically come from the local community. Like, people are not going to come from Bolton or, from Mississauga over here to, request a mosque there so that they can drive like 45, 50 minutes to, pray over there, because by the time they get there, the prayer time is already over. So they've missed that prayer time. Our prayer times are very specific. They have specific time. They're time sensitive. So, I mean, it doesn't make sense. Also, just to touch upon timings, the first prayer happens early in the morning. Second is around noon, like right after noon, and then there's like about 3 or 4 hour gap, which is about 3 o'clock. Yep. And then they don't happen around rush hour. So traffic is not going to be such a great deal. I have a lot to say, but time's up. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for your delegation, and you can submit all of your comments to the clerk's office or to planning staff. Everything will be captured in the report.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. That was 566, now 568.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you everyone for, first of all, being available this late. We really appreciate it for giving us the time and listening to us. Listening to the delegates from the opposite motion, it reminds me of that classic line from the Animal Farm where it says, all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than the others. That's what they're saying. We we don't hate all the religion, but we hate this or we don't want this. So that makes me feel that's not their only agenda. They have some other hidden agenda, which is to promote their own religion. But I just want to address a couple of issues here which they brought up. One is about their child playing on the street, which they won't get that if there's a mosque. But I would like to assure them, right, Islam is a religion of inclusiveness, right? When it comes to children, they don't separate any ethnicity or religion. Everyone can play. Having a mosque there or a facility, children doesn't need to play in the street. Rather, they can play on a street. And other issue I want to bring up is they brought about security. Having a mosque, like on a they have security cameras as well within the mosque. So I think that would reduce the rate of crimes other than increasing the rate of crimes. And with all this point, I strongly support this motion. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your delegation. So we'll go to 570. 570 to 580. 580 to, let's go straight to 600. 598, come on up.
My name is Muhammad. I'm a resident close to Baruch, the current facility. We work a lot in the youth in our community, and also with adults and seniors who need a lot of help, regardless of their religion. So we see a lot of drug addiction and a lot of other addictions, and where youth need a lot of support. We are organizing. We organize from Baruch a lot of programs within the community, and also for seniors who live within the neighborhood, regardless of. And many times there's a lot of Sikh gentlemen, old. They need help, and we go around and help them, even cleaning their driveways, things like that, which is organized from the center. So we need a lot of these things happening on a larger scale, and we need a bigger area and close to, and just like many people touched the points on a time-sensitive prayers. So people try to pray within the community. They don't go outside the community. And one thing which I heard over time, that from this whole period which I'm here from, since this late evening, everyone says people who are here are coming from Mississauga, Cambridge. I didn't see a single Muslim who was here for so long who said, I'm from Mississauga. Couple of my friends, they said, should we come to the thing? I said, this is not your thing. This is something which we will deal with. This is something which Brampton residents will deal with. So all these people, and I'm here in Brampton for the last 10 years, everybody who I've seen, Muslims especially, they were here for last 20, 30, 40 years in this community. And we need something here, not a single mosque in this whole eastern side of Brampton. Please, and thank you, we support it.
Thank you for your delegation. What number are you? 590. 90.
He already started.
Okay.
Sikandar Chaudhary. A lot of the stuff have been said here already, so I'm not going to waste the respected time and be repetitive. One of the major points that I feel that have been missed out by my fellow Baruch members is that any mosque that faces a lot of incoming traffic, cars, they usually take the daytime, which is the busiest time, and they divide up those prayers and to reduce congestion and traffic. So if we have that 1 o'clock prayer, we'll take that prayer at 1 o'clock and then we'll do the same prayer at 2. Just so rather than having all traffic all at once, we'll do it 2 times just to reduce traffic. And I think one of the major points, points here today have been traffic and all the stuff into the neighborhood all at once. So I think that kind of just takes care of that. So, thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. Sorry, what were we at? 600 to 620. 620 to 630. What number are you?
629.
Perfect.
Hi, everybody. My name is Khayyam. Today, I just want to inform everybody about ignorance that people today showed about Muslims, and especially Islam. I want to let you guys know what the meaning of Muslim is. A lot of people talk about Islam as peace. The meaning of Muslim is submission, the one who actually submits his will to God. That's meaning of Muslim. The person who is submitting his will to God, the last thing he worries about crime. That being said, a lot of people here, they said it's not about the religion, it's about the sight. They're worried about the sight. Well, let's not kid ourselves. It's not about the sight. And if they're really worried about their house value, I'm a real estate agent. I can really tell you, a mosque in your neighborhood, your house value is going to go up. And if they're worried about their house, well, they could move to a different place. They also said traffic and accidents. They kept on saying traffic and accidents. Well, the system works, doesn't it? 427 came, and the traffic gotten taken care of. Because you people sitting here, you're working in the system, and we believe in you guys. Tree cutting. Well, Islam supports planting trees, not cutting trees, but at a point where it talks about prioritizing, right? We talk about prioritizing youth's mental health. And that's where the mosque really supports it. So we want to prioritize the youth's health, and that's why we want the mosque there. a lot had said about cars being stolen throughout GTA. I don't know what they're implying there. I mean, what happens with the mosque being there? There are a lot of criminals who are just sitting at the mosque, and the moment they go to sleep, we just steal their cars. It's messed up. They also said that let the residents choose, let the residents take the decision. Again, it's very emotional. You guys are sitting here to make that decision. Very lastly, I know time is very short. I want them all to be invited to Islam. And very lastly, I want them to think of mosque as a school. We cannot have enough of it because that's where we learn about Islam. That's where we learn about the world as well and how to deal with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your delegation. Let's go to 640. What do we got?
640. 631.
Come on down.
Good morning, Michael. I would like to thank all the councillors, city staff, and all the security, whoever stayed late. Thank you very much. And this shows, what the elected official takes, the public service is hard, especially for Navjeet Kaur, she got very young children, and it's hard. Thank you, Navjeet. Back to I wish, we unfortunately, we all here at 3 o'clock. I wish we didn't have to do this. But again, it's almost 2023. And we live in Brampton, and still there is a certain group of people which is against the other group. It's saddened me today to seeing this in Brampton, but that's the reality is. Back to the issue, all the issues were brought: parking, the environment. Our city staff is well trained to do that. So obviously, already traffic studies has been done. All more studies will be done, whatever is needed. Back to the crime, there's in Ward 10 new police station has been set, so hopefully it will decrease the crime. And all the issues they raise up, Hope City, and if the bar can address, and hopefully we have the place back. Thank you again, and good night, good morning again. I really appreciated all the help you guys did. And that's an unusual meeting. We never seen something like it. Thank you very much again.
Thank you. What number are you?
632.
632.
32.
And you were, sorry? Okay, go.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Rizwan Raja, and I'm here to support Baruch Musalla. Whatever we talk, I don't want to repeat again and again. It's too late now. So I'm really in support of Baruch Musalla. And you guys are the one who decide. Hopefully, you guys can look into it. All right? Thanks.
Thank you for your delegation. Come on up. Please.
Hi. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you all today. I support the Baruch project to build a well overdue mosque in my community. I've lived in Brampton all of my life. Brampton is my home. My friends are of all faiths and religions, and something that I've learned throughout my 22 years here is that we are stronger together. This is my community. This is our community. If building our masjid wasn't important, we wouldn't be here at 4 a.m. If anybody has concerns about their safety or is unsure of what Baruch stands for, I humbly invite you to visit us at our Ebenezer in the plaza. Everyone sitting in a position of power here today is here because of Muslim votes. Councillors and others came to our mosques and asked for our support and our votes. And we have stood by you and the city for our entire lives. And it's time that you guys stand by us. If not now, when? And if not us, then who? I support the Baruch motion, I support Muslims, and I support Brampton. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your delegation. What number? 642?
Bingo.
Oh, take a seat.
Another bingo.
Welcome.
Hi, Rise and Shine. My first point is about the traffic. A real relevant and recent example is Makki Masjid. There were lots of accidents that occurred on the exit of the mosque, so after a very long time and lots of community effort, there was a signal installed. There are also parking issues with the mosque, which the mosque is still like working with. So that just shows with every problem there is a solution. My second and last point was to emphasize that Baruch will not only be a place of worship, but an important part of the community as well, with people coming together not only to pray, but to use the community space, whether that be in the library, gym, or the community center. Baruch will be an inclusive space that will allow the community and residents surrounding them to join, as well as being a safe space for those who are concerned about their livelihood. As someone who lives a couple of signals down where this new establishment will hopefully be built, there's definitely a lot to see besides, quote, crime, so-called crime, noise, pollution, and distraction. As I'm finishing up my university degree, I have the privilege of being able to have an education growing up in this amazing city. Throughout everything I've learned, there's one thing that you don't need a university education to recognize. Hate isn't something that you're born with. It's something that is taught, learned, and established. With that being said, it is important that we come together as one and look at each other past our differences rather than point fingers and spew blame Islamophobia. I hope from this very, very long meeting, there's a reasonable decision made from logic rather than emotion. I stand today with the Muslim community in support of this new establishment. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak, and thank you for everyone here today, the security, the staff, and everyone in the chambers. I hope everyone gets home safely.
Thank you for the delegation. 6:42? All right. 6:41 and a half?
Hi, everyone.
Welcome.
My number again is 642. My name is Muhammad Ali. I would like to start off by thanking the committee members and the members of the public for taking the time to show their support for what they believe in. I would also like to make clear my firm support for the Barrack project and want to draw your attention to the impact a single building can have. The opposition has a right to their concerns and has raised many good points tonight, but I would like to take the time to bring a balance to their analysis. The opposition has claimed that members of communities living hundreds of kilometers away have gathered here, and if that is true, then I contend that that is exactly the scope and magnitude of benefit that this single project can have. Their turnout tonight has proven exactly that. The opposition has claimed that there is no need for Barrack because of other community centers and the fact that they already exist. I contend that it is those same community centers that are inadequate and fall far short of what and how Barrack can support and breathe life into this community. Furthermore, the opposition has claimed that Barrack will decrease their quality of life. To them, I ask, what about the quality of life of the people who are looking forward to this project? The opposition has repeatedly claimed that they are not against any single group's right to practice their religion, but only the location of this proposed project. To them, I say that their being here actively challenges the success of this project and by extension, the freedom and ease of which Muslims can practice their faith. I urge them to educate themselves not only about analytics and statistics, but about the Islamic faith, and I urge them to appeal to their government officials for their concerns regarding traffic, crime, safety, the environment, and more. And yet, for some reason, the opposition remains blindly committed to misdirecting their concerns and believing that the blocking of this development will solve those very issues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your delegation. Let's go up to 650. Has anybody not delegated yet? Come on up. Has anybody else not delegated yet?
Is this our last delegation?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I stand here by, in the favor of Baruch Masjid. And to me, to be honest, in Canada, it's a really surprise that we are, debating on this because this is like really, really new to me. I mean, I was surprised even this, with this thing coming up. And because, Canada is all about tolerance, right? And everybody has the free, the thing, like everybody can practice their own religion. And it shouldn't be the point. I don't know why we are even, but okay, might be, some new things are coming up. And, but, I was again surprised, they were saying there was some issue with the environment. And I don't know, there was another one talking about the parking, something like that, right? So environment, I think the people who were opposing over here, they all were driving cars, right? So, you're driving car and you're talking about an environment? No, man, I wouldn't take that. I will not, right? So, and you were talking about parking lot, this and that. But yes, Brampton, I've seen everywhere, there are a lot of parking troubles. We all know it, right? So yes, it might be a little bit, but but the thing is, like, if you look at the Makki Masjid, you look at those masjid, what we did for like the parking lots, that we made like two congregations, right? Not at the single time. So the thing is, you can divide. We can do that. It's not a big thing. So I think this thing which came up. I was really shocked too, because like, this Canada is all about tolerance, man. We can do this. We should leave those things behind, and you are in Canada, and you should be tolerant. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Members of committee, staff report, application to amend the official plan, zoning bylaw, Brampton Regional Islamic Center, Barrack/G4 Urban Planners and Consultants, Ward 10 is here for receipts. Been moved by Deputy Mayor Singh. All in favor? That carries. The sections in correspondence 11.1, 11.2, 11.3, 11.4, and 11.5 were considered with statutory public meeting items 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, 5.4, and 5.5. Councillor, question period. Are there any members of committee that would like to ask any questions regarding anything that was on the agenda today? Seeing none. Public question period. Are there any members of the public that wish to ask any questions of the agenda here today? Please come forward. State your name for the record.
My name is Maham Khan. It's not about the agenda, it's just about the general meeting. Is the recording going to be available, like posted later?
It's usually within a couple days. It's on YouTube, a couple hours.
Tonight? Okay.
Post in the morning.
Okay, thank you. On the YouTube channel.
City website, and then it'll take you to the YouTube page.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Thank you. Please come forward.
Sorry, I don't mean to make this longer, but I just, from the bottom of my heart, I just want to thank each and every one of you and the counselors. We know your names. I was saying to some of the staff, they are nameless, but we are truly so thankful and full of gratitude that you stayed this late to hear all our concerns. That is how important this is to us. So
thank you.
So thank you. Thank you.
Are there any other public questions? Seeing none, there's no closed session. Adjournment. Councillor Tour moves adjournment. All in favor? That carries. Good night, everybody.